Chapter 1053 Sneaky. Chapter 1053 Sneaky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Dragon 1 in the lead, the ancient Dragon Clan disciples rushed over in a blazing surge of light. Every breath of time, a dozen mystic realm demons would be torn to nothing by their rainbow-colored corona. Of course, such a savage killing method required the ancient Dragon Clan disciples to expend a great deal of their source strength as the foundation. These disciples had all burnt a portion of their life's blood essence. Moreover, the closer they got to the Azura King, the greater the pressure they felt. They had already reached a distance where there were mystic realm demons that had lived for thousands or even for 10,000 years. The mystic realm demons violently impacted against the ancient Dragon Clan disciples. And, as the ancient Dragon Clan disciples were braving their way towards the Azura King, the other clans' disciples were all taking different actions. The three great clans each had their own small core group. The ancient Phoenix clan took Xiao Ping as the head, the Kirin clan took Jiang Bai as the head, and the Rock clan took their own eldest disciple, Argent Gale, as their head. With these three acting as the center, and with the God-Beast clan disciples that were familiar with ancient array formations supporting them, they also rushed over towards the Azura King, wanting to claim their own portion of the plunder. With such a massive lucky chance splayed out in front of them, no one was willing to give up just yet. However, their speed was far slower than the ancient dragon clans. As they fell into the swarm of mystic realm demons, every step forwards they took was done with extreme difficulty. As for the other Edge disciples that didn't understand or know how to coordinate battle array formations, they began to escape. They were weak, alone, and besieged on all sides by this demonic army. If they were fully sucked into this army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, then that meant certain death. Even if they somehow managed to approach the Azura King, they still knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the supreme dragon bone. Although they loathed abandoning such a tremendous lucky chance, they were also well aware that blindly rushing towards the supreme dragon bone in such conditions would only mean their death. Thus, their only choice was to escape. But even if they wanted to escape, there were 9 chances of death and only 1 chance to make it out alive. Ah! With a miserable cry, a Kirin clan disciple's spiritual sea was drilled into by a mystic realm demon. Mystic realm demons excelled in will attack. Once they invaded a martial artist's spiritual sea, they would desperately attempt to swallow up that martial artist's will. In normal times, with this Kirin clan disciple's willpower, he would certainly be able to engage in an epic struggle and finally extinguish this mystic realm demon that had penetrated into his body. But, within this swarming army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, how would the other mystic realm demons possibly give this Kirin clan disciple a chance to kill their comrade? Dozens of mystic realm demons plunged forwards. In just the blink of an eye, 24 mystic realm demons broke into that Kirin clan disciple's body like wolves to the slaughter. Ah! The Kirin clan disciple issued heartrending screams. His face violently twisted with pain, despair, and madness flashing across his features. Blood flowed out of his eyes and his body suddenly swelled up. Then, with a loud explosion, his body burst apart into a fog of blood with bits of bone and flesh spraying out into the world. These leftover pieces of flesh were quickly eaten clean by the countless mystic realm demons. Finally, all that was left of that Kirin clan disciple was a bit of unnoticeable residue. This was the first genius disciple who had been killed by the mystic realm demons. As the other disciples that were running away saw this person's death, all of them felt sadness and also fear. Such a horrifying way of dying caused their scalps to tingle with creepiness. Which one of them wasn't a talented genius of their sect? In the future they were bound to rise into glory, so who would want to die here? Let's run away together. We have to fight. Join together and let's break our way out of here. The survivors began to gather together. However, in just several breaths of time, 2 more disciples were possessed by mystic realm demons. Their bodies exploded into a fog of blood. The flesh and blood essence of geniuses was originally a greatly nourishing substance to mystic realm demons. And now that they were stimulated by all the blood essence, the mystic realm demons became even more rapid as they crazily charged forwards. The pressure on the disciples that were escaping suddenly rose to another level. And at this time, Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, and Argent Gale weren't much better off. Each of them only had 6 or 7 disciples in their group forming an array formation, so just how powerful could it be? And with so few people, these array formations weren't even complete. The further they rushed in, the greater the pressure was. However, they had already made it halfway in. Even if they decided to turn around now, they would also have to bitterly struggle on their way out. But above all, they were not willing to do so. In order to not be surrounded on all sides, the 3 groups finally joined together. However, as they joined together, their presence became an even larger target, attracting far more mystic realm demons. This caused their speed to drop considerably. Every step they took was made through brutal and savage carnage. Of the 4 clans' disciples, only the ancient dragon clan had a momentum like a surging beam of light. The 36 of them attracted nearly half of the mystic realm demons. Underneath the control of the Azura King, countless mystic realm demons ignored their lives and rushed at them. There were even 10,000-year mystic realm demons that transformed into all sorts of vicious beast phantoms in the air, hurtling towards them. This was similar to martial skills and law attacks. Mystic realm demons had developed for several 100 million years already, slowly fumbling their way forward. They now had their own rudimentary martial arts civilization. Although they couldn't compare with humanity's splendid and majestic martial arts history, they were themselves pure forms of energy. Once they displayed their own abilities that were similar to martial skills, their strength doubled. How amusing! That one called Dragon One is truly not some common nobody. He clearly knows that I intend to lure them in and hunt them, and yet he still rushes my way. He truly has the capital to do so. The Azura King was still crossing its tribulation. At this time, the teasing expression on its face slowly fell, and it began to become more serious. This was because it was able to feel a faint power that could threaten it from the combined formation of the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples, especially since this was the moment it was crossing tribulation. For an Azura King, the weakest point of their entire life was during this process. Slaughter them all! A cold light flashed in the Azura King's eyes with a thick killing intent accompanying it. The mystic realm demons in the sky began to rush towards the rainbow halo of the ancient dragon clan without a care for their lives. From the distance, there were even more and more mystic realm demons that were catching up. This was because this Azura King was the ruler of all mystic realm demons in a 1,000,000-mile radius. During this ensuing chaos, no one noticed an ordinary-looking stream of light that was shuttling through the battle. This stream of light was Lin Ming. Grand Mist Space was an extremely good method to hide his own aura. With the Grand Mist Space covering his body, all of his presence was broken down by the Grand Mist Space without the least bit leaking out. In addition, the 2 forces of the disciples of the ancient dragon clan and the disciples of the other 3 clans were just too eye-catching. They shot out countless beams of wild energy, causing heaven and earth origin energy to tumble and surge. Thus, in this merciless melee, Lin Ming wasn't noticeable at all. And then, Lin Ming simply sank into the swamp ground. With the Grand Mist battle armor protecting him, it was extremely easy for Lin Ming to drill into the swamp ground. The swamp was composed of the elements of earth and water. However, no matter what material it was, anything that entered into the annihilating Grand Mist Space would be decomposed into elementary Grand Mist energy and completely destroyed. Even though the laws of the God-Beast mystic realm were slightly different, they still couldn't escape such a fate. Thus, Lin Ming could drill into the swamp like a hot knife through butter. But, for the other disciples of the 4 God-Beast clans, digging their way in was far more difficult. The ancient Phoenix clan disciples would have to summon fire true essence to melt the ground into magma before drilling their way through. As for the other three clans, they would have to blow up the ground with their own strength, which was an even greater waste of energy. This was because none of them understood the Earth laws. The ancient Dragon clan had no Earth Dragon in their history, the Kirin clan had no Earth Kirin, and the Rock clan definitely had no Earth Rock. On the ground, Wind Attribute and Thunder Attribute martial artists could display a mind-boggling speed. But below the ground, they simply didn't have any advantages at all. Not only would they have to slowly move forwards, but they would also consume true essence at a tremendous speed. If they battled underground, they would truly be heading towards death. Every move they used would cost several times the amount of true essence. Even for Lin Ming, passing through the ground would cause his true essence consumption to rapidly increase. But this was also the best method of concealing himself. With the Grand Mist battle armor to shield his own aura and then drill downwards, Lin Ming was able to hide his presence to the extreme. There were also Mystic Realm demons underneath the swamp. Because Mystic Realm demons had no physical body to begin with, it was definitely easy for them to pass underground. However, under the commands of the Azura King, nearly all of the Mystic Realm demons had gone to attack the ancient Dragon clan and the allied group of the other three clans. There was now an extremely scarce number of Mystic Realm demons underground. Lin Ming occasionally bumped into a straggler, but once they touched his Grand Mist battle armor, they still evaporated into smoke. Although these Mystic Realm demons were controlled by the Azura King, they only followed its orders through its voice and the transmission of will waves. Their senses weren't directly connected. When these Mystic Realm demons underground were instantly destroyed by Lin Ming, they didn't even have a chance to send the Azura King a single thought. Like this, Lin Ming quietly made his way over to the Supreme Dragon Bone's position. And in the skies, the ancient Dragon clan's 36 disciples finally killed their way to the front of the Azura King. The 36 Astral Heaven formation, fused with a celestial dragon rune that was formed by burning one's blood essence as the price, now faced off against the Azura King, a being whose cultivation reached 100,000 years and who had also absorbed a massive amount of dragon bone essence. Ha ha ha! Well done! Wonderfully so. For you all to arrive at this step, I have really looked down on your outsiders. I thought that you were only easily obtainable food to me, but now it seems that there is finally some meaning. You have aroused my interest enough for me to personally take action. As the Azura King spoke in the common language of the divine realm, its voice was sharp and grating. It wasn't strange that it knew the common language of humans. This was because after a Mystic Realm demon swallowed up a person's spiritual sea, they would also be able to absorb a part of their memories. This Azura King had lived for 100,000 years. In the past, it had swallowed up a number of disciples from the 4 God-Beast clans and had inherited their memories. This included their martial skills and cultivation method. However, it didn't practice these cultivation methods because human cultivation methods simply weren't suitable for a Mystic Realm demon. Demon 1. Demon 2. Demon 3. Go help my children kill the other group. I will personally deal with these Dragon Clan babies. Yes, my king. From behind the Azura King, 3 Mystic Realm demons with cultivations surpassing 30,000 years rushed towards Xiaoping, Jiangbai, Argent Gale, and the other disciples of the 3 clans. These 3 demons had already begun to take human form. Their bodies shined with a brilliant blue light. It was obvious that the energy within them had condensed to a ridiculous degree. Each of them was a powerful and terrifying opponent. And now, they all rushed towards the allied group of the 3 clans that was already having difficulty surviving. Without a doubt, these 3 demons would cause tremendous damage to the disciples of the 3 clans. It was possible that they would even be directly routed and destroyed. Chapter 1054 To Play Both Sides. Chapter 1054 To Play Both Sides. Attack together. This is the most important battle we will ever experience in our lives. We can only win, we cannot be defeated here. Dragon 1 bellowed, his blood boiling over. Behind him, the 35 other Dragon Clan disciples were the same. They would either emerge victorious from this ashen land or perish within the encirclement of 100,000 mystic realm demons. No matter what they did, there was no escape path left for them. At this time, the Azura King also attacked. Its entire body was twined with countless arcs of tribulation thunder, but it was still able to lift its hands to attack. One could see from this alone just how terrifying it was. Roar! A resounding dragon cry filled the skies. An azure dragon rushed out from the body of the Azura King. This was a phantom formed from the dragon bone essence that the Azura King had absorbed. You all take me and my supreme dragon bone as your rightful treasures, but I also take all of your blood vitality and Dragon Clan bloodline as my food. Although your bloodline density isn't too high, it will still be enough to allow me to completely form my flesh and blood body. I have swallowed countless martial artists and obtained an incalculable number of cultivation methods from their memories. All I need is a human body to finally cultivate these abilities. When that happens, I will enter into the greater world of the divine realm. I will become a world king, an Empyrean, living carefree through the universe. Ha 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 ha. World king? Empyrean? Your pompous words are far too shameless. Dragon 1 roared, his entire body emitting explosive crackling sounds. His eyes began to turn amber-brown and his pupils widened to cover the sclera. They became deeper, more profound, as if they were tunnels connecting to the endless deep space. At the same time, dragon scales covered Dragon 1, and with him in the lead, the other 35 Dragon Clan disciples behind him began to go all out. All of them burnt 10% of their life's blood essence. At this point, they had burnt 20% of their blood essence. If they burnt all of their blood essence, the fires of their lives would immediately extinguish. As for burning 20% of their blood essence, although they wouldn't die, this would still greatly reduce their lifespan. This would have tremendous effects on all their future accomplishment. It could already be said that the ancient Dragon Clan's 36 disciples had cut off all their roads of retreat. At this point it was fight until they won, or fight until they died. When driven by such great benefits, everyone had gone mad. Bang! The spinning blue wheel smashed against the azure dragon phantom formed by the Azura King. Both phenomena exploded, and a violent surge of energy flooded outwards, turning hundreds of nearby mystic realm demons into smoke. The Azura King's body shook and its blood tumbled. It nearly vomited blood. In that strike just now, it had been injured. Damn! The Azura King frowned, wiping blood from the corners of its lips. While it was crossing tribulation, it had expended over 80% of his energy to resist the demonic tribulation. And in this situation, the 36 disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan had formed a great array formation to contend with it. The pressure of this could be imagined. I've really underestimated this bunch of outside mousies. Although these mousies are small and weak, when dozens of them join together they can actually threaten me. Humanity's array formations and cultivation methods are truly bizarre. But this is my stage, this is my home. Since you lot dare to fight me here, all of you are doomed to perish. The Azura King gave a loud shout and a massive vortex swirled around it. Heaven and earth origin energy spun around it, and the numerous mystic realm demons nearby were twisted up into this vortex, turning into pure energy that was devoured by the Azura King. The Azura King's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. Its entire form began to grow. Its muscles bulged, becoming harder and tougher. Its appearance also became increasingly gruesome. The Azura King was actually able to absorb the power of ordinary mystic realm demons. This battle was destined to become increasingly intense and frantic until it turned into a crazy melee. Whether it was the Azura king or the 36 disciples of the ancient dragon clan, all of them were desperately attacking, paying any cost to kill their enemies. It was do or die. And at the same time, the disciples of the other 3 clans fell into a rancorous battle. Demon 1, Demon 2, and Demon 3 were all mystic realm demons with a 30,000-year cultivation. Each of them was cruel and vicious. Their cultivation certainly couldn't compare to the Azura kings, and they definitely hadn't absorbed the strength of the supreme dragon bone. However, they were all in their peak conditions. They weren't undergoing demonic tribulation like the Azura king. This let them fight without any scruples. And because of the Azura king's mind control, only one thought percolated within them. That was to kill all enemies. Kill all enemies no matter the price. The 3 clans didn't have many disciples to begin with, and their array formations weren't complete. Underneath the assault of the massive number of mystic realm demons, they were constantly dancing on the verge of the abyss. And now, facing the additional pressure of these 3 demons, they finally began to crumble. At this time, let alone continuing forwards to the center region where the Azura king was, even saving their own lives was a problem. Ah! With a miserable cry, a Kirin clan disciple had his arm bitten off by Demon 2. In the next moment, 7 or 8 mystic realm demons dove into his body, completely dismantling him. Purring! A bloody fog burst into the air like beautiful firework. But, as this image fell into the other disciples' eyes, all of them felt their hands and feet turn cold, as if they had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. After such a long and frigid period of combat, the first person of the 3 clans' core disciples had finally died. It had to be known that these disciples were forming array formations. Once the first one died, the power of the array formation would greatly reduce. That meant that the second person would die much faster. The more people died, the weaker their combat strength would be. Thus, the death of that person meant that the 3 great clans were now in a precarious situation. "What do we do?" Jiang Bai urgently said. He was normally confident in his own strength. In normal dangerous circumstances, he could still calmly analyze the situation. But now, in such imminent danger, even he began to panic. He had thought that the Azura king would be in an extremely weak state as it crossed its demonic tribulation, and that obtaining that supreme dragon bone would be easy. The only problem there should have been was how to deal with the ancient dragon clan. But now, Jiang Bai finally realized that everything he thought was wrong. He had made a grave mistake. Even though the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples had burnt their blood essence, they still hadn't been able to defeat the Azura king. And there were far more than 100,000 mystic realm demons in this area. As they killed their way through, their group and even the ancient dragon clan were able to kill 100 mystic realm demons with every breath of time. Up until now, they had been engaged in fierce combat for half an hour. They should have killed 60,000 to 70,000 of the mystic realm demons, but looking around, the amount of them hadn't diminished at all. That meant that there was a massive number of mystic realm demons continuously arriving. Do we retreat? Do we continue forwards? Jiang Bai asked Xiaoping. In truth, he had already given birth to the idea of escaping in his heart. But Xiaoping was also having difficulty making a decision in this situation. It had to be known that whatever decision he made would involve the lives of all the disciples near him. If they chose to continue, even taking a single step forwards would be difficult. Also, their chances of obtaining the dragon bone weren't too great. Their only hope was if the ancient dragon clan finished the battle as soon as possible. But retreating was also extremely difficult. They were besieged on all sides, and there were also the 30,000-year-old mystic realm demons attacking them. Wasn't wanting to withdraw easier said than done. Without a doubt, this was the greatest danger of their lives. This was a true life or death trial. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out. A second disciple had died. The one who died this time was a disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan. Huang Tidemark had been standing by the dead disciple and had watched helplessly as the disciple's entire body blew up before being cleanly eaten away by the mystic realm demons. Seeing this, his face paled until it was paper white. Only when truly facing death would one understand how terrifying death was. There were indeed people in this world that did not fear death, but most of those people had lived hard and rough lives. If they died, then they died. None of them were like him, someone that was destined to reach the late divine Lord realm and have 100,000 years of life to freely live as he pleased. There were countless beautiful women and pleasures waiting for him to enjoy, so how could Huang Tidemark be willing to die here? Big brother Shao, let's retreat. Forget that dragon bone, Huang Tidemark said, his voice shaking. Shao Ping was grim and silent. He deeply looked over at Jiang Bai and Argent Gale and could see from their faces that they already wished to retreat. But, if they drew back now, that would truly be losing one's wife and soldier to the enemy. Not only would they not obtain any benefits, but they had lost so many disciples. This would prove just how incompetent the one in command had been. But there was nothing else that could be done. In the history of the four god-beast clans, there had only been a few other times when the disciples had encountered an Azura king in the god-beast mystic realm. And every time there had been grievous losses. All disciples heed my order. Combust part of your blood essence. We're killing our way out of here. Jiang Bai, Shao Ping, and Argent Gale simultaneously issued this order. To them, combusting their blood essence to escape was the smartest choice. In the skies, a fierce battle raged on in full swing. Every breath of time there would be dozens or hundreds of mystic realm demons that died. But, in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, there were constantly mystic realm demons that were catching up from distant lands. As long as the Azura King didn't die, everyone here would eventually be killed. Of course, none of this was related to Lin Ming. He had already quietly arrived below the dragon bone. The supreme dragon bone was 1,000 feet high. It stabbed into the swamp like a divine sword. However, the majority of its mass was submerged into the black mud. This was also where Lin Ming was. Lin Ming didn't believe he could quietly steal the supreme dragon bone and also quietly sneak away. The reason he was able to make it here without anyone noticing him was that he had the grand mist space concealing his aura. In addition, he moved in the ground underneath the swamp. In the chaotic battle happening up above, no one was able to detect Lin Ming's existence beneath them. But the supreme dragon bone was different. If such a large dragon bone suddenly vanished, everyone would notice. The ancient dragon clan disciples and the Azura King weren't idiots after all. At that time, in a situation where someone like Lin Ming snuck in and benefited as both parties battled, they would definitely be enraged, and then he would become their main focus. Lin Ming didn't think that with his current strength, he could defend against the attacks of any party. There was no need to mention the Azura King. Just the array formation that the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples had formed was abnormally terrifying. Moreover, they had even burned their blood essence. Lin Ming's low cultivation had always been a weakness of his that he couldn't ignore. Then, what to do? Thousands of potential scenarios flashed through Lin Ming's mind. The most ideal result would be the Azura King and the ancient Dragon Clan disciples fighting each other to the bitter end until both sides were heavily wounded. The Azura King would die and the ancient Dragon Clan would only have a few dying disciples left over. As for the other three clans, they were surrounded by the 100,000 mystic realm demons. Then, at that time, Lin Ming would have the confidence to take the supreme dragon bone and immediately escape. With the Grand Mist battle armor, Lin Ming simply didn't fear any mystic realm demons. Once he barreled into them, all of them would be reduced to smoke. However, this was only an ideal situation. Once the balance of the battle shifted and one side was able to obtain complete victory, Lin Ming would no longer be able to implement his plan to steal the dragon bone. The winning side might even discover him hiding in the swamp and turn to kill him. Chapter 1055 Opportunity. Chapter 1055 Opportunity. In the sky, the longer the fight continued, the more vicious it became. At this time, it could only be described as absolutely frigid. Whether it was the mystic realm demons or the disciples of the four god-beast clans, all of them were betting their lives and desperately fighting. Dragon One's face was pale. As for the other Dragon Clan disciples, all of them had consumed a massive amount of energy. If this battle ended, even if they lived, if they didn't obtain the Supreme Dragon Bone, then they would only live for another 10,000 to 20,000 years. To a genius, this was undoubtedly fatal. Thus they had to win. Bang! Another crazy collision occurred. A dozen ancient Dragon Clan disciples felt their bodies shake, and a sweet coppery taste touched the back of their throat. They immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and the only 7th stage life destruction disciple paled, his lips shivering. He had finally reached his limits. The ancient Dragon Clan's disciples were mostly at the 8th or 9th stage of life destruction. The 7th stage disciple was the lowest amongst them. This disciple also didn't have heaven-defying talent like Lin Ming, thus his combat strength was limited. Within such a crazy battle, he found it extremely difficult to continue. Let alone him, even Dragon One felt the blood tumbling within his body. Blue veins stuck out on his forehead, he too was nearing his limit. Out of everyone present, he had the highest talent and the highest cultivation. He was also the strongest one here. He could instantly slaughter any of the 7th or 8th stage life destruction geniuses present. But because he was strong, the burden he had to bear was far greater. He was the eye of the 36 astral heaven formation, and a quarter to a third of the array formation was shouldered by him alone. However, at this time, the Azura King wasn't much better off. The demonic tribulation continued to fall down without end. If the Azura King hadn't absorbed the Supreme Dragon Bone's essence, energy, and blood vitality, it would have died long ago. Damn it! This bunch of mousies has completely angered me. The Azura King's entire right arm was wet with blood. After swallowing up a massive amount of human martial artists' flesh and blood, and also the dragon marrow within the Supreme Dragon Bone, the Azura King had already formed a physical body. It had organs, meridians, and even acupoints. If it was wounded, then it would also bleed. Demon 1, return to me and help me kill off these Dragon Clan disciples. Demon 2, Demon 3, burn away your cultivation and slaughter everyone else as soon as possible. As the Azura King saw that the other 3 clans had the idea of retreating but were struggling to do so, it issued this order. Now, the greatest threat to it was the ancient Dragon Clan's disciples. Whoosh! Demon 1 turned into a shadow that flew back towards the Azura King's side. As for the other 2 demons, the blue light within them suddenly blazed out. They were clearly about to go all out. Underneath the mind control of the Azura King, they obeyed his orders to the letter. At this time, underneath the Supreme Dragon Bone, Lin Ming was completely buried in the black mud of the swamp. He steadily observed the brutal battle happening in the skies. Because he was afraid that he would be found, he didn't dare to reveal his sense. He only rose up high enough to expose his eyes, hidden beneath a cluster of dead mushrooms. His field of vision was limited, and what he made out was also very vague. But he could tell from the surges of origin energy how the power of space nearby trembled, and how the mystic realm demons constantly exploded into bursts of energy flows, and that the battle was reaching a calamitous state. At this time, there was nothing he could do. He thought of using an illusory magic array to recreate the image of the Supreme Dragon Bone and then steal it away. But this sort of array was difficult to lay down in such a situation and also easy to see through. Moreover, the Azura King had likely left behind a wisp of its sense on the Supreme Dragon Bone. As long as the Azura King didn't die, then let alone taking it away, the Azura King would likely know if Lin Ming even touched it. Lin Ming could only wait for the best opportunity to arrive. This was also a great test of Lin Ming's mentality. He was in an extremely dangerous situation at the moment. As soon as he was discovered, the only thing waiting for him was death. Like this, time slowly passed. Lin Ming's palms became wet with sweat. This sweat couldn't even drip down before it was instantly decomposed by the power of the Grand Mist space, turning into an imperceptibly faint wisp that gathered into the elementary form of Grand Mist energy. Lin Ming's nerves were as taut as steel wire. Although he hadn't done anything, this was still no easier than a life-or-death battle. The only thing he could feel fortunate about was that there were no Mystic Realm demons around the Supreme Dragon Bone. This allowed Lin Ming to concentrate his entire mind, waiting for that split second when he could grasp the opportunity. Ah! On the side of the three great clans, two ancient Phoenix clan disciples, because of Demon 2 and Demon 3's all-out attack, finally weren't able to persist any longer. They emitted pitiful cries and exploded into fogs of blood that were then cleanly eaten up by the massive number of Mystic Realm demons. These Mystic Realm demons were like starving wolves. Wherever they went, nothing was left remaining. As these disciples died, a massive gap appeared in the ancient Phoenix clan's array formation. Before this, Xiao Ping was able to rely on his extraordinary strength to continue on, but he too had reached his limit now. He could no longer continue shouldering the array formation. Three Mystic Realm demons rushed in from the array formation's gap. And their goal was the closest disciple, Huang Tidemark. Now, in the ancient Phoenix clan's 100-bird burning sun formation, there were only 5 people left living. And the one with the weakest cultivation amongst them was Huang Tidemark. And now, he had become the main target of the Mystic Realm demons. These 3 Mystic Realm demons that charged towards him each had a cultivation above 8,000 years. No! Huang Tidemark cried out in panic, his face as pale as paper. A cold fear shot up his back and into the heavens. Now that he truly faced death, a deep fear and despair appeared in the deepest depths of his soul. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, save me! Huang Tidemark miserably cried out. But Xiao Ping seemed as if he didn't hear Huang Tidemark's cries. Xiao Ping's eyes quickly glanced over at Huang Tidemark and instantly judged his situation. 3 Mystic Realm demons, each with an 800-year cultivation, were attacking him from a pincer angle. As Xiao Ping saw these, he immediately judged Huang Tidemark to death. If Xiao Ping was in his top state, then he could easily block the 3 Mystic Realm demons and save Huang Tidemark. But now, he had nearly spent all of his strength, and he was resisting the attacks of a dozen Mystic Realm demons around him. At this time, he could barely manage himself, so how could he possibly help others? When Huang Tidemark blows up, I will use that opportunity to escape, Xiao Ping callously thought. Not only was he not planning on saving Huang Tidemark, but he was instead planning to take advantage of the moment when Huang Tidemark blew up and attracted a massive amount of Mystic Realm demons to escape. After all, once Huang Tidemark died, their ancient Phoenix clan would only have 4 people to form an array formation. With just 4 people, how could an array formation even be formed? All that mattered was escape. This was what the heart of man was like. Xiao Ping was the leader of the ancient Phoenix clan group that had come here and was also given the task of protecting the other disciples. He would easily help a fellow disciple out when it didn't harm his own interests, but when something concerned his own life, he gave priority to himself first and foremost. All others could be sacrificed for his survival. No, no, no. Senior apprentice brother Xiao. At this time, over 10 Mystic Realm demons dove into Huang Tidemark. His organs, his spiritual sea, all of it was filled with Mystic Realm demons. His marrow was eaten, his organs were chewed up, his blood was swallowed, and even his spiritual sea was about to tear apart. This agonizing pain came from all directions, causing his face to twist. His cries became unbearably shrill. He thrust out a hand towards Xiao Ping's direction, his eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to drag Xiao Ping into hell with him. "Why won't you save me?" Huang Tidemark wanted to shout out, but he could no longer voice words. Peng! Underneath the callous and indifferent vision of Xiao Ping, both of Huang Tidemark's eyeballs bulged out from his head before bursting open. Blood gushed out of his head. His chest and stomach completely blew up with flesh and blood flying in all directions. Then, his last thoughts were of countless mystic realm demons feeding on him before his consciousness faded away. And in the moment when Huang Tidemark died, when a massive number of mystic realm demons were attracted over to that direction, Xiao Ping launched his movement technique without any words and raced away. He no longer cared about managing the group. The group's combat strength had already become extremely feeble. Now, he could only count on his own strength and the little bit of combat efficiency he had left. Everyone else would simply be a burden on him. The group had lost all use to him. Instead, the situation would cause far more mystic realm demons to attack them. In this case, Xiao Ping decided to run away by himself. As for the ones left behind, they could stay there and hold down the mystic realm demons for him. Xiao Ping, senior apprentice brother, you! As the other ancient Phoenix clan disciples saw Xiao Ping run away by himself, they were all stunned for a moment before immediately frothing with resentment and despair. Without Xiao Ping here, it would be nearly impossible for them to resist this onslaught. Run! We all have to run away! Without their main pillar of support, the other disciples all panicked and began to disperse to escape. But scattering also meant dying faster. Jejejej! You will all die! Demon 2 screeched out in a coarse voice, also speaking in an extremely crude version of the Divine Realm language. Demon 2 began to turn even crazier as it rushed over to the remaining disciples. 51. 50. 49. With his body buried in the swamp mud, Lin Ming began to silently count the dwindling number of disciples. Of the disciples of the three clans that didn't come from their respective headquarters, Lin Ming hadn't noticed if they had died or successfully ran away. But, of the remaining disciples that could form array formations, only 49 were left over. Of these 49, the ancient dragon clan occupied 36 of these spots. In other words, the other three clans only had 13 disciples left. Each clan now had less than 5 people on average. And of these remaining people, many of them were probably on the brink of disaster. Chances were that at least half of them would die here. The savageness of this fight could be imagined. Really, birds die for food and men die for wealth. These people all had bright futures ahead of them. Although it was impossible for most of them to think of reaching the Holy Lord Realm, they could still reach the Divine Lord Realm and have 100,000 years of life. But now they have nothing left, not even their bodies. Lin Ming sighed. He knew that this present situation occurred because the 4 God-Beast clans had underestimated the strength of the Azura King. After all, the only information recorded in the God-Beast Mystic Realm Compendium was that the Azura King would be at its weakest state after crossing tribulation, and thus one could kill it then. And, in the history of the God-Beast clans, there had indeed been disciples that had killed Azura Kings, much less that there was also the added temptation of the Supreme Dragon Bone now. But this Azura King was not an ordinary Azura King. It was no different from a spider that had cast out a web, waiting for prey to wander into their own doom. And then, because of everyone that had arrived and the dispute over the division of the Supreme Dragon Bone, Dragon 1 had suddenly launched an attack, involving everyone in a massive life or death battle. This was why so many casualties had appeared. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, in the sky, some of the celestial dragon runes beneath the feet of the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples suddenly disintegrated. The entire array wheel started to collapse. As the entire array wheel ruptured, a total of 10 disciples vomited a mouthful of blood, their bodies flying away. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The ancient dragon clan's array formation had finally been broken. Chapter 1056 Dragon Bone in Hand. Chapter 1056 A Dragon Bone in Hand. Although the disciples of the ancient dragon clan were formidable, their cultivations were too uneven. The highest among them were at the middle divine sea realm, and the lowest among them were at the 7th stage life destruction realm. The difference between a 7th or 8th stage life destruction martial artist and Dragon One was an entire large boundary and several small boundaries. This gap in strength was simply too great, and also meant that there were several weak points in the 36 astral heaven formation. And, after having undergone multiple collisions, the formation finally began to collapse, starting from these weak points. As for those 7th and 8th stage life destruction disciples, they had consumed nearly all of their true essence and had also lost consciousness. If they fell into the army of 100,000 mystic realm demons in such a situation, their fate could be imagined. This is bad. Dragon 8 and Dragon 12 watched as those 10 individuals with a less than 9th stage life destruction cultivation suffered grievous damage, and they began to feel anxious in their hearts. A cold chill swept across their back. Once the array formation shattered, all that awaited them was death. In this life or death situation, Dragon One's eyes flashed with a cold and inhuman light. He reached out with a hand and a blue beam of light shot out, wrapping around those 10 half-dead disciples before they could fly out beyond the range of the array formation. Then, he made a grasp at the void with his hand, and a massive vague dragon claw appeared, smashing down onto those 10 disciples. Dragon One you! Several ancient dragon clan disciples cried out. However, it was too late. With a light popping sound, those low-level disciples were all crushed into flesh and blood. Their blood essence was absorbed into the rune beneath Dragon One's feet, causing it to become far more vibrant and vivid than before. This is our final strike. Get in formation. Dragon One's voice was ice-cold and without emotion. As his voice fell onto the ears of the other disciples, all of them were startled. It was like the Dragon One in front of them was no longer the senior apprentice brother they were familiar with, but a cruel demon. Those 10 disciples had completely exhausted their strength and had lost consciousness. The only fate they had left here was to die. No one else had any remaining strength to save them either. Even so, no one imagined they would end up in such a miserable state. This was because those 10 disciples had also fought by their side and helped struggle for the dragon bone. In this sort of situation, Dragon One was still able to be so cold-blooded and kill them in a single strike, extracting all of their blood essence to power up the final strike with the 36 astral heaven formation. Although this was an ugly and unsightly decision, it was the correct one. Otherwise, those 10 disciples' blood essence might have been absorbed by the Azura King, making their survival even less likely. Even so, Dragon One could only be called merciless. He had personally killed fellow disciples of his own clan without hesitation, in a way that caused others to feel fear. He was truly an unscrupulous character who would resort to any diabolical act to advance in the future. If he survived this, it was likely he would become a demon lord of his era. What are the bunch of you doing? Do you also want to die here? Dragon One said in a freezing tone. The other disciples finally reacted. They quickly borrowed the power of those 10 dead disciples' burning blood essence to reform the 36 astral heaven formation. Each one of them had already burnt 20% of their blood essence for this battle. This would cause them to lose tens of thousands of years of life once they stepped into the Divine Lord realm. It might even impact what final boundary they managed to reach. They could not waste such a sacrifice. As for the notoriety coming from killing those of his own clan, all of that was done by Dragon One. It had nothing to do with them. The 7-colored spinning wheel began to revolve once again. An immense aura surged out in all directions. Halos of light filled the air as a divine radiance blazed into the heavens. This brat is ruthless enough. In front of Dragon One, the Azura King's body was shaking as if all sorts of changes were occurring to it at the same time. Indeed, it had planned to absorb the blood essence of those 10 low-level disciples, but Dragon One had been quicker on the draw. Before those 10 disciples managed to leave the protection of the array formation, their bodies were smashed apart and all of their blood essence was sucked out and supplied to the array formation. Those 10 disciples had only burnt 20% of their blood essence to begin with. Now, the remaining 80% and the rest of their flesh and blood essence all turned into energy and completely fused into the array formation. Because of this, the originally collapsing 36 astral heaven formation reformed and solidified itself, and the remaining celestial dragon runes became even brighter, their strength increasing by several times. As the Azura King saw this, a trace of fear flashed across its features. It understood that this was the final strike of the remaining ancient Dragon Clan disciples. If it resisted it, then it would win. If it failed, then it would perish in smoke and dust. But the Azura King had also consumed a great deal of strength. As it felt the energy within that spinning wheel of light, it found himself lacking confidence. If you can sacrifice those from your clan, why can I not sacrifice my own subjects? The Azura King wildly howled. The defenseless demon one beside it was grasped by the Azura King. My king! Demon One's phantasmal face flashed with panic. It had a cultivation of 30,000 years and had already obtained spiritual wisdom of its own. It wanted to resist, but a thought shot out from between the Azura King's eyebrows immediately disintegrated its mutinous sense of resistance. In the next moment, Demon One's entire body exploded, turning into wisps of pure energy that were absorbed by the Azura King. In that moment, the Azura King was like a great ancient beast that had awoken from a deep slumber, able to devour all and destroy all. The two sides actually sacrificed their own people in order to launch their final killing strike. In the skies, a crazy and violent energy gathered into a cloud of blood. This feeling was as if the sky itself was being torn apart and the heavens were bleeding. Go die! Dragon One was the first to attack. A billowing sound wave like endless rolling thunderclaps shook the sky, blasting apart the cloud of blood and continuing to surge outwards in all directions. The swamp underneath was also smashed by a tremendous force, as if the armored fist of a great divine god had punched down into the black swamp ground, creating a giant pit 100,000 feet deep and causing dark mud to soar into the sky. In that moment, countless millions of pounds of swamp water were cleanly evaporated and the black mud was scorched to nothing. Lin Ming had been hidden in the swamp this entire time. Now, his eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant light. This was it. Taking advantage of the moment of the explosion, and taking cover underneath the raging waves of energy, Lin Ming used the Grand Mist battle armor to protect himself and sent out his energy. His energy swept outwards around the supreme dragon bone and received it into his extreme violet ring. For a time, Lin Ming was also impacted by the shock wave attack. This was the attack made by the ancient Dragon Clan's 36 astral heaven formation, as well as being powered by the complete burnt blood essence of 10 of their disciples. The might behind it could be imagined. Even the aftermath shock waves alone were enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ninefall genius. However, Lin Ming had the Grand Mist battle armor protecting him. It was able to decompose the power of all laws. As the waves of energy madly crashed into the Grand Mist space, they were directly decomposed. Instead, the great destructive impact gave Lin Ming immense momentum, directly pushing his body far, far away. Heavens help me! All of Lin Ming's blood tumbled in his body, and sweet blood swelled up to the back of his throat. He had suffered a minor wound from this. But there was no time to care about any of this. All he cared about was the final result happening in the skies. After he snatched the supreme dragon bone, he fled away from the explosive shock waves at full speed. The direction he chose to escape in was not through the skies, but through the ground. Lin Ming was aware that once a mystic realm demon transformed into an Azura king, they would form a flesh and blood body. They wouldn't be incorporeal like those ordinary mystic realm demons, and thus able to easily dive into the black swamp. If the Azura king wanted to do that, its only choice would be to abandon its body that had taken countless years of painstaking effort to form. However, that was also impossible, because if it did so then he would fail his demonic tribulation. Thus, fleeing underground was absolutely the best choice. As for the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming could only wish them the best of luck in escaping. At this time, he could barely even fend for himself. When Lin Ming was at Thunder Crash Mountain and the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had competed with others for a massive lucky chance, dancing on the edge of life and death to do so. But he had never directly confronted those powerful individuals that were far stronger than him. Instead, he had relied on planning and timing. It had never been like today when he directly seized the food from the tiger's mouth. If he managed to escape, then his harvests would be infinite. Otherwise, he would die. The only pity about this was that half of the dragon marrow in the supreme dragon bone had been sucked out by the Azura king. If it wasn't for this, Lin Ming's harvests would be even greater. However, people shouldn't be too greedy in how they live. Lin Ming was already content with what he had. As for the half of the dragon marrow in the Azura king's body, he would leave that to Dragon One and the rest of them. Well, that was all based on the premise that they could live through this. Bang bang bang! At the exact same time that Lin Ming stole away the supreme dragon bone, the ancient dragon clan disciples had frenziedly collided with the Azura king. This was the best timing for Lin Ming. Countless mystic realm demons were turned to smoke in the violent shock wave. A wave of black swamped mud rose up 1,000 feet high. It surged forwards like a deadly tsunami. The wind changed all around, the heavens and earth lost their color. Then, another 10 ancient dragon clan disciples spat out a great mouthful of blood and flew backwards. They were likely doomed. At this point, the ancient dragon clan only had 16 disciples left. This battle was truly tragic. It had to be known that everyone that died here today was not some random dog or cat. They were the most outstanding geniuses of the 4 great god-beast clans. Just raising a single one of them cost a titanic amount of resources. What? In that violent flow of energy, although the Azura king had been seriously wounded and its entire body was soaked in blood, it could still feel the instant when the wisp of divine sense he left on the supreme dragon bone was destroyed. The Azura king was shocked beyond belief. It had only swallowed less than half of the essence energy within the supreme dragon bone. There was still 60% of the marrow essence energy remaining. And as for the dragon bone itself, that was truly a priceless treasure. The Azura king had originally wanted to use the flesh and blood of the 4 god-beast clans' disciples to perfect his body. After all, it was impossible to form a body with just bone alone. He would only be able to condense a skeleton. Only after forming a complete flesh and blood body would all his dreams be possible. But now, the dragon bone had been stolen away. Who dared to steal my dragon bone? I will kill you! Ah! The Azura king could not believe that in such a great battle, with 100,000 mystic realm demons surrounding the area, there was still someone that could steal away the dragon bone. This person must have been hiding near the dragon bone, waiting for the moment when the battle reached its most intense state, and then stole it away when no one was able to notice it. Such planning left the Azura king incensed. It had lived for 100,000 years, but now it had been made a fool. You won't get away! Although this was the last moment in the life or death battle, the Azura king's reaction speed was too fast. It had already caught the direction Lin Ming had escaped in. At this time, The Azura King no longer bothered with his battle against Dragon One and instead directly chased after Lin Ming. Meanwhile, within Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, Yen Little Moon had been sitting down, staring at the medicine garden in front of her in a daze. Then, a blue light shined from the sky. A massive bone dropped down from the clouds and stabbed into the ground. This is... Yen Littleman's eyes widened like a pair of full moons. Chapter 1057, Crazy Dragon One. Chapter 1057, A Crazy Dragon One. After Yen Little Moon was received into Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, it felt as if every moment inside was as long as an eternity. This was because in the sealed space of the extreme violet ring, she had no idea what was happening outside. All she knew was that in the moment when she was sucked into the extreme violet ring, there had been 100,000 mystic realm demons surging towards her. She could imagine just how intense and tragic such a battle would be. Yen Little Moon was well aware of her own abilities. If she was exposed to such a gruesome battlefield, there was only a single fate that awaited her. That was to be eaten up without a skeleton, without even the slightest pieces left for a burial. And in that key moment, she had been taken in by Lin Ming and placed into his extreme violet ring. But this also meant that Lin Ming would have to shoulder the entire following battle himself. Yen Little Moon knew that Lin Ming was far stronger than she was, to a ridiculous degree. But in such a brutal battle, she didn't have full confidence that Lin Ming would be able to safely escape. All she could do was wait as time slowly passed in the minor dimension. Soon, an hour passed and there still wasn't any news from outside of the extreme violet ring. Yen Little Moon began to feel a bit anxious. She was afraid that Lin Ming would be severely wounded or even die in the chaos. She was afraid that at any moment, the extreme violet ring would be destroyed and then countless mystic realm demons would rush in. Although the scenery within the extreme violet ring was beautiful to behold, Yen Little Moon still felt like she was on pins and needles the entire time. There was nothing she could do now. It was also impossible for her to leave. Otherwise, she might add to the chaos if Lin Ming was in some critical moment. She had been hoping that Lin Ming would quickly arrive, but she never expected that after some time, when there was finally a tiny spatial fluctuation above her, what appeared was not Lin Ming but rather a divine bone. This 1,000-foot divine bone was like a faintly blue-tinted holy sword. It stood straight and tall within the extreme violet ring, emitting an incomparably vast pressure. There were countless complex and mystical runes on top of the dragon bone, each one symbolizing the heavenly Tao itself. Every rune was 10 times more profound than the 100-foot royal sky seal in Totem Tower, or even 100 times more profound. It was even no worse than the Hua family's ultimate treasure, the Sacred Flame Testament. But there were 9 blocks of the Sacred Flame Testament and each one wasn't too big. It was impossible to compare that to the 1,000-foot dragon bone in front of her. Lin Ming, Yen Little Moon gulped over and over again. Her watery eyes filled with a fantastical light as if she couldn't believe her own sense. She certainly recognized this divine bone. It was the Azura King's treasure, and also what it relied on to evolve into an Azura King. It was the object that the ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples and the numerous disciples of the other 3 clans had fought for with their lives on the line. But now, it was actually obtained by Lin Ming. Moreover, it was his alone. How was this possible? Just how had he obtained the dragon bone? Did he wrest it away by force? No matter how talented Lin Ming was, he was still limited by his cultivation. With his 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he didn't even have the ability to escape in front of someone like Dragon One. Moreover, there was also Jiang Bai, Argent Gale, and many other disciples that were able to gather into array formations together. So how could this have been possible? Was it with strategy? No matter how smart Lin Ming was, the others weren't idiots. On the other hand, all those chosen prides of heaven were cruel and ruthless individuals of their generation. Their mentality and calculations were all extremely cutthroat and broad. As for the Azura King, that was a monster that had lived for 100,000 years. This should have been impossible. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yen Littleman's mind, but she still couldn't figure out anything. She thought that it would have already been good if Lin Ming managed to escape with his life intact, but not only was he still alive, he had even managed to pick up the largest peach from the tree. Yen Little Moon fervently wished to know what was occurring outside. But she also knew that even if Lin Ming had managed to obtain the dragon bone for now, there would still be a battle following this. If she rushed out randomly, she would only bring hurt to Lin Ming. Yen Little Moon bit her lips. She looked at the supreme dragon bone, unable to move. She couldn't help but walk over and trace her fingers across the surface of the divine bone. The rough texture was filled with a boundless and vigorous aura, making her feel an awe from deep within her soul. This was the bone of a god beast, one of the most precious treasures of the world. Yen Little Moon certainly didn't dare to absorb the dragon bone. But she also couldn't bear to stand around and do nothing. She sat down and began to meditate on the law runes carved onto the dragon bone. Every tiny bit of strength she could gain meant her chances of living through this were that much higher. As Yen Little Moon was meditating on the laws, Lin Ming was facing a major life or death crisis. He discovered that he had underestimated the Azura King. Even after such a savage and violent battle, it still had strength remaining to chase after him. Shatter! The Azura King thrust out its palm, and the ground beneath the swamp collapsed. The Azura King chased straight down. And behind the Azura King were the 16 remaining disciples of the ancient dragon clan. In that savage battle just now, they had lost over half of their fellow disciples. Now, their strength was far from what it used to be. At this time, Dragon One's eyes were blood-red. He never imagined that in their frigid battle with the Azura King that shook the heavens and earth, there would be someone sitting on the sidelines waiting to profit from their strife. For this supreme dragon bone, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence and lost several tens of thousands of years of his life. He had consumed a massive amount of precious pills, and now even had to bear the infamy of being a cruel demon that killed his own fellow clan disciples. Yet, all of his efforts had been made a gift to someone else. How could he not loathe this? Just who is it? Who dared to plot against me? Dragon One was like a wild and injured animal. He knew that this mysterious person was not Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, or Argent Gale. For someone to quietly sneak in even through a swarm of 100,000 mystic realm demons, and also approach the supreme dragon bone and wait there for so much time, this person had to be a top master. There was even a chance that this other party wasn't human. After all, this was the god-beast mystic realm. There could be some unknown existence that had been eyeing the Azura King's supreme dragon bone and had finally found their chance to take it. One couldn't blame Dragon One for thinking this. Lin Ming had used the Grand Mist space to conceal his aura, and in addition to the chaotic battle, even if Dragon One's cultivation had been 10 times higher, he still wouldn't have noticed Lin Ming's aura. He wasn't even able to ascertain if Lin Ming was human. In addition, Dragon One didn't know that Lin Ming's combat strength was equal to that of a top extreme genius at the peak early Divine Sea realm. Moreover, in terms of lethality to the Mystic Realm demons, with his Grand Mist space and Gold Battle Spirit combined together, Lin Ming surpassed even Middle Divine Sea martial artists like Jiang Bai and Xiao Ping. And most importantly, he had used the Grand Mist space to conceal his aura as he moved underground. He hadn't been detected by any Mystic Realm demons, thus he hadn't encountered many of them at all. In this situation where Dragon One had completely miscalculated Lin Ming's combat efficiency, even if his imagination was 10 times richer, he still wouldn't think that someone like Lin Ming would be able to snatch away the supreme dragon bone. Now all he felt was a blazing fury in his heart, as well as the utter humiliation of being played for a fool. No matter what, he still could not give up on this supreme dragon bone. Although he knew the chances of defeating that unknown existence as well as the Azura King were incomparably slim, this was still a struggle between three parties after all. The situation was extremely complex, and it was possible he could profit from the chaos. But if he didn't chase after them, then there really would be no hope at all. There are 16 of us left. We can still form the 16 Celestial Dragon formation. Although it is inferior to the 36 Astral Heaven formation, we can still fight. Moreover, the disciples that have died were all at the 9th stage of life destruction and below. The greater portion of our fighting strength still remains. Swallow down your 9 revolving dragon pills and let's chase after them. Dragon 1 issued an order. But, among the 16 Dragon Clan disciples, there were many of them that had thoughts of retreating. They felt that Dragon 1 was a psychotic madman that had fallen over the edge. After burning their blood essence, they weren't even at 10 to 20% of their peak strength. They were in an extremely miserable state. Even if they swallowed down the 9 revolving dragon pills that were supposed to be left for saving their lives, they could only restore 40% of their combat strength or so. Moreover, they wouldn't have enough time to absorb it and would waste most of the recovery efficacy. But the key point of all this was, even if they did all that, would they even still be able to obtain the Supreme Dragon Bone? With a captain like Dragon 1, who was able to resort to any method to compete for the Dragon Bone, nobody felt safe. It had to be known that Dragon 1 had burnt all the blood essence of 10 disciples that were about to die, and he had done so without the least bit of hesitation. What if they were the next ones to die? A martial artist had to pursue lucky chances, even risking their life to do so. But, after weighing the pros and cons, and knowing that their chances of survival were slim and their chances of obtaining the Dragon Bone were even worse, it was understandable if they decided to give up. As long as there was life, there was hope. They would be able to struggle for more lucky chances in the future. As long as they were alive. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon 1, I won't go. I won't go either. Several divine sea martial artists declared, not fearing Dragon 1. As for those 9th stage life destruction martial artists, although they feared Dragon 1, their eyes were dodgy and evasive, obviously not intending to follow him. You! Dragon 1's eyes turned cold. At this time, he knew that his prestige had completely collapsed, and these disciples that usually feared him and followed his orders had formed a united front against him. Like this, it was impossible for him to command these disciples around any longer. And most importantly, he no longer had time to establish his strength again. Fine. Then don't regret your choices. Dragon 1 waved his hand and picked up the corpses of the dead ancient Dragon Clan disciples. Then, he swallowed 2 9 revolving dragon pills and flew straight down into the black swamp. At this point he could no longer afford to waste time, otherwise he would lose track of the Azura King and that unknown existence. As the ancient Dragon Clan disciples saw Dragon 1 receive the corpses of their fellow comrades, all of them had extremely ugly expressions. Even so, none of them said anything. It was clear that Dragon 1 took their corpses to make use of their blood essence. After burning their blood essence, he would launch his attack. This method would make it so that those dead disciples wouldn't even have skeletons left over. This was truly a tragic and wretched way to die. In front of the temptation of such great benefits, Dragon 1 had completely exposed his cruel and ferocious nature. Although all of them were disgusted, none of them could stop him. They could only allow Dragon 1 to do as he wished. The truth was that Dragon 1's soul strength was definitely not enough. It was impossible for him to compete with the Azura King, whose strength compared favorably to a divine transformation martial artist. But he also had to take into account what that unknown existence might do. Dragon 1 could hide on the sidelines and launch an attack at a critical moment, finally obtaining everything for himself. This couldn't be called anything but a crazy plan, and the chances of success were also low. But in Dragon One's opinion, if this unknown existence could do it, then why couldn't he? He was truly unwilling to give up on this lucky chance. If he could succeed all by himself and take sole possession of the Dragon Bone, then he truly would have a chance of stepping onto the path of a world king in the future. Whoosh! Dragon One's body sank into the swamp. He restrained his aura and dove down. But he only understood the water laws and not the earth laws, thus drilling down was extremely difficult. Luckily, the Azura King had led the way and blown up the swamp ground ahead of him. Like this, it was still possible for Dragon One to catch up to those people ahead of him. Chapter 1058 The Strong Azura King. Chapter 1058 The Strong Azura King. After Dragon One and the Azura King left, the rush of Mystic Realm demons slowed down. Without the Azura King directing them, these Mystic Realm demons no longer attacked without regard for their lives. Although they desired flesh and blood, they also cared for their lives. Although the disciples of the four clans were exhausted and nearly depleted of energy, each of them would still be able to easily drag down a few hundred Mystic Realm demons with them. And those divine Sea Realm powerhouses were even more fierce. If they burnt some blood essence, they could kill several hundred if not 1,000 Mystic Realm demons each. After a massive number of Mystic Realm demons were killed, some of them gave birth to the idea of retreating before they unconsciously wandered away. Although the Mystic Realm demons still sieged the disciples of the four clans, the pressure on them was reduced by a great deal. At this time, the disciples of the four clans took this chance to escape. As for chasing after Lin Ming, that was simply a joke. Not everyone was as crazy as Dragon One. To think someone profited from our efforts. How laughable! Even though we suffered so many casualties, we still became a joke. There's nothing we can do. This unknown existence is too good at hiding and their speed is extremely fast. Also, they can escape through the ground. If they can do that, then this being must be some top master. In the end, the reason Lin Ming was able to profit from the chaos was the concealing effect of the Grand Mist space. Otherwise, if Lin Ming really decided to hurl himself into 100,000 Mystic Realm demon, the energy powering the Grand Mist space would slowly exhaust itself. Moreover, among those 100,000 Mystic Realm demons, there were still 30,000-year-old demons like Demon 1 and Demon 2. Each of those fellows was equal to someone like Xiao Ping. It's over. Don't think about it anymore. The greater a lucky chance, the greater the dangers that follow it. The Dragon Bone is not something that we can obtain. If we remain stubborn, then we'll simply lose our lives in vain. We might as well take inventory of our casualties and reorganize. We need to make use of the time we have left and look for some more harvests, an ancient Phoenix clan disciple quietly said. But, as soon as he mentioned counting the casualties, the mood suddenly became heavy. Of the 8 core disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, there were only 4 left. As for those branch palace disciples that had been abandoned, they were likely to have suffered an unfortunate fate. In other words, the ancient Phoenix clan could already consider themselves lucky if they had 5 people remaining. As for the other 3 clans, they didn't have many people left over either. There had been 68 disciples that entered the God-Beast Mystic Realm smelting trial, but now only 30-some were left alive. Most of them had died. I'm finished. I'm so finished. I fear that Yen Little Moon and Lin Ming have already died. Hua Clearheart absent-mindedly said, as if he had lost his soul. The battle had been too intense. He was barely able to defend himself, much less find the strength to save Lin Ming. And as he thought about it, Lin Ming only had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation. In such a brutal melee, his chances of surviving approached 0. At this time, deep within the swamp, Lin Ming was directly impacting downwards. He had already penetrated 1,000 feet underground, but he could actually feel a powerful divine sense shroud over his body. The thick killing intent was like a beam of light shining down on his back. The Azura King was hot in pursuit. "This damned Azura King is really troublesome." Lin Ming frowned. He discovered that he had underestimated the Azura King. The Azura King was likely equal to an outstanding divine transformation martial artist. After swallowing up the essence energy of the Supreme Dragon Bone, it was likely able to compare with a top-class character like White Daohong. Even though it was at its weakest state because it had just crossed demonic tribulation and had also been injured in the massive array formed by the disciples of the ancient dragon clan, its strength was still not at a level that Lin Ming could contend with. In the final analysis, Lin Ming's cultivation was simply too low. He had been able to rely on the Grand Mist space to profit from the chaos, but now that he was exposed to the Azura King's senses, the weakness that was his low cultivation had also been exposed. 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, all the way to 10,000 feet. Lin Ming had now penetrated 10,000 feet deep into the ground. At this time, he suddenly felt the resistance multiply. The pressure at such a depth was already immense, but now the soft swamp mud had finally come to an end. The black swamp had gathered here for countless hundreds of millions of years, enough that the swamp was 10,000 deep. But past this, because of the tremendous pressure, the swamp was actually compressed to an extremely hard degree that was not softer than rock. "This is bad." Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He opened the heretical god force and used its strength to crazily stimulate the Grand Mist space to an even greater degree. The hard black earth constantly dissolved ahead of him even as it accumulated behind him. Although Grand Mist space was said to annihilate all laws, one had to have enough true essence to support it. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. As he drilled his way through this hard rock-like soil, his speed fell even further. "He's nearing me more and more." Lin Ming could feel that thick killing intent slowly closing in. This was underground. By relying on the Grand Mist space, Lin Ming had a massive superiority in terms of laws. Even so, his speed was inferior to the Azura King's. If this was on the surface, there was even less to say. Even if Lin Ming opened the Gate of Wonder, and also had golden rock shattering the void and mystic lightning shade supporting him, he still wouldn't be able to escape if he had wings. The difference in strength was just too great. "You damned little beast, you won't escape from me." A snarled voice sounded out from behind Lin Ming. It was the Azura King. As the Azura King's entire body was bathed in blood, it seemed like a monstrous ghost that crawled up from the pits of hell. These wounds were created by Dragon One and the other disciples of the ancient dragon clan. With such heavy wounds, the Azura King had consumed 90% of its true essence, and now its strength was only several percent of its peak state. Even so, it was this fierce. If it weren't so unwilling to discard its physical body that it had painstakingly developed over tens of thousands of years, then it would have been able to instantly catch up to Lin Ming. The main body of a mystic realm demon was a stream of energy, so physical matter like the earth simply wasn't able to stop them. "Energy cage, circle and kill him!" the Azura King bellowed out. It thrust his palms forwards and dozens of black energy streams plunged towards Lin Ming like snakes. The Azura King wasn't willing to abandon its physical body, but that didn't mean he couldn't release energy attacks. As Lin Ming saw these energy streams about to surround him and pen him in, he was alarmed. In that life or death moment, Lin Ming's eyes were as cool and calm as a glacier. He extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear from the extreme violet ring and thrust it outward. 999 small blood spears swept up into a storm around the spear edge. The black earth in front of Lin Ming was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the phoenix mark between his eyebrows began to dazzle with a brilliant light like a sun. A dark gold phoenix rushed out from Lin Ming's body, and a maddening power of fire swirled about, crashing into the black earth, and melting it into magma. Whoosh! Lin Ming broke through this magma and avoided being caught by that dangerous black energy. Bang! A violent explosion sounded out from behind Lin Ming. But as for Lin Ming himself, he bolted forwards, unstoppable. Fire laws. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura King's eyes turned cold. Although it was chasing Lin Ming from behind, it wasn't able to tell if Lin Ming was a human or something else because of the dark grand mist armor that concealed him. But now that Lin Ming used the fire laws to break his way forwards, it was easier to tell that he was a human. Of the 4 god-beast clans, the only ones that excelled in the fire laws were the Fire Kirin branch of the Kirin clan, the Fire Dragon branch of the Ancient Dragon clan, and the Ancient Phoenix clan. Although the Gold Phoenix was covered up by the swamp mud, the Azura King was still able to vaguely feel the aura of a god-beast. After all, it had absorbed part of the dragon bone, and this aura had a similar feel to it. A disciple of the 4 god-beast clans. So it's those damned mousies again. The Azura King was infuriated. It was much stronger than an ordinary Azura King, and thus it believed in its own strength and viewed the disciples of the 4 god-beast clans as prey it could pinch to death at any moment. It had formed a net in order to attract all of them and use their flesh and blood to complete its perfect physical body. But it never imagined that the Ancient Dragon clan would be so powerful. They were even able to frontally engage it in a brutal conflict. And Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, and Argent Gale weren't weaklings either. Even under the attack of Mystic Realm demons with tens of thousands of years of cultivation, they were still able to escape. And then after that, this mouse in front of him had actually taken advantage of the time when it was distracted and stole away his dragon bone. This left the Azura King fuming with rage. You better not let me catch you, because if I do I will have you die in the most agonizing way possible. I will suck out your flesh and blood, lock your soul into my stomach, and have you suffer there for 1,000 years. The Azura King madly raved. It constantly thrust out black streams of energy to grasp at Lin Ming, but time after time Lin Ming was able to use his true essence to shatter the earth in front of him with the dual fire laws and grand mist laws. But drilling down in such a method was extremely taxing on Lin Ming's energy. Damn! Lin Ming deeply frowned. He originally had a plan. That was for the Azura King to not be able to persist anymore with its injuries, and then it would discard his physical body to continue the chase. Then, if the Azura King tried to penetrate into his spiritual sea, this might possibly cause a counterattack from the magic cube. But now it looked like the Azura King simply wouldn't need to abandon its physical form. Lin Ming felt as if he would be the first one to give out. Within Lin Ming's body, the blood of the ancient phoenix burned and the heretical god Sprout whistled. The energy within his body was being rapidly depleted. After penetrating past 10,000 feet, every couple hundred feet after that was no different from a furious battle. And now Lin Ming was only trying to attempt a war of attrition. If he could persist, then there would be a turning point. He didn't believe that there was an endless amount of energy within the Azura King. 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet. 300,000 feet was only a few hundred miles deep underground. In ordinary conditions, Lin Ming would only need a few breaths of time to fly such a distance. But he had to use a quarter hour to reach this far down. Moreover, he had consumed 60 to 70% of the energy in his body. Even with the Gate of Healing, he still couldn't continue like this. Lin Ming's forehead and palms were wet with sweat. All the blood in his body was tumbling, and he was panting like a dog. And behind him, the Azura King was still hot in pursuit. Lin Ming discovered that the temperature had gradually increased the entire time. Then, with a loud banging noise, Lin Ming broke through a sheet of hard rock, and a billowing wave of wild heat rushed towards him. This was underground magma. Magma! Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he entered the magma, then he would have a much greater superiority with his fire laws. However, just as this idea popped into Lin Ming's mind, he heard a loud explosion right above him. The rock shattered apart and a man covered in blood rushed at him. His eyes were blood red, his hair was ruined, and the killing intent around him had condensed into essence. He was no different from a demon of the abyss. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He turned to throw himself into the magma, but the Azura King also grasped down with his fierce claws. Chapter 1059 Change in the Dragon Bone. Chapter 1059 Change in the Dragon Bone. Die for me! The Azura King shouted out, its voice thick with ice. As its claw grasped downwards, Lin Ming could feel the heaven and earth origin energy around him flee, and even the power of space seemed to freeze. There was nowhere for him to hide. How can it still be so strong? Lin Ming grit his teeth. By relying on the gate of healing to support himself as well the grand mist battle armor that wrapped around his entire body, he had dove 300,000 feet underground, consuming 70% of his true essence to do so. But, before this, the Azura King had experienced its demonic tribulation, and it had even engaged in a brutal battle with the ancient dragon clan, receiving multiple wounds in the process. Even so, as the Azura King chased him all the way down here, not only had its speed not diminished, but its moves were still so powerful. It was like it had an immortal body. Such formidable endurance and tolerance for pain was inconceivable. Bang! The claw reached down for Lin Ming, surging with killing intent and demonic flames. This was a strike from the Azura King. Even though the Azura King was in an extremely poor state, this attack was absolutely still equal to a strike from a normal divine transformation realm martial artist. And martial artists that could reach divine transformation were at 8-fall or above, the same level as someone like Yang Yun. In other words, Lin Ming was facing the all-out strike of a divine transformation realm Yang Yun. In this moment of life or death, Lin Ming didn't dare to hold anything back. He burnt the ancient phoenix blood essence in his body. This was not the ordinary ancient phoenix blood, but that single drop of ancient phoenix blood essence. Ancient phoenix blood essence inherently contained the incomparably formidable essence of a god-beast. Moreover, as phoenix blood, it wouldn't reduce no matter how much he burned it. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel his body surge with energy. Blue lotuses began to blossom beneath his feet as a countless amount of fire origin gathered by his side, condensing into flowers and birds, insects and beasts. This was impressively an understanding of laws nearing small success of the fourth-level concept, manifestation. When Lin Ming was at the revolving core realm, he had been able to manipulate flames into all sorts of shape. For instance, chains, clothing, and so forth. The items he formed from fire couldn't be distinguished from material objects in terms of appearance. But that was not the concept of manifestation. That was only giving fire origin energy shape. But as for the concept of manifestation, that was to give life to fire, to give it intelligence of its own. The power of a flame with spirituality of its own was 10 times stronger than a flame without. To burn the drop of ancient phoenix blood essence to serve as the foundation for manifesting fire, just how powerful was that? Moreover, in that moment, Lin Ming also summoned the purple lion thunder source that was slumbering in the heretical god Sprout. The power of thunder and fire instantly twined together. By burning the ancient phoenix blood essence and releasing the power of thunder, this was absolutely Lin Ming's strongest strike yet. The power of thunder fire clashed together with the demonic claws released by the Azura King. For a time, it was like a giant underground volcano had erupted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook and magma billowed upwards. The world around Lin Ming completely collapsed. The pressure of the collapsing earth 300,000 feet underground was extremely terrifying, even the Azura King's expression discolored. As for Lin Ming, who had released such an earth-shaking strike, He was caught in the explosive shock wave. He felt a sweet and coppery taste in the back of his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he plummeted straight down into the roiling magma. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless rocks weighing thousands and tens of thousands of genes fell into the great river of magma. As magma wildly surged all around, it was like the scene of the apocalypse. But even so, the Azura King still kept its sense locked onto Lin Ming, chasing straight after him. In that collision just now, the Azura King hadn't been injured. Instead, its origin energy began to slowly recover. Today, there is no path to heaven and no gate to hell. I wonder just who will save you now. Bang! The Azura King also broke into the sea of magma. As Lin Ming and the Azura King rushed all the way down, Dragon One chasing after them was in a much more miserable state. He was stronger than Lin Ming, but that was only in his peak condition. Currently, he wasn't much different from Lin Ming. And the key problem was that he didn't understand the earth laws, nor did he have the grandest martial intent to break through stone. As the rocks collapsed below him, his body was squeezed by the pressure of the world 300,000 feet deep. He felt as if his entire body would be pinched into nothing. Luckily, as a disciple of the ancient dragon clan, his body was extremely tough and formidable, thus he was able to withstand it. Unfortunately, the efficacy of the 9 revolving dragon pill dissipated yet again because of this blow. Dragon One felt his old wounds reappearing, and his true essence was in a tumultuous state. If he kept on chasing, then the chances of him catching up were extremely slim, much less for him to think about obtaining the supreme dragon bone. Humiliation, unwillingness, endless hatred, all of this swelled up in Dragon One's heart. He had burnt 20% of his blood essence. He had swallowed 2 9 revolving dragon pills. He had even personally killed many of his own junior apprentice brothers, but in the end he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. If he returned like this, not only would he be punished by the clan, he would also be ridiculed and criticized. There were those that were jealous of his status and hostile to him. They would not miss this chance to suppress him. It was likely that he would suffer a major penalty from the clan. After all, he was the one in charge of making decisions, leading to such heavy losses for the ancient dragon clan. If he had obtained the supreme dragon bone, then none of that would have mattered. But if he couldn't, then there would be countless people looking at him with spite that would all line up to savagely step on him. He wanted to kill everyone. He wanted to tear apart the Azura King, as well as that unknown existence that had stolen away the dragon bone. He wanted to pull out their souls and refine their marrow. Ah! Dragon One roared out with unwilling rage, his entire body shaking with anger. Supreme Dragon Bone! You are mine. I will obtain you. There is already no road left for me to retreat. I refuse to give up like this. At this time, deep within the ocean of magma, the Azura King was still chasing right behind Lin Ming. The energy contained within this mysterious planet was extremely astonishing. The temperature of this underground magma was no worse than Fire Spirit Star's 18 hells of flame. Moreover, the deeper he went, the higher the temperature and the greater the pressure. Lin Ming had the advantage in such an environment. After all, he had already become used to the 18 hells of flame. It didn't require too much true essence to pass through the molten magma, and he was also able to supplement himself with the fire origin energy. On the other hand, the Azura King wasn't too well off. It had to use its own energy to separate the magma, otherwise its physical body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even so, the distance between Lin Ming and the Azura King continued to lessen. The Azura King repeatedly attacked Lin Ming. But not only did its strength not decline, it actually gradually recovered. Even its wounds were slowly regenerating. How is this possible? Lin Ming cast his sense on the Azura King to investigate it, and was shocked by what he saw. In this ongoing fierce battle, not only was its true essence slowly restoring, but its wounds were regenerating. Just what sort of abnormal restorative ability was this? This was above even the divine transformation realm. No wonder this Azura king was able to cross demonic tribulation and also resist the all-out attack of the ancient dragon clan's disciples at the same time, again and again. Ancient dragon clan, dragon race. Lin Ming was surprised, and then he was hit with a sudden enlightenment. Yes, that was right, dragons. The Azura king had absorbed the supreme dragon bone. Of the 4 different god-beast bloodlines, each had their own unique advantage. The ancient Phoenix clan bloodline allowed them to burn their phoenix blood without it reducing. As for the ancient dragon clan bloodline, that advantage manifested in their powerful physical strength, amount of true essence, and restorative ability. For instance, when Lin Ming had absorbed a drop of ancient Azure Dragon reverse scale blood, his true essence had obtained the attribute of endlessness. His true essence had become more resilient, endlessly growing, was able to reform after being scattered, and even recovered quickly. And now, the Azura king chasing him also had all of these characteristics. So that's what it is. The Azura king has absorbed the supreme dragon bone essence, and now its body has obtained the attribute of endlessness. Thus, its blood vitality, recovery ability, and endurance have all reached freakish levels. For me to try to exhaust its true essence was simply a ridiculous dream. I don't have the abnormal attack power of the Dragon Clan's 36 disciples and their giant array formation, and the Azura King has already completed its demonic tribulation. Not only will it no longer need to consume its strength, but it will instead grow stronger over time. As for me, I am continuously wasting my energy and my true essence is almost depleted. Even though this magma is my home ground, I will still lose in the end if this continues. Lin Ming finally realized what was happening. Although he was in the burning hot magma, a cold chill still soared up his back. He never thought that death would be so close. When he recklessly went to steal away that dragon bone, he had truly underestimated the Azura King's strength. This was an Azura King that had lived for 100,000 years. This was an Azura King that dared to challenge the many geniuses of the 4 god-beast clans even as it went through its own demonic tribulation, making it have to fight in its weakest state. So how could he not have strength to back all of his actions up? Lin Ming felt his grasp on the phoenix blood spear become wet with sweat. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, in the extreme violet ring, an unimaginable change was occurring. Since the supreme dragon bone fell into the extreme violet ring, less than half an hour had passed. Yen Little Moon sat down cross-legged before the supreme dragon bone, meditating on the law runes on its surface. These runes were far too profound, but Yen Littlemoon's perception was also extremely high. Unknowingly, Yen Little Moon had fallen into a contemplative state. But then, as she was in a meditating condition, she was suddenly startled and woken up from her ethereal state. To her astonishment, she saw that the 1,000-foot dragon bone was trembling. The trembling of the dragon bone had caused the space within the extreme violet ring to oscillate. The 1,000-foot dragon bone was extremely dense. When it casually fell, it had pierced 500 to 600 feet deep into the ground. This clearly proved just how sharp and heavy it was. If it weren't for the support of some minor array formations while it was in the black swamp, this supreme dragon bone would have sunk all the way to the bottom. Every inch of dragon bone was heavier than a boulder. A 1,000-foot dragon bone was as heavy as a mountain ridge. When such a dragon bone trembled, the vibration force could be imagined. What's going on here? Yen Little Moon was stunned. She was afraid that her meditating on the dragon bone had caused some strange mutation to occur within it. If she had somehow damaged it, then that would truly be bad. Lin Ming had rescued her. If she had then ruined this dragon bone, there really wasn't any way she could explain it to him. Just as she wasn't sure what action to take, a scene occurred that left her bewildered. The dragon bone was wrapped up by some unknown force and slowly dragged upwards. The rough dragon bone surface slowly revealed itself from the ground, causing countless bits of stone and dirt to fall down. Finally, the 1,000-foot dragon bone that was as heavy as a mountain ridge floated in the skies, emitting a faint humming sound. Could it be that this dragon bone has its own spiritual wisdom and has stored a wisp of the divine dragon's soul, and is now awakening? Yen Little Moon paled. If it really were some divine dragon awakening, then everything would be thrown into chaos. Who knew if this divine dragon was an enemy or a friend? And everyone, including Lin Ming, had been struggling for this dragon bone in order to obtain its strength. There was no way that any of them could have left a good impression on this divine dragon. If this divine dragon became angry, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 1060 A White Light. Chapter 1060 A White Light. As Yen Little Moon was panicking, to her astonishment, she saw a pale gray light emerge out of nowhere and cover the entire dragon bone. Underneath this unknown energy, the strength of the dragon bone was rapidly pulled out. The strength of the dragon bone was being pulled out? Yen Littleman's large eyes widened. Was this Lin Ming? No, if it were Lin Ming, then he would first enter the space within the ring before he absorbed the dragon bone. Moreover, absorbing the strength of the dragon bone was easier said than done. One would have to calm and still the mind to an extreme, and adjust oneself to a peak condition before slowly absorbing the dragon bone's strength, lest the body be unable to shoulder it. Perhaps could it be that it wasn't the strength of the dragon bone that was being pulled out, but that the consciousness of the dragon spirit within the dragon bone had awoken, and was gathering the strength within the dragon bone to form its own body? Dragon spirit. As Yen Little Moon thought of this, her heart began to race. Do I need to warn Lin Ming of this? Does Lin Ming know? Yen Littleman's thoughts raced. She wanted to inform Lin Ming, but she also feared that Lin Ming was in some dangerous fight at the moment. According to any common sense, if Lin Ming was indeed safe, then his first action should be to enter the extreme violet ring and look over the treasures he obtained. This was how human nature was after all. A supreme dragon bone was a treasure that could cause a world king to go crazy with envy. If Lin Ming didn't come, that was proof that he was still in danger. Just as Yen Little Moon was lost in her thoughts, a deluge of illusory motes of white light gathered in front of her. These white lights faintly trembled, like ripples on a lake, as if they were changing somehow. Yen Little Moon couldn't help but take several steps back. As she saw that white light constantly shifting, it gradually formed into a transcendently beautiful face. Blurry facial features revealed an indifferent and sublime inclination. A human shadow? This white light is a woman? Is this a so-called dragon spirit? A dragon spirit was the soul of a divine dragon. In truth, a dragon spirit didn't have much combat strength. Whether it was a human or a god beast, they both depended on their mortal body to serve as the carrier of energy, and their soul was the ruler of this energy. Without the mortal body there was no energy. If only the soul existed, then one's killing potential would be extremely limited. When Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, this was also the reason why Demonshine's combat strength was so utterly lacking. As Yen Little Moon remembered this, she finally calmed down. She gripped the top-grade Saint Artifact sword in her hand, her mind completely focused and on guard. She was prepared to deal with an outbreak of battle at any given moment. She guessed that this woman's shadow in front of her was a wisp of a dragon spirit. When this being was still alive, she was likely at least 1,000,000 times more powerful than her. But now she had died and all that was left was a tiny wisp of remnant soul. She wasn't necessarily her match. As Yen Little Moon was thinking, a sudden change occurred. That shadow woman hurtled towards Yen Little Moon with near unimaginable speed. Yen Littleman's pupils instantly shrunk to pinpoint. Without thinking, the top-grade Saint Artifact sword pierced out like a viper towards that shadow's head. However, in the split second before her sword was about to hit, she suddenly felt her entire body stiffen. A massive, undeniable strength pressed down on her body, leaving her unable to move. What is this? How could this be? Is this will? Battle spirit? When one's will reached a high enough boundary, it could change the hardness of matter, speed, sharpness, and so forth. But, if one's willpower was used to affect a martial artist's body, it would be greatly weakened. Yet now, this wisp of remnant soul was actually relying on just a projection of her world of will into reality to completely lock down Yen Littleman's every motion. Just what sort of terrifying strength was this? Yen Littlemoon could no longer produce another thought. That wisp of remnant soul had directly broken into her spiritual sea and completely suppressed her divine soul. In that moment, Yen Littlemoon felt herself falling into a deep sleep, never to wake again. Seizing the body? As Yen Littlemoon realized this, she felt her entire being plummet into the nine nether abyss, filled with nothing but despair and doom. Once her body was seized, that would be the same as death. She was just over 20 years old and still had so much time in front of her. How could she be willing? No! Yen Littlemoon struggled with everything she had, but it was all for naught. Compared to this wisp of remnant soul, her entire divine soul was nothing more than a fading candle in front of a brilliant full moon. She couldn't even call herself a match. She felt her thoughts fading away, becoming increasingly weak, as if she were about to be sealed forever. I can't sleep. I can't sleep, Yen Littlemoon repeated to herself, all the way until the last bit of clearness dimmed to nothing. In the vast and bottomless magma, Lin Ming's speed soon increased to twice the speed of sound. In truth, this magma was different from the 18 hells of flame. The 18 hells of flame was filled with only fire origin energy and heated astral winds. It wasn't like this thick and solid magma with its immense resistance. Thus, in the 18 hells of flame, Lin Ming was able to increase his speed to several times that of sound. But here, just maintaining a speed of 2 times the speed of sound was extremely arduous. Normally, if a martial artist flew at more than the speed of sound in the skies, it would produce terrifying sonic booms that would consume a massive amount of energy to resist, much less in this thick and dense magma. At this time, Lin Ming had already penetrated 1,000,000 feet deep into the earth. The temperature here and the wildfire origin energy was no weaker than at the 5th or 6th level of the hells of flame. If he could persist a bit longer and reach a depth that was close to the 7th level of the hells of flame, he would have some ability to fight on more even ground. At least, he might manage to escape. But at this moment, the Azura King shot out with another attack, more crazy and fierce than the last. I never imagined that you would only be a little disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, and that your cultivation wouldn't even be at the Divine Sea, and yet you managed to trick me. You think that if you enter deeper into the magma, I can't do anything to you? Haha, indeed you would truly have the advantage there, but what a pity, you will never reach that far. I have nearly restored 10% of my strength. I will kill you with the Astral Quadra Dragon formation. The Azura King's body burst out with endless beams of blue light. At the same time, it brought its hands together and formed hundreds and thousands of seals. This Astral Quadra Dragon formation was one of the ancient dragon clan's Azure Dragon faction's array formations. The Azura King had inherited its understanding of this array formation from the previous ancient dragon clan disciples it had swallowed up in the past. As a mystic realm demon, it didn't yet have the ability to train in human cultivation methods. But laying down array formations was possible. In particular, because of the massive amount of Azure Dragon essence within its body, learning this array formation was far easier. This Astral Quadra Dragon formation wasn't too high level an array formation. But it had to be known that when the Azura King previously fought, it had nearly only relied on its own strength, without the use or support of array formations and martial skills. Even if this array formation only raised its combat strength by 30 to 40%, it was still enough to place Lin Ming in extreme danger. In the magma, there were azure seals flying everywhere. In terms of energy alone, the Azura King had 10 times more than Lin Ming within him. Seal, kill him! The Azura King brought its hands together, and these azure seals gathered in the air, forming a massive azure seal hundreds of feet large that pounded towards Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming felt all of the space around him being locked down. There was nowhere for him to run. His only choice was to forcefully resist this azure great seal's attack. But this strike would be several times stronger than the Azura King's previous attacks. It was simply beyond Lin Ming's ability to defend against. Even if Lin Ming was in his peak state, taking this strike would leave him severely wounded, much less now when he didn't have much strength left in him. It was also near impossible for him to continue burning the ancient phoenix blood essence. There was no way he could block this attack. At this critical moment, Lin Ming took out 3 purple beads from his spatial ring. He kept one in his hand and threw the other 2 at the azure great seal. At the same time, Lin Ming crushed a blue symbol paper in his hands, causing his entire body to erupt with a blazing blue light. His protective true essence instantly thickened to over 10 times what it had been. This was Lin Ming's final life-saving card. He could only use it once. Before Lin Ming entered the God-Beast mystic realm, Hua Violent Stone had prepared some items for Lin Ming as a contingency measure. There were 3 god-slaying beads and a single divine protective talisman. These items didn't need any true essence to detonate. Even if a mortal used them, there would be a similar effect. In other words, if a mortal used a god-slaying bead, they could kill even a divine sea master. Of course, this was all based on the premise that it would successfully hit. Treasures like these that didn't care about cultivation were extremely valuable. Lin Ming didn't want to use these treasures until the last life or death moment, and now was the time to do so. Bang! Bang! 2 god-slaying beads blew up together. A strength that was capable of turning even extreme divine sea geniuses into ashes erupted. The azure great seal suddenly trembled as a large gap was ripped into it. As for the explosive shock waves, all of them were borne by Lin Ming's divine protective talisman, with none of it damaging him. But after undergoing such an impact, most of the thick blue layer of light surrounding Lin Ming disintegrated, with only 3 or 4 inches of it left. The next attack would likely shatter the entire thing. This brat. The Azura King had been utterly confident that this strike would kill Lin Ming, but the damn brat had actually managed to block it. This young martial artist's life was simply tougher than a cockroach. Even with the absolute disparity in their cultivation and having been chased down for almost an hour, he still managed to hang on to his final breath. It seems you are a core disciple of the 4 god-beast clans. Good. When I kill you, the treasures I obtain from you will also be considerable. You can avoid me now, but you can't avoid me forever. The only way is if your clan has some great expert coming to rescue you, otherwise you are destined to die here. But oh, that's right, this god-beast mystic realm is completely sealed up. It is impossible for anyone to come and save you. Ha 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 ha. The Azura King madly laughed. Although its words were rampant, they were all facts. Underneath the absolute suppression of their cultivation difference, Lin Ming was pushed to the point of death. Although killing you is as easy as catching a turtle in a jar, since this matter involves the supreme dragon bone, I will not give you any time to encounter some lucky chance and escape. To avoid problems popping up, I will completely finish you off here and now. You can forget about going any deeper into this magma. The maniacal face of the Azura King filled with bloodthirst. Flesh and blood sacrifice. The Azura King's right hand trembled before exploding into a rain of blood. This ruptured flesh and blood twisted in the air, as if it had a life of its own. It undulated about before submerging into the Azura King's body. The Azura King's body suddenly turned a blood red, and his strength doubled. It had discarded a portion of its body that it had formed after so much painstaking effort, and then swallowed the flesh and blood essence, transforming that into energy and causing a brief eruption of strength. Chapter 1061 Revival After 50,000 Years. Chapter 1061 Revival After 50,000 Years. The Azura King already had a 90% belief that it would be able to grasp Lin Ming. But it worried that once it reached any deeper down, there would be some strange change that would occur. In order to guarantee absolute success, it discarded its hand. If it discarded its hand, it would still be able to make up for it by swallowing more essence energy in the future, but if it lost the supreme dragon bone, then it was over for it. In that moment, Lin Ming felt death creeping ever closer to him. He only had a single god-slaying bead left in his hand, and he had also consumed most of the divine protective talisman's effects. It was uncertain if he could defend against this strike of the Azura King and also penetrate deeper into the magma. "Give me your life!" The Azura King grasped down. Its entire body was covered in a thick fog of blood, and it suddenly bulged out. Its face no longer had the appearance of a handsome man anymore. It now looked no different than a hideous and cruel demon. Lin Ming wouldn't just stand there and wait for death to take him. He revolved his protective true essence to the limit and shot out the last god-slaying bead in his hand. Pa! The god-slaying bead was seized by those demonic claws and wrapped up in the surging blood fog. Bang! The god-slaying bead exploded, blowing up a great section of the blood fog. But it simply wasn't enough to stop the Azura King. After sacrificing its flesh and blood, the Azura King's strength was now at 20% of its peak state. As Lin Ming saw this claw about to reach him, he punched his own chest. He was prepared to force out his own blood essence and burn it. Phoenix blood essence could be burnt without diminishing, but if Lin Ming burned his own blood essence, there would be nothing left. After punching his chest, Lin Ming had forced out 30% of his blood essence. Once he burnt this, it would greatly reduce his lifespan and affect his future cultivation. But there was nothing else he could do. As long as he had a single ray of hope to survive this hell, he had to grasp it with all he had. But just as he was about to burn his blood essence, he was suddenly surprised. His extreme violet ring slipped off his finger as it was grasped by some unknown force. Lin Ming was bewildered. Then, at that moment, a vast and indescribable strength poured forth from the extreme violet ring, turning into an aurora of dim divine light that gathered in front of Lin Ming, blocking the monstrous bloody demon claws. "This is..." Lin Ming was incredulous as he looked at the young woman in front of him. From her clothes and from the shape of her back, she was clearly Yen Little Moon. Yen Little Moon? How was this possible? This young woman who had appeared from the extreme violet ring was completely similar in looks to Yen Little Moon, but there was no way that Yen Little Moon could ever possess the temperament and terrifying aura of this woman. "You!" Lin Ming pushed back down the blood essence that was roiling at the surface. Without enough time to say a single word, the woman had already stretched out a slender white hand towards the claws that were surging with demonic energy. "Break!" The woman's red lips opened and a single word emerged, light and ethereal, echoing like the commands of heavenly tribulation. The demonic claws became like glass striking a boulder. They began to crack with a ka-ka-ka sound. "What?" Lin Ming was dumbfounded. As for the Azura King, its eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared at this woman that had suddenly appeared from nowhere. "You just who are you?" The Azura King was disoriented. The god-beast mystic realm was completely sealed off, so where had this marvelous and astonishing woman come from? And looking at her cultivation, she was only at the peak of Sevenfall. Moreover, she had deliberately suppressed her cultivation at this realm. Otherwise, she would have already broken into eightfall. This was something that only extreme cultivation talents would do, so it didn't seem fake. In addition, this woman was so powerful that there was simply no need for her to fake her cultivation. Is she really at the seventh stage of life destruction? How can someone at the seventh stage of life destruction have such formidable combat strength? What is going on here? The Azura King felt as if it had fallen into a dream. It hadn't even seen the woman do anything just now. Well, it was more accurate to say that he hadn't felt a single true essence fluctuation. Yes, she didn't use any true essence at all. All she used was a single thought and a single word. But with just that alone it was like she wielded the heavenly Tao, striking out with the power of heavenly retribution. With just that, she had shattered the attack that the Azura King had summoned at the cost of discarding his hand. The woman simply didn't spare any attention for the Azura King. She faintly turned her head and glanced at Lin Ming. As they met eyes, Lin Ming could finally see this woman's facial features. Her face was indeed Yen Littleman's. Young, soft, beautiful, just like a 16 to 17-year-old girl's. But her eyes were completely different. Yen Littleman's eyes were clear and bright like a mountain spring, transparent enough to see the very bottom. But this woman in front of him seemed to fuse together with the space around her. Her pupils seemed to contain the endless galaxies, unfathomable and unimaginable. Lin Ming even felt as if he could see the laws of the universe through these eyes. In these eyes there were countless stars being born and destroyed at the same time. You are, Lin Ming stammered out, subconsciously tracing the spot on his chest where the magic cube was. He didn't feel anything there. In fact, ever since the magic cube fused into his body, Lin Ming had never been able to feel its existence. If there was any change to the magic cube, Lin Ming would not have known either. But Lin Ming could faintly feel something from this woman, as if they had met somewhere before. This feeling was the same as that white ball of light in the space of the magic cube that had floated in the center of the countless star-like memory fragments. When the magic cube absorbed blood essence, the truth was that it had been absorbed by that ball of light. When Lin Ming was 15 years old, that was when the magic cube first invaded his spiritual sea. He had witnessed a dreamlike scene. He saw a woman, her body slender and clothed in white. She stood proud and alone on an endless field of snow, facing 10,000 masters of the divine realm. And of these masters, the worst of them were on the same level as Fairy Feng and the Demon Emperor, and the stronger ones among them had been at the Holy Lord level. Not just that, but there were also those that had reached large success or even the peak of Holy Lord. And there was even a black-clothed man leading them all. Although Lin Ming wasn't able to guess his cultivation, he could vaguely make out his strength from how everyone else treated him with utter respect. That black-clothed man was likely infinitely close, if not at the World King realm. And against such a group of powerhouses, a woman, borrowing the power of the magic cube, had slain them all with a single move. All of their souls were twisted and shattered. The Lin Ming at that time didn't know just how terrifying this scene was, nor did he understand the aura of that woman. But, as his strength constantly rose and he understood more and more, he began to realize just how terrifying a character that woman who sacrificed her own soul was. And now, as Lin Ming met the eyes of Yen Littlemoon, he had a feeling that they had met somewhere, and the memory that Lin Ming recalled was of that white-clothed woman. Was it her? Did she suddenly revive? And she had even occupied Yen Littleman's body? The woman only peered into Lin Ming's eyes for a moment. Then, without even saying a single word, she turned back to face the Azura King. The Azura King was stunned at this time. It could feel a terrifying aura from this woman that made his scalp creep. It nearly turned around and fled, but with the supreme dragon bone still in Lin Ming's hand, it wasn't willing to give up. Just who are you? I wish to kill that God-Beast Clan Jr. behind you. If you have nothing to do with this matter, then please move aside. I will thank you again in the future. The Azura king cupped its hand across its chest and bowed in respect. It could already tell that this newcomer likely wasn't good news. But it also didn't believe that this dreadful woman was brought here by Lin Ming. This was because if a powerhouse wished to enter the god-beast mystic realm, they would be limited by the laws of the world and would need to consume countless violet sunstones to do so. Also, if Lin Ming had prepared such a killing card beforehand, then why hadn't he used it earlier? Why would the Azura king have been able to chase him and cause him to fall into such a miserable state? It was possible that this woman was some unknown existence in the god-beast mystic realm that, due to some unknown reasons, had been residing in some treasure. And that treasure just happened to have been obtained by Lin Ming somewhere. Thus, the reason for what happened just now. Lin Ming clearly didn't know who this woman was, so it wasn't necessarily true that she would help him. It would be fine as long as he could hide the truth of the supreme dragon bone from her. As the Azura king thought of this, another bolt of fear struck it. It was afraid that Lin Ming would reveal the existence of the supreme dragon bone. As the woman heard the Azura king's words, she turned and looked at the Azura king. There was no change in her expression. She simply parted her cherry-red lips again and spoke a single word. Die. This voice sounded light and dreamy to Lin Ming, but as it fell onto the ears of the Azura king, it was actually like a thunderclap descended from the highest heavens. The Azura king felt as if the heavens themselves had fallen down on it, causing its entire body to shake and all of its organs to flip over. The die word was not just a simple sound, but it contained the laws themselves. This sound held an innerable charm, an order that could not be disobeyed. With just a simple word, the laws of heaven and earth were affected. This woman's thoughts emitted with this word, combining into a sound that was holy and vast, breaking through everything, punishing all of existence, destroying all of creation, piercing into the body of the Azura king. For a time, the Azura king felt as if countless beasts roared in its ears and endless rolling thunderclaps exploded in its mind. The world itself became a volcano that blew up within it, and a terrifying buzz overwhelmed its senses, making it dizzy and blind with blood gushing out from its head. Ah! The Azura king emitted a miserable cry as it was sent flying back. It could clearly feel that when that woman just attacked, she didn't use any energy at all. In other words, she didn't use even a tiny bit of the 7th stage life destruction true essence within her. All she used was a sound attack with her battle spirit. And with the laws contained within it, there was actually such a tremendous power behind it. Just who was this? The Azura king was scared out of its wits. At this time it no longer wished to retake the dragon bone. It turned around and fled at full speed. But behind it, the woman also reacted. In that brief moment after she attacked, she frowned, as if she weren't satisfied with the damage she had done. Harden. Another word, another command that could only be obeyed. Each word she spoke was filled with her will and the laws of the great Tao. Her world of will projection overlapped with reality, wielding the great Tao laws like the power of heavenly retribution. In that moment, all of the magma in front of the Azura king was filled with the will of the woman. The magma suddenly hardened into incomparably solid divine iron before smashing down at incredible speed. Bang! The Azura king crashed into that magma that had hardened to an unbelievable degree, completely beaten up. At this time it was no different from a mouse in a cage. It had no ability to resist. It could only allow itself to be ruined. And behind the woman, Lin Ming was already left gaping at the scene before him. A battle spirit could be used like this? Without using any true essence and only relying on one's battle spirit and comprehension of laws, there could actually be such terrifying combat strength. Chapter 1062 Mo Evers Now. Chapter 1062 Mo Evers Now. Just who are you? Why are you doing this to me? The Azura king wildly ranted. It could feel that it was already completely covered in the woman's world of will. In this world of will, every drop of magma could turn into an incomparably sharp killing weapon and also into an inescapable cage. There was truly no path to heaven nor gate to hell. Puff! The Azura King suddenly felt an agonizing pain. A surging flow of magma had turned into a large spear that thrust through its chest, causing it to vomit a mouthful of blood. Ah! Flesh and blood sacrifice! The Azura King raved, its eyes filled with an explosive color. This time, it exploded its complete right arm, using it as a sacrifice. This right arm burst apart into countless motes of flesh and blood essence energy that flew towards the Azura King. The Azura King intended to absorb this essence energy, transform it into usable energy, and then convert that into a last desperate blow. But at this moment, the magic cube Saintess spoke out another word. The flowing magma from all around gathered into a massive ball that smashed into the Azura King's chest, causing its ribs to break in and blood to cover its entire body. And after the Azura King's right arm exploded and turned into bits and pieces of flesh and blood, it was actually pulled away by the magic cube Saintess and turned into a blood bead that spun around in her palm. The Azura King had sacrificed a part of its physical body that it had formed with bitter effort and attempted to use that flesh and blood to increase his strength. But, after it burst it apart, he wasn't even able to absorb it. Instead, it was stolen away by the magic cube Saintess. Just what sort of grievance was that? The Azura King's eyes turned blood-red, nearly popping out from anger. It had already completely fallen into a maddened state, and now it flushed towards Lin Min and the magic cube Saintess like an injured animal that was cornered. Puff, puff, puff. The woman's eyes flashed, and in that moment countless flows of magma turned into spears under her will and thrust through the Azura King's body, causing a shower of blood where they passed. And as this blood rained down, all of it was taken away by the magic cube Saintess, without a single exception. All of the blood formed into blood beads that floated over the slender fingertips of the magic cube Saintess. In addition with the previous blood bead formed by the Azura King exploding its right arm, there were now 7 or 8 of them spinning around. Lin Ming was flabbergasted as he looked at the Saintess from behind. The Azura King was actually beaten into such a state. Its body's flesh and blood essence energy were actually turned into blood beads by the magic cube Saintess. These blood beads were wondrous treasures. They didn't even evaporate in the sea of magma 1,000,000 feet underground. And the Azura King had only formed its mortal body after absorbing almost half the dragon marrow in the supreme dragon bone. This meant that every inch of its body was a heavenly material. Originally, Lin Ming had only obtained the supreme dragon bone. As for the Azura King's flesh and blood, as well as the incomparably pure mystic realm energy within its body, he could only look on with regret. He didn't even dare to think of killing it. But now, it seemed likely that the Azura King itself would be completely melted away and refined by the magic cube Saintess. At this time, the Azura King was injured from top to bottom. But its life force was still vibrant. This was clearly the vitality brought about by the Azure Dragon blood marrow. It was not something that Lin Ming's gate of healing could compare with. As the Azura King looked at those 7 or 8 blood beads swirling above the magic cube Saintess' fingers, its face twitched and it began to maniacally laugh. Ha ha! I never imagined that a king like me would be beaten into the ground like this. I even cut off my own flesh to feed others. Since I am doomed to die here, you can give up any further thoughts of obtaining my essence energy. The Azura King's eyes flashed with a ruthless and savage light. Then, it concentrated its thoughts, focusing everything on the core of its source energy in its body. At that moment, the Azura King burst out with a blinding black radiance. Shit! He's going to explode! Lin Ming was shocked. An existence like the Azura King was completely composed of energy. With a thought, it could blow itself up, and the speed of this was extremely quick. There wasn't even an instant to react. This was impossible to guard against. But at this critical moment, the magic cube Saintess' eyes shined with a severe light. All around the Azura King, time began to wind down. Sound, energy, everything began stretching out to infinity. Time laws, concept of stagnation. Under the control of the magic cube Saintess, for a short period of time she could display the concept of stagnation to the extreme, causing time to nearly come to a standstill. Cut! The magic cube Saintess waved her hand and translucent white ripples appeared around her. At this moment she finally used true essence. This true essence was not earth-shattering in any way. It was only the true essence of the seventh stage of life destruction, and also the limit of the energy contained within Yen Littleman's body. Regardless of how powerful the magic cube Saintess' divine soul was, how incredible her battle spirit was, or how profound her comprehension of the laws was, she could only draw out true essence from the body she was possessing. This was because her own mortal body no longer existed and her soul could not contain heaven and earth origin energy. This was the reason that her strength was doomed to be greatly affected. Puff, puff, puff. Ripples of white energy slashed down on the Azura King's body, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. At the same time, the magic cube Saintess' battle spirit fused into the surrounding magma, turning it into countless swords that pierced through the Azura King's body. This was truly what one called torn to shreds by 10,000 swords. In that moment, the Azura King's mortal body was like a ripped bag of blood. It continued to profusely bleed, and all of this blood was gathered up by the magic cube Saintess and turned into blood beads. Due to the absolute suppression of time laws, the Azura King was unable to resist at all. In fact, even its thoughts were incomparably slow. It could only allow itself to be slaughtered on the chopping block. The Azura King was also completely cut off from contacting its core of energy within its body by the magic cube Saintess. Thus, it was also impossible for it to explode. The magic cube Saintess wiped her spatial ring and took out a top-grade Saint artifact furnace. This was Yen Littleman's fire pattern furnace. After her body was possessed by the magic cube Saintess, everything in her possession could also be used by the magic cube Saintess. Receive. The magic cube Saintess flung out her hand and the fire pattern furnace spun outward. The Azura King's body and all of the blood beads were completely sucked into the furnace. Then, a vast amount of fire origin energy surged out from the surrounding magma towards the fire pattern furnace. For a time, great flames crested around the furnace. Ah! Faintly, very faintly, Lin Ming could hear the pitiful cries emitted by the Azura King. After absorbing the Azure Dragon marrow, the Azura King's vitality was just far too powerful. At the same time that this brought it a greater combat strength, it also meant that it would have to suffer an even greater pain before dying. Within the conflagration of flames, the screams became quieter and quieter before completely vanishing. The Azura King's physical body, and the flesh and blood essence it absorbed from the disciples of the four god-beast clans, were completely melted away, leaving behind only the blood marrow of the supreme dragon bone. This blood marrow actually formed a small azure dragon within the fire pattern furnace that flew around the flames, cute and lifelike. Besides the dragon marrow essence, there was also a dark red bead within the fire pattern furnace. This was the purest mystic energy left behind by the Azura King condensed into pill form. Even an ordinary mystic realm demon had the unique laws of the god-beast mystic realm inscribed into the mystic realm energy within its body. The first time that a genius like Yen Little Moon had absorbed the energy of a mystic realm demon, it was equal to 10 days of meditating over the laws. The older a mystic realm demon was, the more laws it would have within it, much less something like the Azura King. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if one completely disregarded the dragon marrow essence that the Azura King absorbed, just the mystic realm energy within the Azura King was already a priceless worldly treasure. This sort of mystic realm energy could not be found in the outside divine realm. But even though there were actually many Azura kings that existed in the vast and boundless god-beast mystic realm, the problem was that only low-level disciples were able to enter. It was simply far too difficult for them to stay alive in the presence of an Azura king, much less hunt one down. In just one incense stick of time, the magic cube saintess had completely finished her process of refining. The fire pattern furnace shot open and a black-red bead shot upwards, forming a sparkling rainbow-hued cloud around it that caused even the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to be stirred up. Only the birth of a transcendent divine pill would produce such a phenomenon. But in truth, what the magic cube saintess refined was not a pill, but the condensed form of the Azura King's energy and the dragon marrow essence. After putting away the fire pattern furnace, the magic cube saintess took this black-red pill in her hand. The smooth pill was like jade to the touch. On the surface of the pill was the image of an azure dragon that wrapped around the entire circumference until the head and tail met again. This was due to the condensed supreme dragon marrow essence. One couldn't judge this azure dragon by how faint it was. The truth was that the space within it was extremely mysterious. The total amount of dragon marrow essence that was compressed into this space had reached an absurdly terrifying degree. The magic cube saintess glanced over this pill for a moment and then tossed it backwards, throwing it directly towards Lin Ming. "For you." As the saintess spoke these two simple words, they were completely different from her voice in the beginning. When the magic cube saintess first spoke out, her words dripped with killing intent and her tone was callous and indifferent. It was similar to the laws of the world that controlled heavenly retribution. Her words had given off a feeling like nature itself, unbiased, merciless, treating everything in this world as equal to ants. But as she spoke these two words now, her voice was actually as pleasant as a mountain stream, pleasant and delectable to the ears. Lin Ming quickly received the bead, feeling extremely flattered at the moment. Although he had always been together with this saintess ever since he obtained the magic cube, he actually had no idea just how she viewed him. Towards this woman that knew all of his secrets and whose strength far surpassed his, he always felt a tinge of fear and awe. "I have absorbed 80% of the remaining supreme dragon bone marrow blood in order to regain consciousness. As for this blood marrow pill, you may take it as compensation. The amount of blood marrow is around the same. As for the strength of the Azura King itself, you can consider it interest." The magic cube saintess had only absorbed the blood marrow within the supreme dragon bone. She hadn't absorbed the bone itself. It had no use to her anyway, thus she didn't bother with it. The dragon bone was left over to be fused into Lin Ming and used to strengthen his bones. The magic cube saintess was a soul form. Blood essence and blood energy were useful in helping her recover. Before this, whenever the magic cube absorbed the blood essence of masters, that was all because of the magic cube saintess. In other words, the magic cube itself did not need blood essence. The magic cube saintess had used this method to tell and encourage Lin Ming to go and seek the blood essence of powerhouses. Of course, when he was in the lower realms, even the blood essence of Yang Yun only had a tiny, imperceptible use to her. But now, in the god-beast mystic realm, after obtaining so much dragon marrow essence, the magic cube saintess had finally regained consciousness. "Lin Ming, right? This isn't the first time that we've met. My name is Mo Evers now. I am the saintess of the verdant feather holy lands," the woman lightly said as she suddenly looked towards Lin Ming. Chapter 1063, Another Dual Cultivator. Chapter 1063, Another Dual Cultivator. Mo Evers now. Lin Ming was dazed for some time. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, there had been countless riddles he couldn't figure out. He had sought the blood essence of increasingly powerful martial artists for the magic cube to swallow, in order to not just obtain the memory fragments within, but also because he subconsciously desired to know the secrets that surrounded the magic cube. The magic cube was the most fundamental cause of Lin Ming's rise. Although, after reaching the Xiantian and revolving core realms, the magic cube in truth wasn't too helpful to Lin Ming. A great portion of why Lin Ming had his current achievements was because of his own hard work, effort, and perseverance. But it was undoubtedly true that if he didn't have the magic cube, he would likely still be a small martial artist in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. His cultivation would at most be at the pulse condensation or Hotian realm. That would have been his limit. It was the magic cube that had given Lin Ming the initial boost he needed to overcome the most difficult early times and also his lack of martial talent. Lin Ming could confirm that the magic cube was one of the most priceless treasures of the universe. What he had been trying to answer all this time was what the magic cube was and also what other functions it had besides preserving memory fragments. Why had it attracted the attention of so many Divine Realm's supreme elders to fight for it? Many of these questions circled in Lin Ming's mind, but he didn't open his mouth to ask. This was because he didn't know what Mo Eversnow's plans were. Although she had borrowed his strength to restore her consciousness, he had no idea just what she would do now. Perhaps she would even just occupy Yen Littleman's body and take away the magic cube. If this was what she planned to do, then it would be stupid for Lin Ming to ask about the magic cube's origins. She might try to silence everyone that knew about the magic cube, and Lin Ming wouldn't be able to resist her. He wasn't even able to deal with the Azura King, much less Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow seemed to see the fear and dread in Lin Ming's heart. She said in a soft and calming voice, "You do not need to be nervous. Although I have been slumbering in the magic cube for 50,000 years, my consciousness has still had a spark of wakefulness. I have already been aware since you first touched the magic cube. My divine soul has been grievously wounded, and I need the power of blood essence to restore myself. I can only hope that a powerhouse will help me seek blood essence to help restore the strength of my divine soul. Of course, if it is a powerhouse that I raised myself, then that would be the best. Only then would I be able to trust them. I have been satisfied in your actions and character so far. You move courageously and you can also kill decisively. You do not make mistakes, nor are you soft when you shouldn't be. At the same time, you aren't heartless either. You know to repay graciousness, and you have your own bottom line. And most importantly, your will is firm and you seek the peak of martial arts with your entire heart and soul. You're quite good. Originally I didn't have much hope in your talent. But I never thought you would give me such a wonderful surprise in this aspect. For you to reach this step as a martial artist from the lower realms, that is simply a miracle." As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming was able to glean a great deal of information from her words. Every time he entered the space within the magic cube to absorb a soul fragment, that had been because Mo Eversnow had led him in and guided him to the magic cube, as a way to have him search for the blood essence of masters. "Now that Miss Mo has awoken, may I inquire as to your plans?" Lin Ming tentatively asked. After he said these words, Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. In that moment, an icy chill spread out through the air, even stopping the magma around them as if the entire surrounding area would be sealed in ice. "I will rebuild my flesh and blood body and completely restore myself. In addition, for all of those that dared to move against my verdant feather holy lands, I will kill every single one of them. And that Tian Mingzi, I will destroy his soul and scatter it to the wind." As Mo Eversnow spoke, her two beautiful pupils gleamed with thick killing intent. Lin Ming felt his heart skip a beat. Although Mo Eversnow was ethereal and lofty, as if she had never been tainted by the world, the truth was that she was actually ruthless and decisive, a person who distinctly knew grudges and gratitude. This was also an understandable matter. The past verdant feather holy lands was likely commanded by Mo Eversnow. Even if it wasn't, she was at least one of the high-level figures there. Tianmingzi, how strong is he? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Without a doubt, Tianmingzi was that black-clothed man that had led 10,000 Divine Realm Supreme Elders to assault the verdant feather Holy Lands. Finally, Mo Eversnow had been forced to sacrifice her own soul to make a final strike with the magic cube. One could see from this alone just how strong he was. Early World King, Mo Eversnow slowly and clearly said. But as these words fell into Lin Ming's ears, he sucked in a deep breath in response. Although he had already faintly guessed this, he was still truly shocked at hearing Mo Eversnow's confirmation. A World King powerhouse. Between a Holy Lord and a World King, there was a nearly impassable divide. Within the entire ancient Phoenix clan's 100 million years of history, there had never been a World King. Of course, this was ultimately because the ancient Phoenix clan was only a human sect with the ancient Phoenix bloodline transplanted within them. They were not true descendants of the Phoenix. A true god-beast descendant, who knew how many of these characters existed in the entire divine realm. There weren't many god-beasts to begin with, and each one was an incomparably proud and haughty existence. How could they possibly deign to mate with a human? And if there truly was a child born from such a union, this sort of person could truly be called the most terrifying talent in the world. This was because a god-beast symbolized the strongest physical body and compatibility with laws. But humans had a deep and profound ability to learn and also the ability to study and train in martial arts. Such a person would have unimaginable achievements. That was his cultivation 50,000 years ago? If it's now, then shouldn't it be even higher? Lin Ming subconsciously asked. Yes. But 50,000 years ago, Tianmingzi didn't have his own great world. He only controlled a peripheral medium world. He could not be called a true great world king, but should be called an ordinary world king. As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming was surprised for a moment before immediately understanding. Although there were only 3,000 great world kings in the divine realm, this was because there were only 3,000 great worlds in the divine realm. In the vast divine realm, there were constantly new world kings being born. They were almost always at a saturated state. But a newly born world king wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain their own world. They would have to wait for an old world king to die, or perhaps even simply defeat them and take over their lands. But wanting to defeat an old world king with a deep background was easier said than done. These world kings had lifespans that were calculated using millions as the base unit. There were even some extremely powerful world kings that could live for tens of millions of years. The reason the divine realm had so many world kings was not that world kings were like cabbages that could be bought on the street. Rather, it was because the divine realm was simply too broad and endless. The total number of lives in the divine realm was incalculable. Moreover, these world kings all lived incomparably long lives, lives that were millions or even tens of millions of years. After accumulating for such a long period of time, this was why there were so many of them. Then Miss Mo's boundary is? Lin Ming hesitated before asking this. He really did want to know this. In the past I was only a half-step world king. All considered, I was only a holy lord. I was stranded in that realm for a long time and not able to break through for a reason, and that was because, as Mo Eversnow spoke to her, she looked towards Lin Ming. Her following words left him dumbstruck. Because I dual cultivated body and energy. What? Dual cultivated body and energy? Lin Ming's eyes widened and he gazed at Mo Eversnow with astonishment. She dual cultivated body and energy just like him. Of the divine realm geniuses, even if one was an extreme talent of their generation, there was an extremely small number that would fumble their way through dual body and energy cultivation. This was because after the rules of the heavens and earth changed, it was simply far too difficult to follow this path. For many people, the gains just weren't equal to the losses. Even if one were the chosen amongst all chosen prides of heaven, they still weren't an exception. Xiao Daoji, Crimson Strife Cloud, or Burning Heaven, and even the ancient dragon clan's 2 world kings, none of them had dual cultivated body and energy. In fact, a major reason Lin Ming had stepped onto this road of dual cultivation was because he didn't know just how difficult it would be at the start. By the time he began to realize it, it was already too late, as he had begun to open the 8 inner hidden gates. However, it was impossible that Mo Eversnow didn't know this. For those that knew just how difficult it was to dual cultivate in body and energy and still chose that route, there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that they were an idiot potato who had bitten off more than they could chew. And the second possibility was they were an unrivaled genius, with a talent so high that it was unbelievable. Without a doubt, Mo Eversnow belonged to the latter. Otherwise, there was no way she could have become the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. From the way she spoke, this Verdant Feather Holy Lands was also an extremely high Holy Land, possibly even a World King level Holy Land. This was also reasonable. Otherwise, how could something like the magic cube fall into the hands of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands? And the reason Mo Eversnow hadn't become a world king before her physical body was destroyed was not that she lacked talent, but rather it was because she was too young. She was the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, not the ruler. The Verdant Feather Holy Lands should have had someone older and higher ranked as a decision-maker, possibly even some highest elder. And Mo Eversnow could only be considered a junior compared to them. But even so, a junior like her was able to cultivate to the half-step World King realm. Her talent could be imagined. All of these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. I really wonder just what bloodline family background she originates from, or what type of special physique she had? Lin Ming wondered. He didn't believe that an ordinary bloodline could reach such a degree of talent. Lin Ming was also constantly searching for ways to improve his own bloodline and body. Mo Eversnow didn't seem to have any intention of speaking about her glorious and wondrous past. She said, "Lin Ming, I never thought that you would also step onto the road of dual body and energy cultivation. Moreover, you've also managed to come this far. This road you have chosen will be extremely difficult. I only want to ask you a question. Do you still intend to continue walking down the path of dual body and energy cultivation?" Lin Ming froze for a moment before firmly nodding. Giving up all of his previous efforts was not his style. Moreover, since Mo Eversnow had also chosen dual body and energy cultivation, that meant that this road was possible. And the further one walked down this road, the more benefits there would be. The only problem was that it was an incomparably difficult path to take. Since there had been someone else that could try it, then why couldn't he? Lin Ming wondered just what boundary Mo Eversnow's dual body and energy cultivation reached. Had she managed to open the legendary 9 stars of the Tao Palace? Good. Then I will help you. Mo Eversnow said, short and to the point. Help me. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. These words of Mo Eversnow's clearly contained another meaning. She didn't plan to take away the magic cube. In other words, she actually planned to stay with him for a very long period of time. Otherwise, how could she possibly help Lin Ming complete his dual body and energy cultivation? In addition, there was also another, more subtle meaning. The reason Mo Eversnow had helped Lin Ming in the past was to help restore her own consciousness. And now that she continued to help him, there was definitely some other intention. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Are you planning to have me help you take revenge? Mo Eversnow was slightly stunned for a moment and then spared Lin Ming an appreciative look. Smart boy. Good, you are correct. Do you have the courage to do so? Chapter 1064 of the Bad Luck Dragon 1. Chapter 1064 of the Bad Luck Dragon 1. In this world, there was no good that came for no reason and also no evil that came for no reason. Although today was the first time that Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming had spoken together, they were two individuals that had been aware of the other's existence for 15 years now, and were linked together through the magic cube. Their fates could be said to be inexorably linked together. Without Mo Eversnow, Lin Ming would not have been able to use the magic cube even if he obtained it, and thus he wouldn't have his present achievements. Without Lin Ming, it was unknown just when Mo Eversnow would have ever recovered her consciousness. If someone weak tried to help her, it would be impossible for them to find enough blood essence to bring her back. But if it were someone strong, they might try to delve into the secrets of the magic cube themselves and take it for their own. They could even lock down the defenseless Mo Eversnow and use her to refine a magic weapon or pill. After all, she was an unrivaled genius who had once been a half-step world king, and her divine soul was extremely valuable. Moreover, there were many special characteristics about her soul. Only someone like Lin Ming, whom she had raised for all this time, had the possibility of helping her. Through these 15 years of observing him, she understood his behavior and personality. He was fair and courageous and knew to repay debt. She could only trust in someone like him. However, wanting to find someone like Lin Ming was easier said than done. Thus, Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming's accidental encounter could be called Lin Ming's luck and also Mo Eversnow's luck. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, "Miss Mo, the reason I can come this far today is your kindness. Whether it is revenge or reforming your mortal body, I will do my best to help you. Much less, you are also directing me in my dual body and energy cultivation, so how could I possibly refuse you?" As Lin Ming spoke, all of this was based on his own view of morality and justice. He simply didn't care about Tianmingzi's boundary or just what background he had. It was as if he hadn't committed to taking revenge on a world king, but rather was speaking about some insignificant character. You're quite confident in yourself. However, you indeed have the capital to be confident. In the magic cube, I've already seen everything happening to you. With your current talent and also the supreme dragon bone, you now have the qualifications to aspire to the throne of a world king. But even that isn't enough. This is because you are tens of thousands of years behind Tianmingzi, and also in terms of talent, the Tianmingzi of the past also stood out amongst all chosen prides of heaven. As for me, before I reform my mortal body, my strength will be extremely limited. I cannot use true essence and can only rely on my battle spirit and laws to fight. At most I can contend with the weakest of divine Lord Realm martial artists. In the past, when Mo Eversnow was at her highest point, she had only been a half-step world king. Moreover, a great portion of her strength originated from her dual body and energy cultivation. Now that she had no body and she was unable to channel true essence, she was only able to rely on her will and use of laws to attack. With all of her losses, it was already extraordinary that she could compare with a divine lord powerhouse. As for the reason why Mo Eversnow was able to easily kill the Azura King just now, that was because the Azura King's highest level of strength was only equal to a divine transformation genius. Then, the Azura King had also suffered serious injuries and was in its weakest state due to having crossed its demonic tribulation. When it died, its strength was only comparable to the most ordinary and weak of divine transformation martial artists, thus why Mo Eversnow was able to kill it with such ease. Lin Ming nodded. He had an approximate idea of how the situation was. To restore Mo Eversnow's physical body was easier said than done. Seizing another person's body was naturally a bad idea. This was because if one's soul and body didn't match up, then it would be difficult to amount to anything. As for reforming her own flesh and blood, that was far more difficult. Mo Eversnow said, "Your greatest advantage is that no one knows of you. Tianmingzi likely thinks that I have died already. I will slowly help you complete the 8 inner hidden gates and pull out your greatest strength and potential. When I trained in dual body and energy cultivation, I collected a great deal of knowledge and experience. Not just that, but before the verdant feather Holy Lands was destroyed, I left behind some resources and hid them very well. Only I can access these resources. I was originally planning to save them to attack the World King Realm and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, but now I no longer have a need for them. I will give you these resources to help you impact the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Then, once you reach the Divine Lord Realm, your strength will be heaven-shaking. Mo Eversnow's words caused Lin Ming's heart to move. Resources left over from the verdant feather Holy Lands. It was unknown just what sort of heavenly materials were included in that. Their value and preciousness could be imagined. However, even Mo Eversnow hadn't been able to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. One could see from this just how difficult it was. Fairy Feng and Hua Violent Stone had both told him that after the laws of the world changed, trying to reach the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was the same as completely defying the will of the heavens. And now, it seemed that such words were not an exaggeration. Wanting to dual cultivate in body and energy was just too difficult. Someone like Mo Eversnow could truly be called a heaven-defying genius. Lin Ming said, "Miss Mo, did you only complete the 8 inner hidden gates?" "I completed the 8 inner hidden gates extremely early on. Then, I used 1,000 years to accumulate the resources and strength I needed to impact the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. It should be said that I had already taken a step into the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As long as I had another 100 years I would have been successful. But alas, I fell short." As Mo Eversnow spoke to hear, she sighed. Lin Ming was left staring back, nonplussed. He had no idea just what sort of monstrous genius Mo Eversnow had been in the past. Listening to the meaning behind her words, if it weren't for the fact that she had to expend a massive amount of time and energy cultivating the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, she would have already become a world king. If she had succeeded, then the War of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands 50,000 years ago might have been another scene altogether. Very well. Let us leave first. We can continue discussing these matters in the future. Mo Eversnow said as she prepared to leave the Sea of Magma. But Lin Ming dithered for a bit before saying, "Miss Mo, I have been thinking about how today's matters will end. The 4 great clans have lost far too many geniuses, and the dragon bone is also in my possession. If we leave the God-Beast mystic realm, we will inevitably have to pass through the 4 God-Beast clans' transmission array. It is definitely impossible to conceal the truth of the dragon bone. And there is also Yen Littlemoon." As Lin Ming saw Mo Eversnow appear with Yen Littleman's body, he figured that she should be okay. But he was still a bit unsure. And there was also the Supreme Dragon Bone. That was far too important. The 4 clans had sacrificed so many people for the Supreme Dragon Bone, so how could they resign themselves to allowing Lin Ming to have sole possession of it? The Ancient Dragon Clan might even represent the other clans to force the Ancient Phoenix Clan with all sorts of reasons, and might even have some of their genius disciples accuse Lin Ming of doing unsavory things so that he would be forced to share the Dragon Bone. And let alone the other 3 God-Beast clans, would the Ancient Phoenix Clan sit idly by and allow Lin Ming to keep the Dragon Bone by himself? Even if the Hua family supported him, there was still the Shao family and the Huang family. Both of those families had lost a great deal of people. With so many sacrifices, how could they allow Lin Ming to eat up all the advantages by himself? As for Lin Ming absorbing the entire Supreme Dragon Bone now, that was simply unrealistic. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, wanting to swallow up this Supreme Dragon Bone was too difficult. In simpler terms, he couldn't absorb it. This was a 1,000-foot dragon bone. Even if he could absorb the entire dragon bone, he would be standing on top of the wave of attention after it was discovered when he left this mystic realm. There were many matters that he simply wasn't able to explain. If too many issues got involved and some of his secrets were exposed, then the consequences would be calamitous. Mo Eversnow said, Yen Littleman's divine soul has been sealed by me. As long as it is me occupying this body, then no harm shall come to her. As for her memories, I can wipe away any portion I wish. I can make it so that she only remembers you fleeing the battlefield with her. As for the Supreme Dragon Bone and the Azura King Pill, that is even easier. Don't be in a hurry and absorb them now to prevent anyone from noticing anything. Then you can store them in the magic cube space. Not even a world king will be able to discover anything strange with you. Once you return to the ancient Phoenix clan, look for any chance you can to leave and go adventuring. At that time, you can absorb the Supreme Dragon Bone, and I can also lead you to find the resources I left behind in the past. I will have you reach the Divine Sea in a single go. Then, after you reach the Divine Sea, you can hide your aura in your own minor dimension. It will be extremely difficult for anyone to probe into you. As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming was floored. The magic cube space can store items. Yes, the magic cube is unfathomable. It simply doesn't seem like something that should exist in this universe. Its inner space is something that not even a world king can understand or see through. That's great. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief, overjoyed. Ever since he stole away the Supreme Dragon Bone, he had been worrying about how to bring it out with him, but now everything was resolved. Let's go then. As Lin Ming just spoke, Mo Eversnow's eyebrow pricked up. Hold on. Someone has come down here. Just a single person. It should be a disciple of the ancient dragon clan. Mo Eversnow's divine sense was remarkably powerful. Even in this sea of magma, with the countless waves of heat and energy causing disturbance to the senses, she could still easily investigate everything within the range of 1,000 miles without any problems at all. Ancient Dragon Clan? Lin Ming paused. If there was only one person, then it was likely Dragon One. Lin Ming's thoughts were correct. The one who came down here was indeed Dragon One. Dragon One wasn't adept in earth laws or fire laws. The only reason he had been able to come down this far was entirely due to his deep cultivation. Originally, with the Azura King opening the road for him, he was able to save his strength. But just before he reached the magma sea, a terrifying explosion buried him alive. A massive pressure pushed down on him right afterward. All the shattered rock and soil collapsing on him nearly caused him to vomit blood. At that time, Dragon One nearly gave up. But, for this Supreme Dragon Bone, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence, consumed 2 revolving dragon pills, and had even personally slaughtered many of his junior apprentice brothers. The price he paid was simply too great. If he couldn't obtain the Dragon Bone, then his fate once he returned to the clan would be beyond miserable. Just the crime of killing his fellow clansmen was nearly unpardonable. He no longer had a choice to retreat. He could only succeed. He could not be defeated here. But whether it was the Azura King or the mysterious existence that stole away the Dragon Bone, Dragon One had to admit that he wasn't either of their matches. He only had one method of success, and that was to take advantage of the chaos and profit. When the Azura King and the unknown existence were mutually wounded in their battle, he would sneak in and steal away the Supreme Dragon Bone. Thus, Dragon One was extremely careful as he moved forwards. He concealed his entire aura. In the ancient Dragon Clan, there was a branch called the Dragon Turtle Branch. The Dragon Turtle was also known as the Bishi, Lord of the Underground. It was one of the 9 sons of the dragon, and had the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle. And Dragon One just happened to have a massive amount of the Dragon Turtle God Beast's bloodline in his body. With this bloodline he was able to use a type of turtle hiding technique called the turtle shrinking art. It was an extremely powerful cloaking type martial skill. Even an ordinary Divine Lord Realm powerhouse would have difficulty discovering Dragon One's location. As for the Azura King, it wasn't at the Divine Lord realm, so it certainly couldn't discover him. This was also the greatest reason why Dragon One was willing to risk his life and come down here to steal away the dragon bone. However, what he never imagined was that he would encounter Mo Eversnow, someone whose divine sense was hundreds, if not thousands of times sharper than a Divine Lord realm powerhouse's. It could only be said that when people have a stroke of bad luck, they could scald themselves to death just by drinking cold water. Chapter 1065. The Wicked Cannot Be Saved from Their Sins. Chapter 1065. The Wicked Cannot Be Saved from Their Sins. In the surging flows of magma, the passive Dragon One was like a tiny scurrying mouse. His protective true essence was lowered to the weakest state possible, and he didn't produce the slightest sound or energy fluctuation as he went forwards. Even the red light of the magma twisted around him, causing him to be hidden in a constant blind spot. The turtle shrinking art was truly the #1 concealment technique of the ancient dragon clan. It wasn't much worse than Lin Ming's own Grand Mist Space. I felt some intense true essence fluctuations before now. That should be an indication that the fight was very intense, but not they've slowed down and nearly stopped. I have no idea what the situation is like right now. That unknown existence must be weaker than the Azura King, otherwise it wouldn't have hidden around waiting for its chance in the chaos. I estimate that its strength is much weaker than the combined strength of my ancient dragon clan's 36 disciples, much less something like the Azura King. However, since it decided to escape downwards and drill into the ground, that must mean that it has some sort of advantage in this environment where it complements the laws here better. Since this is its own battleground, it must have some chance of contending with the wounded Azura King. If both of them have managed to wound each other, then that's my chance. All sorts of thoughts passed through Dragon One's mind. There were definitely certain parts of his analysis that were correct, but no matter how much he speculated, his guesses would never have wandered over to Lin Ming. Dragon One grit his teeth and ruthlessly swallowed down the third 9 revolving dragon pill. This pill was a wondrous miracle pill meant to save his life. However, it wasn't instant, it was a slow process that required time. If the healing process of the pill was interrupted, it would cause a great deal of the medicinal efficacy to fade away. When Dragon One had swallowed 2 of these pills, he had been injured afterwards, causing their effects to be majorly weakened. I've already restored about 60% of my strength. If I burn another 10% of my blood essence, I can restore myself to my peak condition and fight with everything I have. However, the Azura King has already absorbed the Azure Dragon Divine Bone Marrow, so its resilience and recovery ability is beyond extraordinary. I must be extra careful, What's that? Someone's here? Dragon One was shocked, and he immediately focused all his strength on the turtle shrinking art and hid himself. After hiding all of his aura fluctuations, he completely blended in with the magma around him. However, Dragon One's immediate reaction fell into Mo Eversnow's pupils, where it was reflected for Lin Ming to see. Lin Ming felt as if Dragon One was nothing but a little mouse that was acting slightly cautious. It was a bit funny. "How do you want to deal with him?" Mo Eversnow asked. Although she had used the words "deal with him," the truth was that the moment she spoke, the change in the air around her already indicated her intentions. Although Mo Eversnow was as lofty and high as a fairy from heaven, her heart was ruthless and decisive when it came to killing off any troubles that arose. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Facing Dragon One this time, he certainly wouldn't speak of anything like kindness or benevolence. Earlier, if it hadn't been for the disciples of the other god-beast clans arriving, Dragon One would have already tried to kill Lin Ming and Yen Little Moon. Moreover, this person was too conniving and cruel. Although he seemed like an amiable and compassionate elder senior apprentice brother on the surface, the truth was that he was sadistic and merciless, bold, and with overly great ambitions. Dragon 1 was the type that would resort to any despicable method to achieve his own personal goals. This sort of person was the same as a rabid tiger, and also a deadly viper. Leaving him in this world would only mean disaster, and he might even try to bite Lin Ming in the future. After all, the past conflict had been remembered by Dragon 1. Although Dragon 1 might say he wouldn't bear a grudge, he would likely wait for some prime opportunity in the future to enact his revenge. Lin Ming had already learnt his lesson with Ouyang Boyan. After combining all of these reasons, Lin Ming certainly didn't have any intentions of letting Dragon 1 go. When cutting the weeds, he had to tear out the roots. Lin Ming said, "I would like to ask Miss Mo to assist in killing him. My current condition is only 10% of my peak state. Even if Dragon 1 is exhausted, I am still not his match. Since I've already stepped on his face, I might as well crush him to death in the meantime." "Good, that's also my intent." Mo Evers now waved her hand, and a ray of bright light wrapped around Lin Ming. Both of them flew straight towards Dragon 1. They've discovered me? That's impossible." Dragon 1 frowned. He had 120% confidence in his turtle shrinking art. Unless one had a divine Lord Realm cultivation, it was impossible to discover him. It isn't the Azura King. Their true essence fluctuations are very weak. Both of them are at the 7th stage of life destruction? Life destruction realm, humans. They must be disciples of the other 3 clans, but how would they appear here? Were they also planning to try and profit in the chaos? As Dragon 1 realized this, he immediately became incensed. These bastards actually dared to come and steal food from the tiger's mouth and pass his own bottom line. The supreme dragon bone was something he must possess at all costs. If these people tried to steal it away from him, that was the same as trying to take his own life. If you were Xiao Ping, Jiang Bai, or Argent Gale, then I might fear you a bit because I would worry that you would alert the Azura King. But since it's just you 2 7th stage life destruction nobodies, I will just solve both of you right here lest you ruin my work." As Dragon 1 thought to hear, a ferocious light flashed on his face. He didn't retreat and instead flew straight towards Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. He soon discovered that there were only 2 people, a young man and woman, both wearing garb of the ancient Phoenix clan. Lin Ming. Yen Little Moon. So it was you too. Dragon 1 didn't discover anything strange about Yen Little Moon. This was because Mo Evers now had completely adapted to Yen Littleman's body, and the terrifying aura she revealed before was no longer as evident. Moreover, Dragon 1 had already seen Lin Ming and Yen Little Moon traveling together. And now, seeing them appear together, no matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't ever think that the Yen Little Moon in front of him was no longer the Yen Little Moon of the past. Dragon 1 no longer hid his appearance. He only hid his aura and appeared right in front of Lin Ming and Mo Evers now. Even though Lin Ming could clearly see Dragon 1 in front of him, he still wasn't able to find him with his divine sense. Lin Ming couldn't help but praise this type of exquisite camouflage technique. "I never thought I'd bump into the 2 of you here. You 2 really have some ability. Not only did you fellows manage to live through the chaos of that battle, but you even have the guts to chase me down here." Dragon 1's eyes swept over Lin Ming before focusing on Yen Little Moon. A sinister smile crept over his face. Before, he had been continually rolled over by the Azura King, now he got to experience rolling over others himself. Since you've come, you 2 can forget about leaving. Yen Little Moon, I really must thank you. You personally delivered to me your perfect ancient phoenix bloodline and primordial Een. I will kindly accept your good intentions. Since ancient times, the union of a dragon and phoenix has always been an auspicious sign. Pillaging all of your energy will be a great benefit to me. In truth, Dragon One himself had a perfect dragon clan bloodline, but his primordial yang was long gone. Even if it wasn't, the bloodline strength he gave away wouldn't be too much. Moreover, Dragon One was the aggressor in this situation. As long as he locked in his own yang essence and used special techniques designed to ravage others and steal away their primordial yin, the advantages he obtained would be far greater than the negligible dragon bloodline he would lose. As Lin Ming heard Dragon One speak, he shivered. His gaze on Dragon One became the same as if he were looking at a dead man walking. Although Dragon One's words were aimed at Yen Little Moon, Mo Evers now was currently occupying her body. Dragon One's words were the same as profaning Mo Evers now. Wasn't that just asking to die? Really, the wicked cannot be saved from their sins. Lin Ming whispered to himself. But at this time, Dragon One already moved. I'll send you off first. Dragon One shouted out and thrust his palm forwards. Behind him, the phantom of a dragon turtle appeared. This dragon turtle had 4 thick limbs and bore a stone tablet on its shell. It gave off an incomparably heavy and solemn feeling, as if it were shouldering the stars. And in front of this dragon turtle was also a 5-clawed golden dragon, its entire body shining with a golden light, making all who saw it be blinded by the brightness. This Dragon One actually had a mixed bloodline. He had a dual bloodline strength originating from both the dragon turtle and the 5-clawed golden dragon. This was also the reason why the ancient dragon clan martial artists were so powerful. It was because the dragon race was great and varied, and thus there was more bloodline diversity. By mixing these together, the martial artists of the ancient dragon clan were able to obtain greater strength and more advantages. Dragon One punched out with his fists, causing the magma to roil around him. But at this time, Mo Eversnow's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Break! Lightly speaking this word, Mo Eversnow's voice regained that feeling of cold-hearted indifference, as heartless and emotionless as the great Tao itself. This sonic wave carried with it the power of Mo Eversnow's will. It smashed against Dragon One's fist light. Without a single sound, Dragon One's fist light seemed as if it were swallowed up into a black hole, vanishing without a trace. Shock and surprise flashed through Dragon One's face. How? He was floored in that moment. This aura, this feeling, this was absolutely not something that the 7th stage life destruction Yen Little Moon could possess. In that split second, Dragon One no longer had time to think about all this. All he saw was Yen Little Moon raise her hand and flick a finger at him. Although she wasn't fast, her movements contained the profound mysteries of the time laws. In just this finger flick, time seemed to rapidly pass before his eyes. It was impossible for Dragon One to avoid it. What Mo Evers now used was still Yen Littleman's 7th stage life destruction true essence. But underneath the power of her battle spirit, it had condensed to an unimaginable degree. The lethality of this true essence had reached countless times what Yen Little Moon could ever hope to accomplish. A beam of light passed through the air, beautiful and radiant. But Dragon One could feel a thick aura of death coming from it. This light will kill me. This idea suddenly appeared in Dragon One's mind, making him feel as if his soul had crashed into an icy lake. To an extreme talent like him, death was absolutely the most terrifying matter. Ha! In that life or death moment, Dragon One shouted out and punched at the beam of light. However, with a light popping sound, Dragon One's fist was directly penetrated by that light. That beam of light shot back out of his fist, bringing with it a rain of blood as it continued towards Dragon One's head. All of this happened in an extremely brief period. But as this scene fell into Dragon One's eyes, this brief moment felt as if it had been extended to infinity. This was also the effect of Mo Eversnow's time laws. For what seemed like countless years, Dragon One could clearly feel the god of death approach him a single step at a time. This sort of experience could drive anyone mad. Sue! The shining beam of light pierced through the point between Dragon One's eyes. A fatal hole appeared in Dragon One's head, gushing with blood. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and unwillingness. You aren't Yen, Little Moon? Dragon One opened his mouth to say. But, with his brain twisted apart, his words came out completely distorted. Mo Evers now waved her jade-like finger and Dragon One's body shook before exploding into a fog of blood. His blood essence was completely taken away by Mo Evers now. Whoosh! Dragon One's spatial ring also flew out and fell into Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming swept through it with his mind, he was impressed. The grade of this ring was no lower than that of the extreme violet ring, and there were also countless resources piled up inside. This was the spatial ring of the ancient dragon clan's top number 1 junior disciple. Chapter 1066 Treasures of the Dead. Chapter 1066 Treasures of the Dead. Lin Ming hadn't had enough time to explore the specific inventory within the spatial ring when all of Dragon One's blood essence was formed into a blood bead underneath the towing of Mo Eversnow's thoughts. Once a human martial artist absorbed the blood of a god beast, it could no longer be purified and separated anymore. When a human absorbed the blood of a dragon god beast, it would directly fuse into that person's bloodline. As for that person's flesh and blood, it would be transformed, completely assimilating the dragon blood. However, the dragon blood that the Azura King absorbed was different. The Azura King was a higher form of a mystic realm demon. The core of its existence was a being of pure energy. Thus, the quality of the dragon blood wouldn't be affected, nor would it assimilate the dragon blood. In fact, the Azura King actually didn't absorb the dragon blood, and, after it died, its energy form could also be absorbed by a martial artist. If it had absorbed the dragon blood, then that dragon blood would have melted and become one with the martial artist's blood vitality. Dragon blood was a one-time use treasure for a martial artist. This was also reasonable. Otherwise, the bloodline strength within the 4 god-beast clans could be recycled without end. Although this was so, there were still some martial artists with a very deep cultivation, or some genius disciples with a perfect god-beast bloodline, that had an extremely pure blood essence. Their blood essence would contain the source strength of a god-beast, and had a similar effect to a god-beast's blood. For instance, when Lin Ming obtained the Phoenix Blood Spear from Saint Artifact Pavilion, he had obtained the source strength left behind by the old palace master. Although this source strength couldn't compare to the richness of the old palace master's bloodline when he was alive, it was still extremely precious to a lower-level disciple. Dragon One had the perfect dragon clan bloodline. Thus, Mo Evers now also conveniently took away his blood essence. This blood essence finally fully condensed into a shimmering red blood bead that fell into Lin Ming's palm. Lin Ming already had the supreme dragon bone, and there was still a portion of the bone marrow blood remaining. In addition, there was also the blood marrow left behind by the Azura King. There was a bit over half of the original total left over. That was countless times more valuable than this blood bead. Even so, Lin Ming still planned to absorb this blood bead. This was because the only dragon bloodline that Lin Ming had obtained came from the drop of reverse scale blood that he had wasted 99% of. What he needed now was some lower-level dragon blood to build a foundation for him that would allow him to absorb the dragon marrow blood with the greatest efficiency. Moreover, what Lin Ming had obtained was the bone of an azure dragon. The bone of an azure dragon itself contained the concept of endlessness as well as an extremely powerful resilience and regenerative ability. As for Dragon One's bloodline, that was the bloodline of a dragon turtle and a 5-clawed golden dragon. A dragon turtle excelled in its amazing defensive abilities, and the 5-clawed golden dragon was for fast and fierce attack. Both of them had different laws that followed them. It would always be best to fill in the blanks whenever possible. Then, Lin Ming immersed his sense into Dragon One's spatial ring. As Lin Ming searched through the spatial ring, he sighed in praise. This Dragon One clearly came from a distinguished noble family of the ancient Dragon clan. He was near certain that it was a family like the Hua family or Shao family. This was a superfamily of their clan, and the ancient Dragon clan was itself 10 times greater than the ancient Phoenix clan to begin with. A superfamily of the ancient Dragon clan should have a much deeper background than the Hua and Shao families. As he opened Dragon One's belongings, first were the violet sun stones. There were around 90 million violet sun stones. Violet sun stones were a common energy stone used in the divine realm. They were required to activate and maintain arrays, drive spirit boats, stimulate powerful magic weapons, and had all sorts of other uses. Because of this, violet sun stones were one of the most common currencies of the divine realm. Although Lin Ming's net worth wasn't low, he didn't actually have many violet sun stones. Besides violet sun stones, there was also a massive number of saint artifacts and pills. The worst of the saint artifacts were still high-grade saint artifacts. There were even 2 top-grade saint artifacts. When combined with the ones that Dragon One had been wearing, there was a total of 5. These top-grade saint artifacts were a pair of gloves, a vestment, a pill furnace, a necklace, and a pair of shoes. Dragon One's combat method was extremely rare. He actually fought with his fist. An ancient Dragon clan disciple would normally use a spear. As they said, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Only a spear could display the greatest might of the ancient Dragon clan's cultivation methods. However, Dragon One's weapon choice should have been related to his dragon turtle bloodline. A dragon turtle had an incomparably hard body, and their strength was without limit. So, using fists in this situation wasn't a bad idea. A disciple of a distinguished family is indeed wealthy. Everything that Dragon One wore is a top-grade saint artifact, and they are even top-grade saint artifacts that approach the existence of transcendent saint artifacts. Of these saint artifacts, the one Lin Ming valued the most was the top-grade saint artifact vestment, as well as the top-grade saint artifact pill furnace. Dragon scale robes. 8 split heaven furnace. Good heavens! These 2 items actually have the source strength of an old elder from the ancient Dragon clan. Their quality is no lower than the Phoenix blood spears. Lin Ming's robe and pill furnace were only ordinary high-grade saint artifacts he won from Huayenguang, so how could they compare with Dragon One's? With this robe and pill furnace, Lin Ming's defensive power and alchemical ability would increase by a great deal. Mentioning alchemy technique, because Lin Ming had been busy cultivating, he actually hadn't had time to train his alchemy skills. Thus they had fallen behind. Luckily, now that Mo Evers now had awakened, she should be able to help him with his alchemy. There was also that top-grade saint artifact necklace. Although the quality was a bit lower, it was still a top-grade saint artifact after all. And an accessory-type saint artifact was much rarer than armor and weapon types. It's mainly used to defend against soul and will attacks. Lin Ming concluded after investigating the necklace a bit. Generally speaking, accessory-type treasures had a much less extravagant effect than weapons, armors, and pill furnaces. But their value was actually much higher because the difficulty in making them was also that much higher. Besides saint artifacts, there were also many pills that Lin Ming glanced over. Most of them were for healing wounds, recovery, or curing poisons. This is... Lin Ming pulled out a Longan-sized pill from an exquisite wood spirit jade box. This pill was deep green like jade and had an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance to it. Lin Ming didn't know that this was the 9 revolving dragon pill of the ancient Dragon clan. Dragon One had brought 4 with him, but now there was only 1. Mo Eversnow's thoughts stirred and she added in, Lin Ming, this is an extremely wonderful healing pill. It will have the best effect when used on martial artists below the divine transformation realm. It can probably heal even someone on the verge of death back to 80 to 90% of their peak combat strength in a quarter hour.
Oh!
Lin Ming was startled. If even Mo Evers now said this was an extremely good medicine, then its effects could be imagined. After putting away all of the pills and saint artifacts, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that there were also several corpses in Dragon One's spatial ring. Looking at their clothes, they were clearly disciples of the ancient dragon clan, and they had also died under the hands of the Azura king. Lin Ming didn't believe that Dragon One was so kind-hearted to gather up the bodies of his fellow disciples that had died to bury them later. The greatest possibility was that Dragon One had gathered their corpses in order to extract and burn their blood essence at some critical moment. This Dragon One is far too ruthless and cruel. Killing him is doing a favor for all the martial artists of the divine realm. Since Dragon One brought so many corpses with him, Lin Ming wouldn't be polite either. He took all of their spatial rings. Like this, he gained many more saint artifacts, pills, as well as several bottles of dragon blood. Lin Ming discovered that these ancient dragon clan disciples all brought a great deal of dragon blood with them. There was ordinary dragon blood and even high-quality dragon blood. Normally speaking, the disciples of the ancient dragon clan wouldn't save up dragon blood, they would absorb it if given the chance. But these disciples that entered the god-beast mystic realm were faced with immense dangers from all sides. If they encountered something strange and were somehow deeply injured, then they would be able to use this dragon blood to quickly recover. Or they might come across some great lucky chance and would need to immediately make a breakthrough. If they absorbed this dragon blood, it would make their breakthrough smoother and more thorough. Thus, they were able to prepare for a number of exotic situations by gathering a massive amount of dragon blood. However, all of their efforts were taken in by Lin Ming. I have the Supreme Dragon Bone, as well as Dragon One's source blood essence. This other dragon blood can be left behind for Yen Little Moon. Dragons and phoenixes together have always been a good sign. The dragon bloodline will be an enormous advantage for her. Moreover, this dragon blood won't leave behind any signs from Dragon One or the others. It won't be a problem for her to absorb it. This time, Lin Ming had indeed obtained a heaven-shaking advantage, but Yen Little Moon had only managed to obtain a few pieces of black coral. It was indeed a sad harvest. Then again, when Mo Evers now had saved him, she had relied on using Yen Little Moon's body to do so. From this alone, Yen Little Moon had helped him a great deal. The dragon blood from the spatial rings of these people could be considered as her compensation. All right. Let's leave now. Lin Ming organized everything. With the technique that Mo Evers now taught him, he put everything that he could into the magic cube space to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this time, Mo Evers now guided Lin Ming into the space of the magic cube. This was already the 7th time that Lin Ming had entered the magic cube space. He never imagined he would be re-entering under such circumstances. In the past, when Lin Ming entered the magic cube space, besides the glittering memory fragments that shined like countless stars, everything else was covered in a thick gray fog, blocking his sight. But as he entered this time, that fog had actually dispersed. Now, he could see that behind that fog was actually a vast and boundless expanse of starry sky. The space within the magic cube was as broad and vast as the universe itself. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. Then, as he looked ahead, he could see that the 1,000-foot Supreme Dragon Bone was quietly floating in space, emitting a vast sublime aura. Most of the remaining blood marrow in the dragon bone had been absorbed by Mo Evers now. She had used that to regain consciousness. However, the dragon bone itself hadn't been reduced at all. To Lin Ming, the dragon bone was even more precious than the blood marrow. It could be used to directly enhance his body and lay a solid foundation so that he could break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in the future. At this time, Mo Evers now turned into a wisp of white light that departed Yen Littleman's body and shot into the magic cube space. The sole form of Mo Evers now that stood in front of Lin Ming was her true form. She was dressed in pure white, and her clothes flowed down the contours of her body like streams of water. Her curved eyebrows, her snow-white skin, her slender and curvy figure, her proud and tall form, she actually wasn't much shorter than Lin Ming was. Her body fused into the very space around her, and her enchanting eyes seemed to contain the light of galaxies within them. From her head to her toes, every inch of her being exuded an inviolable and sacred flavor, a goddess descended from the highest heavens, an enthralling messiah. Just by standing still, the space around her seemed to be purified. This was Mo Eversnow's original appearance. She had an immaculate and sacrosanct air about her that Yen Little Moon could never hope to attain, as if she were the manifestation of etherealness itself. Lin Ming stared at her in a stunned daze, nearly unable to stop his jaw from dropping. The Mo Evers now that existed in reality was far more dazzling and appealing than anything he remembering seeing in his dreams. He stood there, speechless for some time. Chapter 1067 Leaving the Mystic Realm. Chapter 1067 Leaving the Mystic Realm. Yen Littleman's memories of this have all been erased by me. We may leave now. If I don't have a body to possess, then my combat strength will be much lower than it is now. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Mo Evers now softly said. In terms of the soul, she was absolutely a peak master. Otherwise, doing something as reckless as erasing someone's memories or possessing their body might cause damage to their soul. But in Mo Eversnow's hands, there was no danger of any of that happening. I understand. Lin Ming also didn't plan to rely on Mo Evers now to help him fight. What he could truly rely on in the end was his own strength. That's right, concerning your Grand Miss Space and the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, in the future I will teach you an auxiliary cultivation method. Not only will it increase your strength, but when you use martial skills, this cultivation method will activate and it will conceal special energy fluctuations. Even if someone has seen the Grand Mist Space with their own eyes, it will be impossible for them to recognize it. Moreover, those that have seen the Grand Mist Space are far too few. Those that have are either Empyreans or World Kings. And even amongst World Kings, only a truly small minority of them have been able to witness the Grand Mist Space with their own eyes. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was an extremely secretive character. As Mo Evers now spoke, Lin Ming was overjoyed. Lin Ming truly did have a great headache over the Grand Mist Space. A great portion of his combat strength relied on the Grand Mist Space, but on the other hand he was also afraid that some wondrous character would be able to discern clues from it. If that happened, then he would truly be in danger. After all, there were too many variables when it came to something like a transcendent divine might. Thus, when Lin Ming fought others, he wasn't able to utilize Grand Mist Space in its purest form. If he had some special method to hide the Grand Mist Space's energy fluctuations, then he would be much better off. He wouldn't need to be so cautious and timid about his combat methods in the future. Like this, Lin Ming brought Yen Little Moon and left the sea of magma underneath the mystic realm. He deliberately chose another route to leave through. When Lin Ming finally emerged from the ground, he felt the pressure on him reduce by a great deal. He let out a deep breath, his tight nerves finally relaxing. It's over. This could be called a full harvest, Lin Ming said with zest, and at this time he could feel that next to him, Yen Littleman's eyelids moved. She was finally regaining consciousness. No! Yen Little Moon rubbed her own forehead, her mind a bit pained and fuzzy. Lin Ming. Yen Little Moon was stunned as she first opened her eyes and saw Lin Ming. Then, she twisted her eyebrows together as if she were trying strenuously to recall something. She remembered that after the 100,000 Mystic Realm demons attacked, Lin Ming had received her into his extreme violet ring. But she didn't know what happened after that which had left her unconscious. you've woken up. I ran into a 20,000-year cultivation mystic realm demon during the chaos, and my ring was destroyed in the process. During the destructive space vortex, you were knocked unconscious by the mystic realm demon. Lin Ming had already thought of the words to say, and vague hints and conjured scenes were placed into Yen Littleman's mind by M.O. Evers now. As long as Lin Ming mentioned this, Yen Littlemoon would indeed have such an impression. As for the extreme violet ring, that had already been taken into the magic cube space by Lin Ming. Now he wore an ordinary spatial ring. I have to apologize. I've burdened you again. Yen Littlemoon discovered that Lin Ming was in a bit of a pitiful state at the moment. Large holes had been burnt all over his clothes and he seemed exhausted. He had clearly fought through a violent battle just now. As Yen Littlemoon realized that she would have been torn to shreds and eaten without even any bones left by that army of 100,000 mystic realm demons, she felt extremely grateful, but at the same time she also felt very guilty. She had done nothing to help, and had instead only added to his troubles. When the extreme violet ring had broken, if it hadn't been for Lin Ming saving her from the space storm, then he probably wouldn't look so miserable. "Thank you," Yen Littlemoon whispered. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "It's no problem." He continued, "All right. We don't have much time until the God-Beast mystic realm closes. Let's go and look a bit for some more lucky chances and prepare to leave." That sounds good," Yen Littlemoon quietly said. After obtaining the supreme dragon bone, Lin Ming experienced several more situations. However, his harvests were much smaller. They were around the same as the black coral he had obtained before. Like this, they continued all the way until the time within the mystic realm had run out. Each person was only allowed to stay within the God-Beast mystic realm for 96 hours. Afterwards they would all be transmitted away, regardless of where they were. Ancient Dragon Clan, Celestial Dragon World. On the small planet that the God-Beast Mystic Realm Transmission Array was located at, many martial artists had gathered. Among these people were elders of the 4 great clans and even highest elders. These people had all come to greet and receive their returning disciples. Normally, after the disciples of the 4 clans entered the God-Beast Mystic Realm, they would return with some harvest. The best treasures amongst these would even tempt a holy lord. In this case, it was certainly safer to have an elder come and escort them away. And on the ancient Phoenix clan's side, the elder who came was surprisingly Hua Violent Stone. Haha, isn't that Elder Hua? Isn't this just a smelting trial for junior disciples? To think that even you would be bothered to personally come. On the ancient Dragon clan's side, a middle-aged man laughed as he spoke. Generally, this sort of trial wouldn't be enough to alarm someone on the level of a highest elder. Hua Violent Stone looked up at the man speaking and said, "There is a junior disciple that went in this time that I appreciate and am quite concerned about, so I thought that I would come and take a look since I'm free. Gold Even Moon, didn't you personally come here too?" "Hee, is that disciple you're speaking of Lin Ming? I've already heard that in the illusionary god combat array, he managed to complete the 1,000 slaughter, and even defeated Crimson Strifecloud in a vivid battle. Not bad. But what a pity, his cultivation is too low and there are many dangers in the God-Beast mystic realm. I want to see just what sort of lucky chances Lin Ming managed to obtain this time, haha." Hearing Gold Even Moon imply that Lin Ming would have encountered some catastrophic danger in the God-Beast mystic realm, Hua Violent Stone was a bit annoyed. He had never gotten along well with this Gold Even Moon. This was also unavoidable. They came from different factions and certainly had to compete with each other. Moreover, Hua Violent Stone had always been wild and hot-tempered in how he acted, so there were far too few people that were able to get along peacefully with him. Humph, an extreme talent has a destiny that soars like a rainbow. Even if they encounter a calamitous situation filled with dangers, they can still manage to escape. It isn't easy for them to perish anywhere. Haha, you may say that, but each one of those disciples that enter the God-beast mystic realm is an extreme genius of their era. Even so, there are still losses every time. This is an indisputable truth. Even though this is the first time for my Gold family's top junior disciple Gold Skyage to enter the God-beast mystic realm, he is still at the middle divine sea realm. As Gold Even Moon mentioned Gold Skyage, he stroked his beard, a smug expression blooming on his face. Gold Skyage, Hua Violent Stone echoed. Normally, geniuses of the ancient dragon clan would be ranked on the divine fate list and then be called Dragon 1, Dragon 2, or Dragon whatever, based on their corresponding rank. For him to suddenly hear this name, he really had no idea who it was. The 4 God-beast clans had a new batch of junior disciples every 20 years or so anyway, and it was impossible for someone like Hua Violent Stone to pay attention to all of them. It looks like you came this time for that little fellow called Gold Skyage. I wonder what rank he is on the divine fate decree? Ha ha! As Gold Even Moon heard Hua Violent Stone ask about Gold Skyage of his own volition, he was extremely satisfied and proud. This was exactly what he hoped for. He said, the first time that Skyage participated in the ancient dragon smelting trial, he managed to take first place on the divine fate decree. Luckily, he's managed to maintain that spot. First place on the divine fate decree? Hua Violent Stone's eyebrows arched up. That must be the so-called Dragon one then. This person must have quite the skill to be ranked that high. After all, there were just far too many competing disciples in the ancient dragon clan. Chapter 1068 Marriage. Chapter 1068 Marriage. As Hua Violent Stone and Gold Even Moon were speaking, the God-beast mystic realm's ancient transmission array began to violently oscillate. Ripples appeared on the surface, spreading out. It was finally time for the smelting trial disciples to return through the transmission array. It's time. I wonder just what the disciples who went in have managed to obtain. Gold Even Moon smiled, and the other martial artists present also appeared expectant. Normally, no more than 10% of the smelting trial disciples that entered the God-beast mystic realm would perish. Compared to the harvests that could be obtained, this was a necessary sacrifice. After all, the 4 God-beast clans had a new batch of junior disciples every 20 or so years. Although it was a massive loss for some to die, that wasn't enough to affect the destiny of their clans. Moreover, geniuses required life or death adventures in order to grow. As the ripples became increasingly intense, the first wave of disciples appeared. These people all seemed glum and spiritless. Some disciples even had visible wounds. They had clearly had a hard time. Hua Violent Stone's eyebrows shot up. An ominous premonition appeared in his heart. Gold Even Moon also stood up. Hua Violent Stone asked, was there a change in the mystic realm? The ancient dragon clan disciples looked over at Hua Violent Stone with dazed eyes upon hearing this question. They looked at each other, clearly not knowing what to say. Was there a problem? Did several people die? All the elders stood up, each of them deeply frowning. It was clear that some great event had occurred, otherwise it was impossible for so many people to be involved. Around 20 disciples died, we're not sure of the exact number. The ancient dragon clan's Dragon 8 said in a stammering voice. Dragon 8 was a divine sea disciple, and could also be considered a vice-captain of the ancient dragon clan squad that went in this time. Although Dragon 1 would receive the main punishment as the captain, Dragon 1 hadn't reappeared ever since he dove into the Black Swamp. They had sent an Iron Dragon command, but there still wasn't a reply. It was possible that Dragon 1's fate was more perilous than they thought. Thus, the responsibility of this debacle would be assumed by the several vice-captains. 20. Gold Even Moon was immensely shocked. This was absolutely a great matter. Even Hua Violent Stone became nervous. His eyes wandered over the crowd, looking for Lin Ming and Hua Clearheart. Especially Lin Ming, his cultivation was limited, so if something so massive happened, would he still be able to live? What happened in there? Gold Even Moon hurriedly asked. It was an Azura King. We came across an Azura King as it was going through its demonic tribulation. But the Azura King was just far too strong. All of the disciples gathered together to attack it, but we failed to kill it in the end. Instead, we suffered critical losses, and it's likely that 60% of the disciples have died. Dragon 12 said with a dose of shame. He was also a vice-captain of the squad, and this sort of defeat upon defeat was truly a loss of face. It proved just how incompetent the decision-maker had been. What? 60% of the disciples? Gold Skyedge? Just what the hell kind of sickness came over him? The clan gave him so many resources and treasures and had him take the lead, but he actually issued such a preposterous order? Gold Even Moon said in an apoplectic rage. The Gold Skyedge he referred to was naturally Dragon One. He didn't think that anything would happen to Dragon One. Dragon One was the strongest out of all the disciples of the 4 clans who had gone in, so if anyone died it shouldn't have been him. Dragon One, as Dragon One was mentioned, Dragon 8 and Dragon 12 both had ugly complexions. They eyed each other, motioning for the other to speak. Finally, no one said anything at all. Gold Even Moon felt his heart thump in his chest. Dragon One was the greatest talent that his gold family had produced in the last 1,000 years, and also the most outstanding disciple of the ancient Dragon clan for the last 200 years. Although Gold Even Moon had been yelling at Dragon One just now, if there really had been something that happened to him, then the losses would be unimaginable. Dragon 8 and Dragon 12 didn't reply. Then, a light flashed and more disciples were transmitted out. A violent stone swept an eye over the newcomers and simultaneously saw Lin Ming and Hua Clearheart arrive. In addition, even the weakest Yen Little Moon was still perfectly safe. He finally let out a long breath of relief. Everything was okay. Coming back alive is great, it's great. A violent stone said, his palms a bit sweaty. At this time, he didn't care what harvests they had. It could be said that their coming back alive was the greatest harvest of all. Gold Even Moon also swept through the crowd. When he didn't find Dragon One, his complexion became thoroughly gloomy. After several more breaths of time, a few more disciples were sent out. And at this time, the fluctuating ripples of the transmission array began to die down. This was proof that no more disciples would be passing through the transmission array. In other words, Dragon One had perished. The most outstanding young genius that the ancient Dragon clan had produced in the last 200 years, who had high hopes of becoming a Holy Lord-level character, whose cultivation reached the Middle Divine Sea realm, whose strength far surpassed all others, and who also had multiple life-saving methods, had actually died in the God-Beast mystic realm. This sort of matter had likely not occurred in the last 10,000 years. Who killed Dragon One? Was it the Azura King? Gold Even Moon wildly growled, his eyes bloodshot. As he looked around he was like a wild beast. In his opinion, although Dragon One wasn't the Azura King's match, he should still have had the ability to escape, especially amongst so many other people. Could he have been tripped or stopped by someone, preventing him from escaping? Lin Ming was watching from the side. He remained with an indifferent look on his face upon meeting Gold Even Moon's bloodthirsty eyes. It was indeed far too difficult to find evidence of who killed who in the God-Beast mystic realm, so he didn't fear anything at all. As for some special tracing mark being left on the killer, Lin Ming also asked Mo Evers now to look over him, and she assured him everything was okay. In this situation, as long as Lin Ming insisted it had nothing to do with him, then everything would be okay. A violent stone also realized an accident had occurred to Dragon One. Normally, with his personality, he would have been gloating to Gold Even Moon and even mocking him for several rounds, But with the ancient Phoenix clan also having lost several disciples, he wasn't in the mood to do so. He only lightly shook his head and turned to his disciples, saying, "What did you brats obtain?" The remaining disciples all took out the treasures that they obtained in the mystic realm for Violet Stone to see. Yen Little Moon and Lin Ming took out their black coral. The value of this treasure wasn't enough to make up for the cost of the violet sunstones for entering the god-beast mystic realm. Your harvest is all right." Violet Stone nodded. He was satisfied enough that Lin Ming had emerged alive. Xiao Ping, the one with the highest cultivation of the ancient Phoenix clan disciples, had actually found something quite valuable. It was a bit of Phoenix guidegrass. Phoenix guidegrass was a type of spirit grass that grew alongside a phoenix. It was extremely valuable and was even useful for a holy lord. By all reasoning, there hadn't been a god-beast in the god-beast mystic realm for countless hundreds of millions of years, so any Phoenix guidegrass should have already withered away. But the Phoenix guidegrass that Xiao Ping found was actually sealed within a piece of wood spirit jade and preserved well, just like an insect in amber. Xiao Ping's harvest was naturally praised by the protectors behind Violet Stone. With their status, they had to flatter Xiao Ping. After all, Xiao Ping was destined to become a high-level figure of the ancient Phoenix clan. But Lin Ming looked on indifferently. This Xiao Ping was not any sort of good or righteous fellow. When the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan had been besieged by mystic realm demons and even some with 10,000-plus-year cultivations, he had waited for the time when one of his teammates had died and then escaped by himself. "Let's go. We're returning to the ancient Phoenix clan." Violet Stone lightly sighed. Although the losses were serious this time, this was also the fate of those that chose to walk down the road of martial arts. There was nothing else to say. At this time, Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission, "Honorable Master, this disciple does not wish to return to the Phoenix clan for the time being. I wish to go out and adventure a bit." The supreme dragon bone could not be revealed, and absorbing it was also a very long and strenuous process. Lin Ming didn't plan on absorbing it within the clan. He wasn't even able to tell Violet Stone about it. After all, the supreme dragon bone was a type of treasure that even a world king would go mad with envy for. If Violet Stone found out, then even maintaining their current relationship would be more than he expected. It could be said that in some situations, not even the ties between a father and son could be trusted, much less the fact that he was not a direct descendant of the Hua family to begin with. You want to go out and adventure?" Violet Stone frowned. There were indeed many disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan that went out adventuring to gain experience, but now wasn't a good time for Lin Ming to do so. "Lin Ming, you aren't even at the Divine Sea. Do you know how many masters exist in the Divine Realm? If you are not careful and stumble into some ordinary divine transformation realm martial artist, even they will be enough to kill you. Moreover, it is almost time for you to attack the 8th stage of life destruction. If you return to my Hua family, we can provide you with many resources to assist you, and there is even the Sacred Flame Testament which you can meditate over. There is even, I was planning on arranging a wedding for you. You two can be considered a young golden couple, perfectly suited for each other. A marriage like this is definitely a good thing." As Violet Stone spoke to her, he inadvertently glanced at Yen Little Moon, who was standing beside Lin Ming. His eyes flashed with a barely traceable happiness. Although this happiness seemed simple, there was actually a mischievous and devilish meaning to it, as if he were up to no good. Yen Little Moon froze. From the start, she didn't know what those words meant, but as realization began to slowly dawn on her, her large eyes widened. She looked over to Violet Stone in disbelief. Could it be? The so-called young golden couple, perfectly suited for each other, that seemed to be her and Lin Ming. Within the entire ancient Phoenix clan, there were actually several women that had the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. But, besides herself, everyone else was a senior disciple or already married. They clearly didn't suit Lin Ming. In addition, there was also that look that Violent Stone shot at her just now. She already had a firm grasp that she was the subject of this marriage talk. As Yen Little Moon realized this point, she didn't know what to feel. For a woman with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, if a man was to take her primordial yin, that would have a tremendous effect on her own bloodline strength. After all, essence energy was the same as bloodline, and double cultivation also meant to fuse a portion of her bloodline with the man's, so how could she not be affected? Yen Little Moon had made a vow to never marry until she became a holy lord, because she didn't want the power of her bloodline to be diluted. But now, if she married Lin Ming, then she... As Yen Little Moon imagined such a scene, she found this a bit difficult to accept, and yet not at the same time. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't seem to have any intention or interest in a marriage with anyone, thus he never even thought of it. He only looked at Violent Stone and said with all seriousness, "This disciple truly wishes to go out and adventure. I ask that honorable master approves." Chapter 1069 Secret of the Magic Cube. Chapter 1069 Secret of the Magic Cube. "You brat, why are you insisting on leaving?" Violent Stone huffed. But as he saw Lin Ming's earnest expression, he relented. He knew that when Lin Ming did things, he naturally had his own reasons for doing so. He wouldn't do something that he didn't have a full grasp of. Whether it was Hui Yinguang or seizing the drop of ancient phoenix blood essence, he had done so with full confidence. Lin Ming hesitated. In truth, having to think of a reason wasn't too difficult. In fact, he could even come up with some ridiculous reasoning like he was being drawn in by the dark grip of destiny or something like that. After all, destiny was an illusory enough concept that he could attribute his reasons to that, and there wasn't anyone that could doubt it. However, just as Lin Ming was about to speak, Violent Stone waved his hand and said, "Well, whatever. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. I trust in your judgment." "Thank you, honorable master, for your approval." Lin Ming was glad. If possible, he didn't want to come up with some random lie to deceive Violent Stone. Beside Lin Ming, Yen Little Moon also relaxed. If Lin Ming didn't leave, then Violent Stone would truly bring up the idea of marriage to her Yen family, and then she would be stuck in a conundrum of having to make two difficult choices. On one hand, she couldn't help but admit that she held some goodwill towards Lin Ming. On the other hand, she had once made a vow to herself. Everyone boarded the spirit ship and began to fly back to the ancient Phoenix clan. As for Lin Ming, he departed midway through the trip by himself. Just before leaving, Violent Stone gave him 5 million violet sunstones as well as his own spirit ship so that he could travel through space. Lin Ming left the majority of the dragon blood to Yen Little Moon. Most of this dragon blood was placed in a spatial ring. He only told her that this was a lucky chance he had obtained while she was unconscious and decided to divide a part of it to her, and also asked her not to leak out this secret. When Lin Ming left, Yen Little Moon finally searched the spatial ring. It was only then that she found over 1,000 drops of dragon blood in the spatial ring, and this dragon blood was also of relatively high quality. This left her dumbfounded. She didn't think that Lin Ming would gift her something of such high value. Where did Lin Ming obtain so much dragon blood? Did he find a dragon blood pool in the god-beast mystic realm? Yen Little Moon mumbled to herself. In her opinion, if Lin Ming divided her this much dragon blood, then he must inevitably have kept far more with him. Could Lin Ming's lucky chance have been the same as the phoenix blood pond I found in the past? As Yen Little Moon put away the dragon blood, she looked out of the window of her room, gazing at the infinite void and countless stars of space. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss as she fell into a deep and pensive trance. Yen Little Moon never thought that Lin Ming would leave for years this time, and by the time he returned, she would already be at the Divine Sea realm. In the vastness of the endless space, a light gray spirit ship rapidly flew through. This spirit ship wasn't too big, and its gray surface seemed to fuse into the starry skies. In addition, there was a concealing array formation carved onto the surface of the spirit ship. If a master didn't carefully probe with their senses, it was impossible to discover. The master of this spirit ship was naturally Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was sitting in the center of the spirit ship, studying the array formations that drove it. Even for such a small spirit ship, passing through space with the Great Void Shift just once costs 100,000 violet sun stones. It takes too many violet sunstones to pass through space, and, if one were to travel across the great worlds of the divine realm, one would also have to use transmission arrays, and that consumes even more violet sunstones. Poor martial artists can never afford interstellar travel. That's right. In the divine realm, very few people use violet sunstones for training. They are mainly used to drive a variety of array formations. Especially for a Holy Land-level palace, they must consume a massive number of violet sunstones to be maintained. Violet sunstones are the most common power source in the divine realm. With a faint whimsical voice, Mo Eversnow appeared beside Lin Ming. She had been hiding in the magic cube during this, so it was impossible for anyone to detect her presence. Lin Ming asked, "Miss Mo, I've had some questions that have been trapped in my heart for a long time. I wonder if it's all right to ask you about them?" "Ask away," Mo Eversnow said. Lin Ming paused for a brief moment, then asked, "Miss Mo, I want to know, just what is the magic cube? What rank treasure is it? Besides storing soul fragments, just what functions does it have? Why would it cause so many people to struggle for it in the past?" Mo Eversnow gently shook her head. She said, "I have no idea just what the magic cube is. Perhaps it is the leftover crystallized soul of an existence beyond our understanding. It has the ability to crush apart the souls of all existence. However, with my strength, it is very difficult to meditate and perceive it, much less thoroughly control it." Crush apart souls? Is it a soul attack type of treasure? Lin Ming recalled that in his first dream of Mo Eversnow, he had seen her use her half-step World King strength to instantly annihilate 10,000 Divine Realm powerhouses. Many of them were at the late Divine Lord Realm and even Holy Lord Realm. She had even been able to severely wound the early World King Tianmingzi. One could see from this alone just how powerful the magic cube's soul attack function was. Mo Eversnow said, "To attack the soul is only a single function of the magic cube. It has another effect that truly defies the will of the heavens. That is, after it crushes and absorbs a soul, it can erase that soul's spirit mark and turn it into ownerless memory fragments. If one swallows these memory fragments, they can completely obtain the memories of others. This includes cultivation methods, martial skills, auxiliary skills, array formation techniques, and everything else you can think of. In other words, if you can gain control of the magic cube, if you kill someone that has studied a transcendent divine might, you can kill them and swallow up their divine soul with the magic cube. Then, you can erase their spirit mark and absorb their memories. You will obtain that entire transcendent divine might without the least bit missing." Mo Eversnow slowly nodded. To date, this was the most powerful function of the magic cube she had discovered. It had to be known that in the martial world, the foundation of every sect was their inheritances. But these inheritance jade slips could only be carved by those who had an extremely high level of understanding of these inheritances, and it also required a massive amount of time and effort to do so. This caused the inheritance jade slips of these cultivation methods to be even more precious, because those that were able to let a martial artist study extremely powerful top-level cultivation methods to large success were far too few in number. There were even many inheritance jade slips that were singular and unique, without another copy in existence. Even if a normal disciple were to look at this jade slip and record it all in their mind, they still wouldn't have the ability to duplicate it. If they were killed by someone, that killer could use a soul-searching technique, but all they would find would be incomplete fragments. It would simply be impossible to use this method to reproduce a full cultivation method. In other words, as long as a sect preserved and kept their inheritance jade slips, they would never leak out their inheritances. Similarly, array formation technique, alchemy technique, refining technique, all of this was the same. In order to completely obtain someone's cultivation methods or array formation techniques, auxiliary skill memory, practice experience, and so forth, there was only a single way to go about that, and that was to directly fuse souls with the other party. But all souls had a spirit mark. Once absorbed, the spirit marks would fuse together and one would begin to lose themselves, everything that made that person that person. A spirit mark was thoroughly integrated into every piece of a soul. If one wanted to erase a spirit mark, that was actually very simple. One only needed to use a battle spirit to wipe out the spirit mark, but this action would also destroy the soul. When comparing the brain to the soul, the spirit mark would be the same as every nerve and blood vessel that ran through the brain. It was impossible for a doctor, no matter how skilled they were, to remove those nerves and blood vessels without ruining the brain. Thus, when one erased a spirit mark, the soul would also not be able to withstand it. The soul would eventually completely break down into nothingness. But the magic cube was different. It could perfectly remove all spirit marks. It allowed one to completely absorb all of an opponent's memories and experiences, no matter what top cultivation method or auxiliary skill it was. Mo Eversnow's words didn't surprise Lin Ming. He had already been able to take advantage of this function. But, the memory fragments Lin Ming absorbed in the past were all of average quality, and he had only been able to do so passively. If he could one day perfectly control the magic cube, then whenever he slayed a genius, he would be able to swallow their memories and take out whatever he found useful. This was the same as countless extreme geniuses helping to train Lin Ming. Once this began to accumulate, it would become increasingly terrifying. Lin Ming would be able to hold more and more information in his mind until it was limitless. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, "Miss Mo, from what I know, this magic cube is likely some legendary magic tool. How could it have fallen into the hands of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands? It seems as if the Verdant Feather Holy Lands is only." Mo Evers now faintly smiled and said, "You're saying that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was too weak to control the magic cube? In truth, the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was a World King level Holy Land, and the one with the highest cultivation was my grandfather, the Verdant Feather World King. And my great nemesis Tian Mingzi was once the direct disciple of my grandfather. The magic cube was first accidentally obtained in a mystic realm by my grandfather, but at that time, he didn't know what it was, thus the reason that he was able to keep the magic cube for so long. At the time, my grandfather only felt as if the aura of the magic cube was extraordinary. He began to concentrate his time on slowly studying and unraveling it, but unfortunately, there was some mutation that happened later. Perhaps when my grandfather was meditating on the secrets of the magic cube, he caused some massive backlash, but regardless of what happened, the end result was that my grandfather's soul was seriously wounded. During this time period, my grandfather's strength was severely lowered because of these soul injuries. If a World King level powerhouse's soul is seriously injured, wanting to restore it is extremely difficult. One would need an unimaginable level of heavenly materials. For instance, something like the Supreme Dragon Bone. A supreme dragon bone is something incomparably difficult to find, even for a world king level holy land, thus my grandfather had no choice but to slowly recuperate. But coincidentally, Tian Mingzi had also managed to break through into the world king realm at that time. His strength rose dramatically and his original talent was also astonishingly high. The only thing greater was his ambition. When he learned of the magic cube, he took advantage of the period when my grandfather was injured to ambush him and try to steal the magic cube. The result was that he underestimated how strong my grandfather was. My grandfather had been a world king for many years and his background was incomparably deep. He paid a great price to force out Tianmingzi. But then, more wounds were added to my grandfather's original soul wound, and he finally perished because of that. As Mo Evers now spoke to hear, her eyes flashed with sadness. Lin Ming also became aware. No wonder Mo Evers now hated Tianmingzi with every fiber of her body. He had been nothing but a rabid wolf. He was once the chief disciple of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, but he in turn wiped out the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Such a person truly deserved to die. Mo Evers now continued, afterwards, the magic cube fell into my hands. But, because of what happened, a great schism appeared in the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Some people decided to betray me and follow Tianmingzi, later founding their own Netherworld Holy Land. You should already know what happened after that. Chapter 1070, Absorbing the Dragon Marrow. Chapter 1070, Absorbing the Dragon Marrow. Betray. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. After Mo Eversnow's grandfather died, Tianmingzi was actually able to tear apart the factions of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. This sort of plan had probably been percolating for a painstakingly long time, and he had likely even had the thought of revolting much earlier. It was difficult to ascertain all the different interests and conflicts within a super sect. Although Tianmingzi was the direct disciple of Mo Eversnow's grandfather, as time passed and his wings grew, he began to reveal greater ambitions. And when Mo Eversnow's grandfather felt this, he began to guard against it. Tianmingzi then in turn discovered that Mo Eversnow's grandfather was guarding against him, and thus their conflicts would never be resolved. With Tianmingzi's strength and status, it was certainly easy for him to win over supporters. In the past, even though Mo Eversnow's talent was beyond belief, she was still too young. After the old world king died, it was far too hard for her to manage affairs. Thus, the World King-level Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed because of all these circumstances gathering together. It was a truly sad and mournful time. However, through Mo Eversnow's description, Lin Ming also developed some vigilance towards Tianmingzi. This sort of person was extremely talented, moreover he was someone that was ungrateful and had no virtues. He was cruel, merciless, and would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goal. He was a character who had even subverted a World King-level Holy Land. Although he had managed to do so because he grasped the perfect timing, this still wasn't something that an ordinary person could accomplish. Enough. Let's not mention the past for now. The reason we left is to help you absorb the supreme dragon bone. There is simply too much marrow in this dragon marrow, and it is also too pure. Normally, a general martial artist wouldn't be able to swallow all of it. Even someone like Dragon One would have to slowly absorb the dragon marrow over an extremely long period of time. Let alone Dragon One, even the Azura King had used an exceedingly long time and only managed to absorb less than half of it. That was the same amount that Lin Ming was planning to absorb. Of course, that was the dragon marrow that was refined from the Azura King after it died. Mo Evers now changed the topic and said, I actually want you to absorb all of it at once. First you will absorb the dragon marrow. As for the dragon bone, that is mostly related to your body transformation technique, so you can take your time with that. Because you are about to cross life destruction again, the more dragon marrow you have within your body, the greater the advantage will be, otherwise a great portion of its effects will be weakened. You dual cultivate body and energy, so your meridians, flesh and bones, all of it far exceeds an ordinary person in terms of tenacity. If you can't absorb the dragon marrow in a single breath, then your dual body and energy cultivation can be considered wasted. Mo Evers now sounded indifferent, but her words actually left Lin Ming speechless. Having grown so much, he had nearly surpassed all other geniuses he had encountered on his road, wherever and whenever. He had received countless praises from countless people, but now with Mo Evers now here, her strict instructions left him flabbergasted. Lin Ming only thought that he could meet her requirements, wanting to go beyond them wouldn't be easy at all. This was also reasonable. Mo Evers now was someone that could have easily become a world king, and she also chose to dual cultivate in body and energy. Her talent had reached an unimaginably high level. The standards that she set for herself were naturally the standards she set for Lin Ming. Look for a place to absorb the dragon bone marrow first. Then I will lead you to find some more resources from the Verdant Feather Holy Lands in the past. And, although the Verdant Feather Holy Lands met great calamity in the past, they actually didn't completely fall apart. There were still some factions that were left behind. This is also due to the planning of my grandfather. Even Tian Mingzi doesn't know if it. When my grandfather was on his deathbed, he revealed all of this to me. The majority of the wealth was taken away by my auntie so that she could integrate it into an influence somewhere. That influence should have slowly developed upwards by now. That influence should have completely cut off contact with the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, otherwise I fear that Tian Mingzi would have already eliminated them. As the saying went, even when a centipede was chopped up it could still move, much less a world king-level holy land like the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. It wasn't surprising that such a holy land saved up a great portion of its resources during its most glorious time so that they could have escape routes for the future. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He asked, "Is your auntie trustworthy?" "She might. She is trustworthy." Mo Evers now firmly nodded. "My parents died early on. Besides my grandfather, my auntie was the closest person to me." "Good. Then we'll go look for your auntie. I hope that everything goes smoothly." Half a month later, in the vast expanse of space, there was a common-looking planet. This planet was countless billions of miles away from the great primary worlds, and the planet was also 100,000 miles in diameter. In the great divine realm, there were countless planets like this. And at this time, deep within the planet, there was a hidden cave dwelling that had just been formed. This cave dwelling was layered with all sorts of clever concealing array formations. Even a divine Lord Realm powerhouse would have difficulty seeing through it. "This is good. Let's have you absorb the dragon marrow here. I've scanned over the surrounding area and there are no martial artists that should be able to threaten you. In addition to my concealing array formations, nobody should be able to find you here. You should be safe." In the divine realm, one needed to be at least a divine sea powerhouse to go out and adventure. Otherwise, one could die countless times. This was because there were far too many divine transformation realm powerhouses in the divine realm. Even someone whose talent wasn't all that great could still cultivate to the divine transformation realm. No matter how talented a life-destruction genius was, if they ran into some garbage divine transformation martial artist, they would still be done for. This was also the reason why Hua Violent Stone didn't want Lin Ming to go out adventuring. But with Mo Evers now accompanying him, none of that was a problem. "Okay." Lin Ming sat down on a stone bed and took out the extreme violet ring, directly entering it. Within the extreme violet ring, the 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone rose high into the sky. And around the supreme dragon bone floated a black-red pill. This pill was the size of a pigeon egg, and it was smooth as if it were carved from black jade. And on the pill's surface, there was the image of an azure dragon. This azure dragon was the condensed dragon marrow essence of the dragon bone. Although it was faint, it actually contained inherent space laws that Mo Eversnow had placed within it. The dragon marrow essence was compressed in this space, and the total quantity was extremely terrifying. Lin Ming took a deep breath but didn't move the dragon bone. He instead grabbed the pill. This was a pill formed from the marriage of the 100,000-year-old Azura King's source energy and the Supreme Dragon Bone's dragon marrow essence. Regardless of which one, both were precious treasures. In particular, the dragon marrow essence. That was something that would even cause the envious rampage of a world king-level powerhouse. As Lin Ming held the pill in his hand, he felt as if the pill itself was breathing, like there was a little living dragonling within it. Lin Ming had already absorbed some dragon blood, as well as the source strength left behind by Dragon One. All of that had allowed Lin Ming to lay down a foundation and had helped his body adapt to absorb more in the future. Now, it was time to absorb the dragon marrow. Lin Ming directly swallowed the pill in his mouth. At that moment, he felt as if there was a tiny snake twisting around his tongue. What mysterious dragon marrow essence! The azure dragon that left behind this dragon bone has already been dead for countless hundreds of millions of years, and yet its blood marrow still has so much vitality. The ancient azure dragon had a special characteristic, and that was that its energy had the attribute of endlessness. Its resiliency and vitality were powerful to an incredible degree. Thus, even though the azure dragon had been dead for so long, the dragon marrow it left behind still managed to maintain its vitality. As the dragon marrow entered his body, Lin Ming felt a flow of tyrannical and brutal energy surge into him, flooding through his meridian channels, bloodline, acupoints, and impacting through his entire body. Lin Ming had already expected this situation. After all, he was suddenly absorbing a great deal of dragon marrow, and the dragon marrow had an extreme amount of vitality left within it. After entering his body, the dragon marrow would definitely not be resigned to allowing itself to be assimilated. Thus it tried to resist, hence the beginning of the pain in his body. Lin Ming felt his body becoming increasingly hot, as if he were placed into a giant pot of boiling water. Although this heat was far from being comparable to the 8th level in the 18 Hells of Flame, when Lin Ming was there he at least was able to keep the heat away from his body by using the power of the fire laws and also his protective true essence. Thus the true temperature he faced wasn't high at all. But now, the situation was completely different. The heat was directly swelling up within Lin Ming's body. A martial artist's physical body didn't have too great an ability to resist high temperatures. Even though Lin Ming dual cultivated in body and energy, he wasn't that much different either. His entire body began to drip with sweat. Because of the blazing heat, even his thoughts became slow. Soon, his clothes began to burn until they were reduced to ash, leaving behind nothing but the top-grade Saint Artifact dragon scale robe draped over his naked skin. Lin Ming took great breaths of air, and every time he breathed out, fire would follow. All of the acupoints of his body expanded, and faint red steam flowed out from his body, nearly gushing out due to the amazing heat. Seal off your acupoints, otherwise you will lose the power of the dragon marrow. That red steam escaping is the purest bloodline strength. Mo Eversnow said, standing beside Lin Ming. In the past, she had absorbed a great number of soul fragments, thus her experience was extraordinarily vast. She was able to guide Lin Ming so that he could absorb the dragon marrow to the greatest effect. Seal off the acupoints. Lin Ming shouldered the agonizing pain and forcefully moved his senses to seal off his acupoint. As he did so, he felt as if his entire body were about to explode. A brutal energy tore through all of his meridians and blood vessels. Even though he dual cultivated in body and energy and his meridians were far tougher than normal, they still couldn't withstand such an overbearing energy. Puff puff puff. Meridians and blood vessels all over Lin Ming's body burst apart from the energy. His skin ruptured, causing crimson streams of blood to flow out. In this current situation, the pain of his skin cracking apart wasn't anything to Lin Ming at all. The true pain came from the dragon marrow that burned within his body. If Lin Ming's will hadn't been tempered for so long, if it wasn't incomparably tough, and if his battle spirit hadn't reached the gold level, his consciousness might have collapsed by now. Do not worry. The blood leaving your body is common blood. Even though you condensed a spirit body after crossing life destruction and your every cell was tempered by energy, your flesh and blood is still your original flesh and blood. You cannot yet be considered as having been reborn, only transformed. And afterwards, when you absorbed the drop of phoenix blood essence, that may have been an incomparably precious treasure, but that was still a mere single drop. That is far too little. Now, for you to absorb this dragon marrow is for you to truly be reborn. Discard your old blood and your old marrow. Although Lin Ming looked like a fountain that was erupting with blood, Mo Evers now was still calm as she watched this scene. She slowly explained the effects of the dragon marrow. In truth, at this time, every single tiny change in Lin Ming's body was being covered by Mo Eversnow's senses and was under her complete control. As long as the tiniest unwelcome change appeared in Lin Ming's body, she could instantly respond and guarantee that his life wouldn't be in danger. Chapter 1071 A Crossing 8-Fall. Chapter 1071 A Crossing 8-Fall. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming withstood the agonizing suffering for an entire hour. This pain simply couldn't be described with words. It was like every bit and piece of his flesh and blood was being grinded down by the dragon blood. This was even more painful than being roasted within the hells of flame. His body was directly burnt from the inside out. And at this time, the dragon marrow began to show its miraculous effects. As a part of the dragon marrow fused with Lin Ming's body, it began to display its powerful regenerative abilities. Some of Lin Ming's shattered meridians and torn organs began to slowly regenerate. As they did, he felt his entire body itch. But before these wounds could fully heal, they would tear right back open. This painful ripping along with the unbearable itching was a feeling that made one wish for death. All of Lin Ming's blood and sweat was mixed together in a crimson pool on the ground. Lin Ming had lost over 80% of his blood. An ordinary person would have died to the point of not being able to die anymore. Even if it were a martial artist, losing so much blood would begin to affect their life source. But Lin Ming had dragon marrow in his body, and this dragon marrow was slowly fusing into Lin Ming's own marrow and beginning to replace it. Now, the blood that he produced was no longer ordinary blood, but blood that was close to being a dragon's blood. This was truly washing the marrow and bringing in new blood. He was replacing his own blood with dragon blood. In this sense, the dragon marrow contained within the supreme dragon bone had a fundamental difference from the dragon marrow blood that the ancient dragon clan had. Dragon marrow blood was only the blood from a dragon's marrow. Once it was transplanted into a human's body, it could only transform their bloodline. That sort of transformation could not compare with the complete dragon marrow. With the transplantation of dragon marrow, that was truly transformation of the marrow. One's own marrow would change too, and that was the equivalent of altering the very basis of one's blood. It would make one's blood more similar to dragon blood. Mo Evers now continued to stand guard beside Lin Ming. Every single change within Lin Ming's body fell into her eyes. Whenever some phoenix blood leaked out with the ordinary blood, she would cast a seal and lock that phoenix blood into his body. This was the so-called union of dragon and phoenix. The newly absorbed dragon marrow did not conflict with the phoenix blood in Lin Ming's body at all. Rather, they fused together perfectly and even mutually benefited each other. In the scope of Mo Eversnow's senses, she could see that Lin Ming was being thoroughly transformed. The blood in Lin Ming's blood vessels began to shine with a bright light. If one took a drop of Lin Ming's blood into a completely dark room, they would be able to see his blood emit a light golden radiance, similar to a shining night pearl. At this step, Mo Evers now knew that Lin Ming's transformation was thoroughly completed. She also let out a light breath. For an entire hour she had been combing her senses through every single inch of Lin Ming's flesh and blood, feeling every minute change happening. This wasn't an easy process at all. This is truly an extraordinary lucky chance. In the past, if my verdant feather Holy Lands had such dragon marrow, then my grandfather's injuries would have been healed. If he was able to live longer, then I would have been able to break into the World King realm. At that time, I would naturally have assumed the position of ruler of the verdant feather Holy Lands. I might have even become the next World King of the shifting feather world and saved the verdant feather Holy Lands from falling apart. Mo Evers now sighed. She had never had such a lucky chance in the past, but now Lin Ming did. If this continued, then Lin Ming would begin to accumulate more and more superiorities. His future accomplishments would reach a terrifying degree. At this time Lin Ming had fallen into a coma. Rather, it wasn't exactly a coma, but a dormant state where he had fallen completely unconscious. Every single cell in his body had also entered a dormant condition. In this state, Lin Ming's body, meridians, bones, organs, all of them were experiencing earth-shaking changes. This was a change on the cellular level. Dragon blood now flowed through Lin Ming's veins, and blood was what carried energy to nourish the cells throughout the body. To have a body nourished with dragon blood and common blood, of course the effects were different. Slowly, Lin Ming's cells became more dense and the connection between them more solid. Every single strand of Lin Ming's body could withstand a tearing force of 1,000,000 genes. As Lin Ming's body changed, even his nails fell off for new ones to appear. These new nails shined like crystal and seemed to be as soft and glossy as jade petals. They could even be called perfect. A few hours later, Lin Ming's broken meridians began to slowly mend together. After washing his marrow and switching his blood, there were countless injuries littered through Lin Ming's body. But, underneath the new regenerative properties of Lin Ming's body, all of these wounds healed up. It would only be another 1 or 2 hours for Lin Ming to completely recover. And at this moment a sudden change occurred. All of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began surging towards Lin Ming. The energy within his body rapidly expanded, and the regenerated skin ruptured again. Deep and shocking fissures appeared through his body, causing his flesh to split apart and blood to rain down. Following this, Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels began to shatter. Immense amounts of energy swelled up within him, as if he would explode at any moment. Mo Evers now wrinkled her eyebrows as she saw this sudden chance. He's actually crossing 8-fall at such a time, and so he had been suppressing his cultivation all this time. In truth, Lin Ming had long been able to cross 8-fall, but he had been tamping down his own strength because he wished to better perceive the laws. If he did so, then when he crossed 9-fall he would be able to have a greater baptism of the heavenly Tao and obtain a much more significant advantage from that. But now, with his body having entered a dormant state and no consciousness lingering in his spiritual sea, he was naturally unable to suppress the energy in his body. Thus, he began to spontaneously cross the 8th stage of life destruction. This was caused by the laws of the heavenly Tao. As Mo Evers now saw the limited amount of energy within the extreme violet ring be completely sucked dry by Lin Ming, she quickly formed several seals and slammed them into his body, unlocking the energy within the pill he swallowed. When Mo Evers now refined the Azura King, she had sealed all of the Azura King's source energy into the pill. As for the dragon marrow, that formed the azure dragon that wrapped around the bead. From the very beginning when Lin Ming swallowed the pill, he had only absorbed the dragon marrow. The Azura King's source energy was still sealed away. This was because Mo Eversnow had considered the amount of energy Lin Ming could withstand. Absorbing that much dragon marrow was already at the edge of his limits. If he had absorbed the Azura King's source energy during that, then his body would have exploded into ashes. But now that Lin Ming had completely fused the dragon marrow into his body and was starting to cross the 8th stage of life destruction, this was naturally the best time to unlock the energy within the pill. One lucky chance has just ended and now another lucky chance has come. This is the total source strength of the Azura King, but it is used for you to cross the 8th stage of life destruction. Although there were countless mystic realms scattered all throughout the divine realm, there were great energy barriers that blocked entry to many of them. The strong were unable to go, and the weak were definitely not the match of an opponent like the Azura King. The Azura King's source energy contained the special laws of the God-Beast mystic realm, and it would be able to make up for Lin Ming's comprehension of laws to an extremely great degree. In fact, the mystic realms of the divine realm were far larger than most people ever imagined. Every single mystic realm could be called its own separate universe. With the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds and the billion worlds of the lower realms, there were different laws everywhere. Every single world contained infinite mysteries and countless different spacetimes. The God-Beast mystic realm was only a single one of these. Bang! As the seal was undone, Lin Ming's body shined as if a sun appeared within him. A pure mystic realm energy thoroughly erupted, savagely attacking his body. In the moment that the energy erupted, Lin Ming's physical body completely decomposed as his flesh collapsed. At that moment, Lin Ming began to officially attack the 8th stage of life destruction. In the past, when Lin Ming was in the Sky Spill continent, because of the limitations on one's horizons due to insufficient resources and inheritances, Eightfall was the symbol of a top character that would be remembered throughout history. And now, Lin Ming had finally stepped into the 8th stage of life destruction. The rays of light became increasingly bright. Lin Ming's skin, organs, muscles, everything began to break down into the tiniest particles. Even his dantian broke, and his black hole revolving core split apart. Then, his soul also began to decompose. At the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of life destruction, the human body would break down, the revolving core would shatter, and even the soul would dissolve. This was the so-called breaking and reforming of a martial artist's essence, energy, and divine. Normally, an extremely talented character like Lin Ming would not experience any dangers upon crossing Eightfall. But, he cultivated dual body and energy, and thus his body was extremely tough. He would encounter multiple layers of resistance in crossing Eightfall. But, Lin Ming's foundation was solid and he even had the source strength of the Azura King supporting him. In addition, with Mo Eversnow watching over him, there wasn't any problem at all. A normal dual body and energy martial artist would find crossing every single stage of life destruction to be a tremendous life or death hurdle. If their talent, resources, or lucky chances were lacking, they would instead directly perish during life destruction. However, from the very start and up until now when he was crossing the 8th stage of life destruction, Lin Ming had consumed all sorts of heavenly materials, gathered all sorts of rare lucky chances, and had even borrowed the strength of special thunder and flames to arrive at this point. Just this alone would cause nearly all geniuses of the divine realm to shrink back in fear from ever choosing the path of dual body and energy cultivation. After all, a person had limited time and energy. If so, then maybe it would be more beneficial to spend all that time meditating on the laws, so that they could experience a greater baptism of laws during Ninefall. As Lin Ming's soul completely broke down and mixed into his primordial soup of life, his consciousness still faintly existed. He could feel a sea of special energy floating all around him. This energy was completely different from the energies currently present in the divine realm, and it also represented a different power of laws. These were mystic realm laws. Lin Ming wandered through this sea of mystic realm energy and mystic realm laws for an untold period of time. His soul broke again and again and again. He forgot the passing of time and even his sense of self. During this period, Mo Evers now continued to stand guard next to Lin Ming. As she looked at a nearby hourglass, she could see that 18 days had passed. Lin Ming's crossing of the 8th stage of life destruction was finally coming to an end. The process of Lin Ming crossing life destruction this time was extremely slow. His body, dantian, and soul were far more thoroughly broken down. This was because of the mystic realm laws. It could be said that Lin Ming's soul was experiencing a continued baptism. And at this moment, Lin Ming's body began to truly reform. Above the hidden cave dwelling, with the clapping of thunder, all of the heaven and earth origin energy was stirred up. The heaven and earth origin energy for several hundred miles around was stirred up, forming a massive vortex. A cloud slowly formed in the skies. This was Lin Ming's Eightfall origin energy cloud. As Lin Ming crossed Eightfall, without any surprise at all, an origin energy cloud world phenomenon appeared once more. Chapter 1072 Display of Strength. Chapter 1072 Display of Strength. As soon as Mo Evers now sensed the appearance of the origin energy cloud, she perked up. Although there had been several layers of concealing array formations laid down, they were only to hide the cave dwelling. It was extremely difficult to hide this sort of turbulent heaven and earth origin energy. Luckily, there wasn't any sort of extremely powerful master on this planet. As long as no Divine Lord Powerhouse appeared, Mo Evers now would be able to kill them. The origin energy cloud grew increasingly large. From 3 miles to 6 miles, 9 miles, 12 miles, all the way to 18 miles. 6-layered heaven's life destruction. Mo Eversnow's complexion changed as she sensed the size of the origin energy cloud outside of the cave dwelling. A 6-layered heaven's 9th stage life destruction couldn't be considered anything at all, but a 6-layered heaven's 8th stage life destruction was something else. When Lin Ming finally broke through to the 9th stage of life destruction, the size of the origin energy cloud he produced then would be on a horrifying scale. At this moment, the particles of Lin Ming's flesh and blood turned into a red light that broke out of the cave dwelling, piercing straight into the origin energy cloud. The heavens and earth lost their color as winds and storms surged about. The origin energy clouds contained both mystic realm laws as well as grand mist laws. The simultaneous existence of both of these caused the clouds to alternate between a dark gray and dark red. This was a completely different scene from the origin energy clouds that appeared when an ordinary martial artist crossed Ninefall. It would take some time for Lin Ming to finish his baptism of laws in the origin energy clouds. Mo Evers now cast out her divine sense as far as she could reach, keeping a tight guard over every minor change. If she encountered a middle or late Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse, then she would rather interrupt Lin Ming's 8th stage life destruction and have him not fully complete it than risk his life. Of course, the chances of this happening were extremely tiny. When Lin Ming left, his whereabouts were kept completely secret. Besides Hua Violent Stone, Yen Little Moon, and a few other people, no one even knew that Lin Ming had left the ancient Phoenix clan. Then, he had used the universal Great Void Shift on the spirit ship and had long ago arrived at a different great world of the divine realm. He had even chosen a planet where the average martial artist's cultivation was extremely low. If he happened to run into a Divine Lord Powerhouse that was simply traveling about, then it could only be said he was extremely unlucky. Some people have arrived. Mo Evers now turned and glanced in a distant direction. She was looking towards an island several thousand miles away. There was a large gang located on this island. The difference between a gang and a sect was that a sect had a core inheritance continually passed down, whereas a gang was nothing but a loose organization of martial artists gathered together for some purpose. This was only a large gang in the context of this planet. Of course, even saying that, the truth was that its strength was around equal to the Sky Spill continent's 9-furnace divine kingdom. In the divine realm, there were numerous holy lands. As for small sects and small gangs like this, they had reached a terrifying number. There were more of them than there were drops of water in the endless sea. When adventuring in the outside world, one would usually encounter small sects and gangs like these. As for a larger influence like the ancient Phoenix clan, there couldn't be said to be too many of them on a great world of the divine realm, thus they were relatively rare. What is that? An early divine sea martial artist discovered the changes happening in the distant heaven and earth origin energy, as well as the flashing gray and red lights. Is it a world phenomenon of a heavenly treasure being born? Or is it the ninefall phenomenon listed in the ancient text? I doubt it is someone crossing ninefall. It is different from what I've read. Then again, it's not like crossing ninefall is so easy. On our continent such a situation hasn't appeared in several thousand years. Judging from how intense the heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations are, it is probably a rare treasure being born unto the world. This might be our great lucky chance. Let's go and take a look. The location that Mo Eversnow had chosen for this cave dwelling was the richest point of origin energy on this planet. Going into seclusion here would be extremely beneficial to Lin Ming. But, this place having the richest origin energy also meant that it had the most sects and gangs, and the competition between powerhouses here was also the most intense. In fact, there were indeed a great number of heavenly materials here, thus many robbers and bandits had gathered here too. And Lin Ming had stirred up too much heaven and earth origin energy in his crossing of Eightfall. Soon, the martial artists or 3 nearby gangs spotted him and began rushing over. Among these people, there were only over a dozen Divine Sea Realm martial artists, and the majority were Life Destruction Realm martial artists, along with several Revolving Core Realm juniors out for adventuring. Even in the Divine Realm, most martial artists were still low-level ones like these, especially on such a small planet. There's an energy field barrier blocking the way. Is this an energy field formed by the treasure? Attack it, destroy it. Before these martial artists arrived, Mo Eversnow had already used her world of will projection to lock out the surrounding space, not allowing anyone to approach or discover what was happening inside. For someone like Mo Eversnow, it was extremely easy for her to keep out this group of people. And at this time, Lin Ming's life destruction also began to come to an end. The origin energy clouds began to contract and shrink downwards. Lin Ming's brain, bones, organs, muscles, blood, skin, hair, all of it began to form one after the other. This included even his soul. After being tempered with so much energy, the law fragment runes had carved themselves into Lin Ming's very flesh and blood, and even into his marrow. He had finally crossed the 8th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes and lightning seemed to crackle in his pupils. Every breath he took seemed to inhale and exhale pure heaven and earth origin energy. From the 7th stage to the 8th stage of life destruction, although he had only crossed a small boundary, his strength had actually soared to another level. This sort of effect was far from what passing a small boundary could be described with. If he had to fight against the Eightfall Crimson Strife Cloud from the illusionary god combat array, he could even roll right over him. Not bad. Mo Eversnow said some rare words of appreciation. There are quite a few people that have gathered outside. Deal with them as you wish. Mo Eversnow took back her own world of will projection and submerged into the magic cube. As the energy field was removed, Lin Ming immediately fell into the encirclement of the martial artists from the 3 gangs. Of these people, the ones leading were mostly at the late Divine Sea, and the strongest one even neared the Divine Transformation realm. That person wore a black medium-grade Saint artifact armor and had an extremely large and robust build. The black-armored large man looked through Lin Ming's cultivation, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He released and covered Lin Ming with his killing intent, trying to suppress Lin Ming with his own pressure. "Brat, are you the only one here? Which gang are you from?" Every world in the divine realm had different customs and traditions. This planet had more gangs than they did sections. Martial artists that joined a gang did so through a combination of interests. They might join together to help complete various tasks given to them by their sects from different planets, or they might be organizing more people to explore mystic realms, or they might even be part-time robbers. In fact, many large gangs were nothing but roaming packs of robbers. The black-armored large man didn't think Lin Ming traveled here from some other planet. For an 8th stage life destruction boy to engage in interstellar travel was a completely idiotic idea. And looking at Lin Ming's solid foundation, this boy seemed to have some talent. "You fucker, our boss has asked you a question. Are you deaf?" Seeing Lin Ming remain silent, several of the black-armored large fellow's underlings grew angry. Their group had over a dozen Divine Sea Masters, and they were now threatening an 8th stage life destruction boy with their killing intent. However, the boy did not kneel and beg for mercy, nor was he scared shitless. How could any one of them feel comfortable about this? It had to be known that these martial artists were all people that constantly danced on the edge of death. They were masters who had been tempered through countless bloody battles. They could tell at first glance that Lin Ming was likely one of those disciples of a distinguished family. These people had deep backgrounds, but they were in reality nothing more than flowers grown in a greenhouse. They simply couldn't withstand the wind and rain of the world. "Fuck. This damned idiot, I think that he has already taken the treasure. Cut off his limbs and search his soul. We're taking the treasure back." An early Divine Sea monkey-faced man unhappily said. He was originally a bandit to begin with, so doing this sort of thing came naturally to him. He prepared to act as soon as he spoke. Lin Ming's cultivation was simply too low for him to develop any sort of caution in his heart. But just as he was about to attack, Lin Ming was actually the first one to do so. Lin Ming didn't even use the Phoenix Blood Spear. He simply lifted 2 fingers. Using fingers as a spear light shot outwards. A shimmering blue beam of light crossed through the skies. No one was able to clearly make out the path of this beam of light. With just a light puff sound, the monkey-faced man's forehead was directly pierced through by the light. Blood splashed out from the back of his head as he died on the spot. In that moment, everyone was stunned. No one had sensed Lin Ming's killing intent. All they saw was a flash of blue light, and then the monkey-faced man had died. This was too strange. Some people even suspected whether or not that was Lin Ming who had just attacked. "Everyone be careful. There is some sort of unknown offensive treasure on that brat's body. It might even be what caused those heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations just now. Let's attack together." As Lin Ming killed a person with a single strike, even the black-armored large fellow was alarmed by this. However, he didn't panic. He didn't believe that Lin Ming had this sort of strength to begin with. There must be some other secret to such a trick. If he ran away just because he didn't understand something, and in the end it turned out that all his fears were due to his own idiocy, then he really wouldn't have any face left. Then again, his cultivation neared the divine transformation realm, and he could also instantly kill that monkey-faced man. There was just no need for him to fear Lin Ming. Over a dozen Divine Sea powerhouses attacked together, as well as several 8th stage life destruction martial artists. As for Ninefall geniuses, they weren't cabbages even in the vast divine realm, so how could they possibly appear on such a small planet like this? It seems that all of you are used to being bandit. Your cultivation methods and understandings of concepts are far too different from each other, truly a crowd of rabble, nothing more than the dregs of the divine realm. Today, I shall enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Facing over a dozen divine sea powerhouses, Lin Ming's expression was calm and steady. He flicked out his fingers and dozens of spear lights instantly shot out. These spear lights were a deep azure color, and they also contained the concept of endlessness. A single wisp of azure true essence could destroy a wisp of ordinary true essence several times stronger. As for these divine sea powerhouses, their talent was even inferior to that of the worst Firebird Hall disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. As for the strongest black-armored large fellow among them, he was about the same as Yang Yun. In front of Lin Ming's attacks, their protective true essence was nothing more than rotten paper, easily pierced through. Puff, puff, puff. Blood rained down. Of those divine sea martial artists, over half of them immediately died. All of the 8th stage life destruction martial artists died, and the survivors were all left severely wounded. There were even some spear lights that stabbed through several people together. This is monster. All of the surviving martial artists were petrified. The black-armored large fellow leading them turned paler than death, his entire body trembling. This time, he had been able to clearly see that Lin Ming hadn't used any type of saint artifact to attack. All he did was send out his true essence to kill his enemies. This was only possible because his control of his true essence had reached a terrifying degree. Thus, when he killed his enemies, he hadn't wasted even a bit of true essence. As for why there had been no killing intent when Lin Ming had killed the monkey-faced man, this was because killing intent was originally a type of force field formed by one's desire to kill. If one were up against fundamentally insignificant opponents, for instance a man stepping on ants, then there would be no killing intent at all. In other words, in front of Lin Ming, the monkey-faced man had been nothing more than an ant. It wasn't until now, when he faced several late divine sea martial artists, that Lin Ming revealed his killing intent. Chapter 1073 True Martial World. Chapter 1073 A True Martial World. Run away. Quickly run away. Everyone scatter. Great Master, I beg you not to kill me. Foolish little me was confused. I had eyes and yet I still couldn't see Mount Tai, and now I've offended Great Master. I beg that Great Master spare my life. As these murderers and robbers saw Lin Ming kill them so aggressively, all of them were scared witless. In just a split second, over half of all the divine sea martial artists had been killed. This sort of strength surpassed the scope of their understanding, and since they were nothing more than a gang that had gathered together casually, they began to surrender upon the sight of such a powerful enemy. As Lin Ming saw the disgusting looks on these people's faces, he sneered, "When you want to kill others you kill them, but when you find out you can't, you decide to kneel and beg for mercy instead. Where is there such a wonderful deed in this world? Since you've already decided to murder someone, you should have come to terms with your own potential death." Chi chi chi. A spear light flashed. 7 or 8 martial artists were pierced through, instantly dying. Ah! Fight him to the death. As the martial artists saw that there was no path to survival left for them, they decided to desperately go all out against Lin Ming. But Lin Ming simply swept his hand out and a spear light crossed through the horizon, beheading all of them. As he killed these people, some early life destruction and revolving core junior martial artists had already fled dozens of miles away by now. Lin Ming didn't bother with them. He directly chased the black-armored large man. The black-armored large man was the only peak late divine sea martial artist in the group, and he had also reached the 8th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming would naturally focus on him. He didn't use his fingers as a spear anymore. He directly flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear. 999 small blood spears waved through the skies, forming a crimson storm. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming's speed reached the peak. The phoenix blood spear thrust straight towards the black-armored large man's back. The black-armored large man crazily roared and then swiveled around. He took out his own high-grade Saint Artifact serrated sword and chopped down at Lin Ming. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ming's match, thus he used this suicidal type of attack. As long as Lin Ming stabbed him, then he would definitely be able to tear apart Lin Ming. If one was up against a much stronger opponent, this method was indeed a smart choice. Unfortunately, the one that the black-armored large man had bumped into was Lin Ming. As the phoenix blood spear was about to clash with the serrated sword, in that moment, Lin Ming's thoughts dove into his spiritual sea. The grand mist battle spirit broke out, forming a world of will projection. Ca. The black-armored large fellow felt his shoulders sink. He could only feel that his serrated sword suddenly seemed to be wrapped up in some invisible web. His speed plummeted. At the same time, Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear rapidly accelerated. He let go of the spear, and with the support of the grand mist battle spirit, the spear shot forwards with a shrill whistling sound, piercing through the black-armored large fellow's chest. Purring! With his heart torn apart, the black-armored large man looked down at the massive hole in his chest that blood gushed from. Even at the end, he still couldn't believe that he had been instantly killed by an 8th-stage life-destruction martial artist. Gold battle spirit? Are you really a life-destruction martial artist? The black-armored large man whispered. Soon, his eyes glazed over and he no longer spoke. Lin Ming put away the phoenix blood spear. Because he had been so fast, the spear edge hadn't even been wetted with blood. After this fight, those several life destruction and revolving core juniors that managed to luckily escape wouldn't believe that the one who slaughtered them had an 8th-stage life destruction cultivation. They all thought that Lin Ming was hiding his true strength from them. Lin Ming wasn't some demon who killed without rhyme or reason. Out of the dozens of martial artists that had gathered here, there were some who didn't have any killing intent. They were the ones who had come purely to seek treasures and without the intention of robbing other martial artists. He simply let those people run away. As for the possibility of those people revealing his whereabouts because he let them go and thus drawing the attention of his enemies, that was simply impossible. The divine realm was just too vast. There were countless planets with countless strange and miraculous events occurring at all times. No matter how great an intelligence organization was, it would still be impossible to cover the entirety of the divine realm. Moreover, Lin Ming was at a great world far away from Atlas World. What happened just now was also a minor matter that simply didn't warrant anyone's concern. Like this, Lin Ming left this small planet. His destination was True Martial World. True Martial World wasn't ranked among the largest of the Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds, but it did have one of the most glorious reputations. This was because it was one of the busiest and most prosperous trade markets in the Divine Realm. On True Martial World, countless great trade associations and auctions houses were converged. At any given moment there were limitless heavenly materials being bought and sold. It was said that in the marketplaces and auction houses here, there were even harvests for a World King-level powerhouse. Of course, Lin Ming didn't come here for True Martial World's bustling economic scene. Although he had many priceless treasures, most of them could not be revealed to the public, and it was impossible for him to trade them for money. As for the currency of the Divine Realm, that was violet sunstones. Besides the violet sunstones that Violet Stone gave Lin Ming, the rest of the ones he had were taken from the corpses of Dragon One and the other disciples of the ancient Dragon Clan. However, although he was currently much wealthier than a martial artist at his level should be, compared to those people that came to True Martial World to bid on items, he was simply a joke. The true reason that Lin Ming came to true martial world was to seek out the chess piece that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had arranged for in the past, as well as to obtain the resources that Mo Eversnow had left behind. In a great and endless red desert, every grain of sand was bright red like blood. Above the desert, wild winds raged about, stirring up massive tornadoes of sand and creating great crimson seas that reached the heavens. These wild winds contained an extremely powerful disintegrative and smothering power. Any Xiantian realm martial artist that was sucked into these sandstorms would be blown into pieces and suffer a horrifying death. And above this blood-red desert, the skies were also a deep red. This was a divergent world. In the Sky Spill continent, when one referred to a divergent world, they could be referring to the Holy Demon continent or even the Divine Realm. But in the Divine Realm, a divergent world often held a simple meaning, that was a Divine Realm mystic realm. These different worlds had different laws compared to a primary world of the Divine Realm, and there was also a space barrier that separated them. These mystic realms came in multiple layers with endless distances. They could even be called another universe. When Lin Ming entered the God-Beast mystic realm, that was only one of the countless mystic realms of the Divine Realm. Although there were countless mystic realms in the Divine Realm, only a small portion of them had known entrances that connected to the Divine Realm primary world. The other mystic realms were either sealed off or their entrances were unknown. Without a doubt, a mystic realm meant exorbitantly rich resources and fortuitous encounters. Because these mystic realms were incomparably ancient, many of them had a history that was longer and more wondrous than many great worlds of the Divine Realm. These mystic realms had continuously gathered heavenly materials over an immeasurable span of time. Moreover, they were rarely visited. Thus, the amount of wealth accumulated within them could be imagined. The entrance to this mystic realm with the limitless red desert was located at the main continent of true martial world. It was referred to by others as the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. This mystic realm was jointly governed by several influences of true martial world. At this time, above the desert, a number of martial artists had gathered in the air. There were around 700 to 800 of them that were scattered in small groups all over the vast red desert. From high above the skies, they looked no different to ants. The overwhelming majority of these martial artists were at the revolving core realm, and the remainder were at the Divine Sea realm. Of the Divine Sea powerhouses, the ones with the highest cultivation among them were at the Middle Divine Sea. Even then there were only several of them. The rest were at the early Divine Sea realm. These people all seemed to be searching the desert. Once they made a discovery, they would begin to excavate it. At times, they would dig out something similar to black crystals, and sometimes they would dig out small pieces of beast bones, spirit medicines, and even spirit plants. It was obvious that these people were all gathering resources in the mystic realm. As for those Divine Sea martial artists, although they also helped in gathering resources, their main duties were to oversee the operation and to stand guard over everyone else. These martial artists were all disciples of true martial world's carefree island. Everyone hurry up as much as you can. We have less than an hour left until we are automatically transported out of here by the laws of the mystic realm. We have to take advantage of this time we have left to gather as many resources as we can. Our harvests this time cannot be low. The one who spoke was a young blue-clothed martial artist. He was clearly leading this group of excavators. His cultivation was at the peak of the Middle Divine Sea, and he was just a little bit away from breaking into the Late Divine Sea realm. Yes. The martial artists below responded in unison. It was clear that this blue-clothed martial artist had a great deal of prestige here. Perk up your minds and keep guard all around you. This final stretch of time is always the most dangerous of all. Be careful that those fellows from Splinter Soul Mountain or the Occult Bone Clan don't try to come and steal our spoils at the last moment. Don't worry, elder senior apprentice brother. If anyone dares to steal from us, we'll slaughter them until they run away with their tails between their legs. Several divine sea disciples casually chatted. But one could see that they were in fact very nervous and vigilant, not seeming relaxed at all. To a martial artist, resources were life. In a mystic realm of a divergent world, there was wealth to be found everywhere. But this wealth was often found at the edge of life or death. There were countless extreme talents in the divine realm that had perished in these divergent world mystic realms. Just as that disciple's voice was heard, the blue-clothed youth captain's expression suddenly changed. He looked up into the distance, and he could see that faintly, between the endless grains of blood-red sand, there was the appearance of people's shadows. These people were menacingly rushing over. Their intentions were clearly bad. As everyone else saw this, their complexions also changed. Splinter Soul Mountain. Occult Bone Clan. So many, there must be 60 to 70 of them. Heavens! How could there be so many? The disciples of Carefree Island felt a chill crawl down their back. In this divergent world mystic realm, sending a revolving core martial artist here cost an extremely low price. But, for a divine sea martial artist to arrive here, they actually had to pay a massive number of violet sunstones. As for sending 60 to 70 of those people, that was truly an astronomical figure. They've come to steal our resources. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, what do we do? Several divine sea martial artists cried out in panic. Although they were outstanding geniuses among martial artists of their level, their opposition wasn't poor either. And facing numbers several times their own, once they fought, the results could be imagined. The blue-clothed youth called senior apprentice brother Xiao grit his teeth and shouted, "Fight! Although they are here to steal our resources, that doesn't mean they'll let us live even if we surrender. Fight with everything you have. We have less than an hour left until we're transmitted out of here. If we can last until the end, then we win. Fight! Kill!" The 10+ divine sea disciples of Carefree Island shot into the sky. A tragic and cruel battle soon commenced. I'm here. This is true martial world. Lin Ming floated high above a light yellow continent. Looking from high up, he could see no limit to its ends. The place that Lin Ming had arrived at was not a planet, but the central continent of true martial world. Chapter 1074 Carefree Island. Chapter 1074 Carefree Island. Every great world of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds had a central continent called the primary world. This primary world was a landmass of nearly unimaginable breadth, and was also considered the core of a divine realm great world. The heaven and earth origin energy here was the richest, and the resources bred here were also of the highest quality. The number of people living on a primary world reached an incalculable number, the average strength of the martial artists was higher, and the inheritances they studied were also much better. Even the common people practiced martial arts. If one walked into the marketplace of mortal nations, they would see altering muscle and bone-forging realm martial artists everywhere. Even Hotian and Xiantian martial artists were relatively common. If the foundation of people was excellent, then there would naturally be more masters, and the sects would also be larger. Almost 90% of the Holy Lands were located on primary worlds. Far above the seas of true martial world's primary world, looking down, one could see vast and surging waves of mist with countless islands scattered all throughout. These islands came in various sizes. The smaller ones were a few dozen miles wide, and the larger ones were tens of thousands of miles wide, no smaller than a continent. There was a particularly large cluster of islands. This cluster of islands was a quasi-Holy Land sect called Carefree Island. The main island of Carefree Island was tens of thousands of miles wide, and there were also 36 branch islands. In this regard, it was similar to the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces. However, Carefree Island's overall power was far worse than the ancient Phoenix clan's. One was a peak holy land, whereas the other one was a quasi-holy land. According to how sects were divided in the Sky Spill continent, a divine realm holy land would be considered a 9th grade sect. But Carefree Island was only an 8th grade sect. In other words, Carefree Island was 2 grades higher than the Demon God Imperial Palace of the past. Demon God Imperial Palace had taken Divine Sea Realm powerhouses as elders, whereas Carefree Island took Divine Lord powerhouses as elders. But in the ancient Phoenix clan, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses could only serve as branch palace elders. At this time, on a branch island that was several thousand miles wide, many martial artists were gathered, loosely spread. The younger ones were in their teens and the older ones were 30 to 40 years old. They were all outstanding geniuses amongst their peers. They were on a blue stone road that curved up a mountain, slowly walking towards the entrance of a grand palace. Each of them had excitement written all over their face. If one walked amid this crowd, they would often hear conversations beginning with, "My blah blah cultivation method has reached a blah blah boundary," or "My blah blah comprehension of laws has reached an incredibly blah blah degree." These words were spoken with vivid passion, and there was occasionally the sound of surprised acclaim. These young disciples were all preparing to cross Carefree Island's entrance examination. As a sect, Carefree Island had to accept talented disciples from all walks of life. If they were a martial family, then they would often only accept their own descendants and disciples. As for the ancient Phoenix clan and ancient Dragon clan, they were situated in between. As long as one had their respective god-beast bloodline and their martial talent wasn't too poor, then they could join no matter what their last name was or where they came from. And in this group of people, there was a blue-clothed youth, calmly and firmly walking forwards, climbing the mountain with the many other young disciples. This blue-clothed youth was Lin Ming. On the journey here, he had followed Mo Eversnow's directions and passed through several ultra-long-distance transmission arrays before finally arriving here, Carefree Island. Along the way, with the cost of powering the spirit ship and paying transmission array expenses, it had cost several 100,000 violet sun stones to come here. Interstellar travel like this really wasn't something that an ordinary martial artist could hope to withstand. Upon arriving at Carefree Island, Lin Ming wasn't stupid enough to think he would be able to boldly saunter into their headquarters and take away whatever resources he needed. After all, these were the accumulated resources of a quasi-holy land level sect. How could they simply give everything away? Moreover, how to find Mo Eversnow's aunt was another problem. According to Mo Eversnow, her aunt was the hidden highest elder of Carefree Island and she had never appeared in public. Let alone the common disciples, even most elders of Carefree Island didn't know that such a character existed. This was also a reasonable matter. Mo Eversnow's aunt was the daughter of the Verdant Feather Holy Land's old Holy Lord. She was on the same rank as Tian Mingzi. The two of them might have even been fellow apprentices. It was impossible for Tian Mingzi not to recognize her. In this situation, Mo Eversnow's aunt would have to remain hidden away, and she certainly couldn't reveal herself. Otherwise, if she were to be discovered by Tian Mingzi, then even this entire quasi-holy land level Carefree Island would be instantly razed to the ground. In fact, only an extremely small minority of high-level figures at Carefree Island knew of Mo Eversnow's aunt. If Lin Ming wanted to reach her, he would naturally have to go through some detours. But, with his current 8th stage life destruction cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to see the current elders of Carefree Island. The only way to do so was to stir up trouble at Carefree Island. However, if he really did that, then even a divine transformation realm talent of a large sect would be able to capture him. If he were to ask to see an elder at that time, then his requests would definitely not be accepted. Thus, Lin Ming had to remain a bit more low-key. he would honestly enter Carefree Island and then raise his reputation. If he did that, then he naturally would be able to contact the high-level figures of Carefree Island. Hey there, friend, you seem to come from a scattered martial family. Your foundation is very solid. For you to have such a foundation coming from a random martial family isn't easy at all. A sixth-stage life-destruction martial artist gaily said as he looked over Lin Ming. As Lin Ming glanced back at this person, he could see that this youth also came from a free-roaming background. In this way, the divine realm was similar to the lower realms. If one didn't have the support of a large sect, then it was nearly impossible to cultivate to a high boundary. The people that had come to participate in Carefree Island's entrance examination all had tremendous differences in their cultivation. The lowest were at the Xiantian realm, and the higher ones were at the 7th or 8th stage of life destruction. There were even several that were at a half-step divine sea. However, the scene was a bit unusual. The Xiantian realm youths were all in high spirits, and were calling out to each other like long-acquainted friends, their expressions filled with glee and elation. But as for those high-stage life-destruction martial artists, they didn't seem happy at all. Some of them even glared at those Xiantian realm disciples with envy on their faces. This was because these Xiantian realm disciples were mostly outstanding juniors from martial families. Thus, while they were in their teens, they decided to try and enter into Carefree Island. By seeking the support of a large sect, they would be able to learn a better inheritance and also have a brighter future. As for those high-stage life-destruction and half-step divine sea martial artists, they were mostly wandering martial artists. They had participated in this type of large sect entrance examination in their youths, but were eliminated. Then, they wandered and eventually wandered their way into the higher stages of life destruction and then decided to test out their luck once again. Although many sects weren't willing to raise martial artists with low natural martial talent, they didn't mind accepting these high-stage life destruction martial artists into their sects. They had considerable war strength. Lin Ming had restrained his aura at this moment, and his cultivation was also at the 8th stage of life destruction, thus he was naturally thought of as a wandering martial artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to enter a large sect at such a late cultivation. Lin Ming smiled, cordially responding with a few words. He didn't speak much. He continued to follow the group towards the summit of the mountain, where everyone had stopped before the entrance. Lin Ming swept his eyes around and discovered that several divine senses had covered over the group. He followed them back to their source and discovered that they originated from a group of 5 or 6 divine sea martial artists that were standing around 10 miles away. These divine sea martial artists were observing the group and commenting on them. It's about time. The examination can start now. But the ones entering this time don't seem too spectacular. Besides some martial family juniors, there are a few wandering martial artists that are acceptable. There's nothing we can do about it. These are orders from above. We have to loosen restrictions this time and accept an additional 30% of disciples. Half a month ago, senior apprentice brother Xiao was attacked in the divergent world mystic realm. Over a dozen fellow apprentices went there, but only 6 managed to make it back alive. Moreover, they were all severely wounded. As for those revolving core realm martial artists that were responsible for gathering the materials, most of them died. Currently, many of the disciples are too afraid to enter the divergent world mystic realm. We have to search for some fresh meat. Those gutless cowards. When the island sends the resources, each of them has eyes redder than a rabbit. But when it's time to risk their lives, all of them shrink back in fear. Where is there such a good deed in this world? Let's go. Let's test these disciples and see if there's anyone here that gives us a pleasant surprise. As these divine sea realm disciples spoke, they flew towards the entrance. Shwa shwa shwa. 6 shadows fell in front of the crowd, giving the younger martial artists a good scare. Looking at these 6 people, their cultivations were all at the middle divine sea realm. There were even several among them with a 9-fall divine sea cultivation. For these wandering martial artists and martial family juniors, a 9-fall divine sea master was a shocking strength. This was also the symbol of a large sect. It had to be known that when Lin Ming entered the divine realm and joined Phoenix Cry Palace, even though there were several 100 million ancient Phoenix clansmen that served as a base, there were only 29 fall martial artists that were below 100 years of age. Huyen Guang and Huang Yuegong were both considered ordinary amongst 9 fall martial artists, but their status was exorbitantly high in Phoenix Cry Palace. And that was Phoenix Cry Palace. There was no need to mention those 6th and 7th grade martial families. To them, a 9-fall talent was something that occurred every several hundred or even 1,000 years. Chapter 1075 Entering the Sect. Chapter 1075 Entering the Sect. Welcome, everyone. I am the host for this entrance examination. My last name is White, so you may call me Senior Apprentice Brother White. All of you have waited for a long time already. I won't mince words. First, those of you below 20 years of age, who have a recommendation letter from a 6th grade martial family or above may directly go and stand over there. You have passed. The blue-clothed youth surnamed White languidly said. As he finished speaking, several Xiantian realm martial artists glanced at each other, happily standing out. They were 2 men and 2 women, all of them in their teens. They also seemed a bit puerile. These 4 were all at the early Xiantian and middle Xiantian realm. Their families were influences that were subordinate to Carefree Island, and they had the qualifications to be recommended to join Carefree Island. Although they knew that crossing the threshold with their family's recommendation wouldn't be a problem, they were still happy to be given such preferential treatment. As everyone looked at these 4 geniuses, everyone, especially those wandering martial artists, revealed looks of envy. They were young, they were talented, and they had now even joined a large sect. Their future was limitless. In the future it wouldn't be any problem for them to step into the divine transformation realm. They even had hopes of reaching the divine Lord realm. This was far from what the other examinees could compare with. The blue-clothed youth turned to everyone else and continued to say, "All right then. Everyone else, follow me to the martial field." The blue-clothed youth turned and walked away with everyone quietly following behind. Before long, they arrived at a large square area. This was the so-called martial field. There was a large arena here, as well as a giant protective array formation that surrounded the arena so people didn't have to be careful of their every move. And on this side of the martial field, there was a black palace. The gates of this black palace were carved with all sorts of tiny and mysterious runes. It was unknown just what was inside. You may start the examination now. The content of the examination is simple. That is, to defeat a red desolate ogre puppet. A red desolate ogre? What is that? Some wandering cultivators were startled upon hearing this. A faint foreboding feeling filled their chests, but as for what this red desolate ogre was, none of them knew. This red desolate ogre is one of the types of creatures that live within the red desolate mystic realm. Their nature is cruel and brutal and their strength is immense. They love to pick up humans and rip them apart limb by limb. The red desolate mystic realm is considered a great portion of the source of my Carefree Island's resources. Many of Carefree Island's alchemy and refining materials come from there. Every time a disciple of my Carefree Island enters the red desolate mystic realm and kills a red desolate ogre, they bring back the corpse so that they can be made into red desolate ogre puppets. Their body is as hard as divine iron and they do not know exhaustion, fear, sadness, or pain. They are all bloody killers, bred for battle. When you fight them you had all best be careful. Although I will step in to save your lives if need be, Sometimes I cannot act in time, and you will be seriously wounded. Breaking an arm or a leg here is highly likely. The blue-clothed youth wasn't trying to needlessly scare people. During every entrance examination there would always be people who would be severely wounded. These examiners wouldn't save someone until the very last moment. Okay, we're going to start now. You fellows will come up one at a time. I will arrange a corresponding red desolate ogre puppet as your opponent according to your cultivation. If you can defeat it or persist for an incense stick of time, then you pass. Otherwise you fail. You come out to the martial field. The blue-clothed youth pointed to the martial artist closest to him. And behind the blue-clothed youth, another disciple pushed open the gates to the Black Palace. Inside was pitch-black darkness. Then, a pair of bright red eyes lit up like two red lanterns at night. With a terrifying roar, a 10-foot-tall red desolate ogre puppet rushed out. This puppet was wrapped up in chains, and its muscles were as hard and tight as black rock. Its fangs were half a foot long and sharp claws glinted on its hands. Red desolate mystic realm, red desolate ogre. Lin Ming looked at the ogre puppet. Without a doubt, the red desolate mystic realm was a mystic realm similar to the god-beast mystic realm, but the beings living inside each of them were completely different. The mystic realm demons in the god-beast mystic realm were existences of energy, and these red desolate ogres clearly had physical bodies. Rah! The ogre puppet rushed forwards like a bolt of lightning. In an instant it rushed towards the martial artist in front. Who? That martial artist was indeed shocked at the start. But for him to grow to this point, he had experienced a number of life and death battles in his time. He regained his wits and grasped a thick saber. He slashed down and a brilliant saber light cut towards the ogre puppet. Pung! The ogre puppet suddenly brought down its claws, crushing the saber light. Then, without slowing down, it seemed to teleport behind the martial artist's body, and thrust a palm out. The speed was far too quick. The martial artist simply wasn't able to respond. With only a loud clapping sound, the martial artist's protective true essence was smashed apart and he was sent flying away vomiting blood. Fail! The blue-clothed youth expressionlessly said. Beside him, another divine sea martial artist rang a small bell and whispered a few incantations. The originally bloodthirsty ogre puppet that was chasing after the martial artist to rip him apart suddenly stopped. Its eyes glazed over as it returned to the Black Palace in complete obedience. Next, the blue-clothed youth pointed towards a second person. He looked over this person's cultivation, and then without further ado another ogre puppet came out from the Black Palace. Although these ogre puppets followed a different cultivation from humans, Lin Ming could faintly feel that these ogre puppets were around 3 small boundaries higher than their human opponent. It wasn't any surprise that those martial artists found them so difficult to contend with. Without any suspense, the second person failed. Third person, fail. Fourth person, fail. Gradually, those martial artists that hadn't yet gone up began to pale. The visual impact these ogre puppets left behind on them was too shocking. They were incomparably cruel and savage, and every time they struck they would cause their opponents to vomit blood. The martial artists wavered, unnerved. They knew their own abilities and realized that lasting against these ogre puppets was extremely difficult. Even those several Xiantian young men and women who had entered Carefree Island due to recommendations from their families began to look sick and pale. They secretly estimated the strength of these ogre puppets in their hearts, and they discovered that it would be a great hurdle to last an incense stick of time against them, much less defeat them. Trying to defeat these monsters would simply be a joke. After seeing so many people try and fail, a middle divine sea disciple said with a sound transmission, "Senior apprentice Brother White, isn't this a bit too difficult? The ogre puppets you choose are around 3 small boundaries higher than the disciples themselves. Weren't we short on manpower to enter the divergent world mystic realm, and thus we were ordered from above to lower the standards and allow more disciples in? Junior apprentice brother, that is because you don't understand how human nature works. If they pass, then they will be the same as us carefree island disciples. If we then send them on dangerous missions, they will not be happy nor willing. However, if they fail this examination, they will be disappointed in their hearts. As long as we tell them that they can become official disciples by going into a divergent world mystic realm to complete some gathering task, then they will all scramble to go, even if there is a great chance that their lives will be in danger. So that's how it is. Indeed, that makes sense. But this sort of method, it seems a bit villainous. The previously speaking disciple said, looking a bit sorry. The blue-clothed youth glared at the disciple and coldly said, "Our carefree island is not some charity house. There are no free lunches in this world. If they want harvests, they naturally must pay the price. Because the occult Bone Clan and Splinter Soul Mountain have been joining forces to suppress us these past years, the central island isn't much better off. The reserves of resources have been dwindling. If this continues, then it will be impossible to make ends meet." Ah, Senior Apprentice Brother's teachings are correct. I spoke out of turn. The disciple quickly said. It was clear that this blue-clothed youth was greatly respected. As these examiners spoke with true essence sound transmissions, several more martial artists were eliminated. But there were those among these people that were able to last for over 10 breaths of time. The blue-clothed youth paid special attention to these people. After this examination was over, he would offer to bring them into the sect. Of course, the premise of that was if they were willing to go to the divergent world mystic realm. Isn't that the son of the peak 6th grade martial family, the Jing family's Jing Shuang? He wasn't recommended by the Jing family? When a white-clothed youth with a heroic aura stepped on the martial field with a sword in hand, there was immediately a disciple who recognized him. He probably has confidence in his own strength. He wants to undergo the examination himself. Jing Shuang's fame has spread quite far. That sword in his hand, that's a high-grade saint artifact. A peak 6th grade family is truly wealthy. As several disciples spoke, Zheng Shuang had already started fighting with the ogre puppet. Facing an enemy that was several small boundaries higher than him, Zheng Shuang decided to adopt an evasive and defensive type of swordplay. This choice wasn't bad, however the ogre puppet was not only strong, it was also quick. The ogre puppet was like a fierce and violent beast. It instantly rushed to Zheng Shuang's side, smashing down with its chain-twined body. Bang! The ground of the martial field exploded. Zheng Shuang was sent flying back by the explosive shock waves. However, just as his protective true essence was on the verge of bursting apart, he abruptly changed angle in mid-air and slashed out with his sword. Sword setting mountains and rivers. The angle of this sword strike was extremely tricky. The ogre puppet failed to dodge and the sword strike cut through its shoulder. But in that moment, Zheng Shuang felt as if his sword was stuck in a block of divine iron. The sword entered 3 inches into the ogre puppet's body before being stuck in the muscles, unable to move any further. The ogre puppet howled with rage. It brought its claw crashing down. Zheng Shuang was alarmed. He wanted to pull back his sword and retreat, but no matter how he pulled, the sword wouldn't come out. His complexion changed and he abandoned his sword. But in that moment, his protective true essence and clothes tore apart, and 5 bloody gashes were left on his shoulder. Without the high-grade saint artifact, Zheng Shuang definitely had no ability to directly contend with the ogre puppet. He switched to a medium-grade saint artifact sword and constantly flit around. Finally, although he was struck several more times, he managed to last for an incense stick of time. Time is over. Qualified. The blue-clothed youth wasn't surprised. He had actually seen Zheng Shuang before and had expected this result. Although the examination was difficult, There couldn't be not a single person who qualified. Otherwise it would just be too unsightly a result. This Xing Shuang is quite good. But, among the wandering martial artists there's also one that seems quite fierce. He should be able to qualify too. The blue-clothed youth turned his eyes to Lin Ming. In his opinion, Lin Ming's foundation was extremely solid. You come up for the examination, the blue-clothed youth said to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. According to the ongoing order, it would still be a while until it was his turn. He didn't think the examiner would suddenly jump to him. Lin Ming was certainly glad to be able to go on ahead of time. He didn't go straight to the martial field. Instead, he turned to the blue-clothed youth and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, before this examination starts I have a matter I would like to ask you." The blue-clothed youth said, frowning. "What is it? Speak quickly." "I would like to ask, in Carefree Island, what rank disciple has the right to request an audience with the island master, and to become such a disciple, what sort of result do I need to achieve in this examination?" Lin Ming slowly asked. But the blue-clothed youth was actually shocked. This question was completely against his expectations. Chapter 1076 Riverbliss Jadeheart. Chapter 1076 Riverbliss Jadeheart. Carefree Island was a quasi-holy land level sect. At the main continent of true martial world, the island master of Carefree Island could be called someone that ruled over their own considerable dominion. In the eyes of Carefree Island's ordinary disciples, he was a mythical existence. How could anyone see him just because they wanted to? The blue-clothed youth stared at Lin Ming. "Could it be you want to see the island master?" Lin Ming nodded without hesitation. He might not be able to reveal that he was searching for Mo Eversnow's aunt, but there was no reason he had to hide that he wanted to see the island master. As Lin Ming nodded, the Divine Sea disciples present were shocked. This boy had certainly taken the wrong medicine. Just who did he think he was? He had only just arrived at Carefree Island yet already wanted to see the island master? The island master had gone into seclusion for such a long time that not even these disciples had seen him before. The blue-clothed youth looked Lin Ming up and down, frowning. Not everyone can see the island master. Only those on the Council of Elders are allowed an audience with the island master. As for disciples, your only chance is if you become one of the top direct disciples. Only then will you have the qualifications to request an audience with the island master. You also must wait until the island master is out of seclusion. Direct disciple? If my results on this entrance examination are good, can I become a direct disciple? After being questioned by Lin Ming again, the blue-clothed youth became a bit annoyed. "We'll speak again after you cross the entrance examination first. Listening to your words, it's as if you don't place this entrance examination in your eyes?" The blue-clothed youth was clearly unhappy. Lin Ming's tone was far too casual. In truth, the entrance examination they presided over was for outer court disciples. Only those with outstanding results could become an inner court disciple. As for a direct disciple, the blue-clothed youth was also a direct disciple, but he wasn't even at the higher ranks of direct disciples. How could he possibly have such authority? "This brat, I want to see just what capital you have." The blue-clothed youth's thoughts moved, and with a deep and bass roar, a wild ogre puppet rushed out from the Black Palace. This ogre puppet was half the size of the previous ones, and it held an axe in its hands instead of iron chains. Its entire body was covered with long hair, and its killing intent was overwhelming. Although a red desolate ogre's cultivation system didn't include life destruction or the Divine Sea realms, if this ogre puppet's strength was converted to a human's, it would be equal to an early Divine Sea powerhouse. This was much more than 3 small boundaries higher than Lin Ming. The blue-clothed youth obviously knew that Lin Ming was extremely strong and didn't appreciate his attitude either, so he wanted to have Lin Ming suffer a bit. Seeing this ogre puppet rush towards him, Lin Ming slowly raised 2 fingers as a spear and thrust them at the ogre puppet's neck. Xiao! The spear light extended into a beam of light that shot towards the approaching ogre puppet's throat. This wasn't a casual spot that Lin Ming chose to attack. He discovered earlier that this ogre puppet had a much stronger defensive ability than anticipated. If he used the Phoenix Blood Spear, he could naturally kill it without any problems, but this was only a freehand attack that used true essence to simulate spear light. If he wanted to pierce through the ogre puppet's forehead or solid chest muscles, it wouldn't be all that easy. Eventually he chose the throat in order to make this kill as fast as possible and with the least amount of strength. Puff! The spear light penetrated the ogre puppet's throat, bringing with it a loose spray of blood. The ogre puppet continued to barrel towards Lin Ming with its momentum, but it was easily dodged. It was already dead. Bang! A 15-foot ogre crashed down on the ground, causing a cloud of smoke and dust to rise up. On the side, the blue-clothed youth was shocked to the core, and even the other martial artists participating in this entrance examination were dumbfounded. They thought Lin Ming would have to struggle with this ogre puppet, so they wanted to see if he could last an incense stick of time. They never imagined he would clearly eliminate it, as if the ogre puppet was no different from a paper figurine. Is that really an ogre puppet? Is the examination disciple purposefully helping him? How could that be? Did you not see how unhappy those senior apprentice brother examiners were? I'm already surprised they didn't try to ruin him from behind. Under the arena, many martial artists discussed. In fact, this ogre puppet's strength had far surpassed the standard, which was the reason why the several presiding disciples were even more stunned. Are you really a wandering cultivator? The blue-clothed youth stared at Lin Ming, a bit of dread in his eyes. He could absolutely confirm that Lin Ming would become a 9-fall master in the future, and not even a normal 9-fall at that. He had instantly killed a divine sea-level ogre puppet while only being at the 8th stage of life destruction. If he became a direct disciple with this sort of talent, he would absolutely be one of the peak talents of Carefree Island. Such a person, the blue-clothed youth could not believe that such a person was a wandering cultivator. After entering the divine realm for so long, Lin Ming's lower realm aura was already completely covered over. He didn't answer the question but instead asked, "I would like to see the island master. This senior apprentice brother, can I trouble you to inquire for me?" The blue-clothed youth fell deep into thought for a moment. He gazed at Lin Ming and said, "I can only notify an inner court elder and ask if he can report this matter to the island master. As for whether or not the island master will see you, I can make no guarantees." The blue-clothed youth could see that Lin Ming didn't come to pass the entrance examination from the start. If this sort of person went to any large sect, even a divine realm holy land, he would be able to easily become a direct disciple. Why would he join an entrance examination of Carefree Island? The blue-clothed youth understood this, and the others present weren't idiots either. They all looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in their eyes. They hadn't imagined that such a powerful character would randomly come join an entrance examination. As for those genius disciples of 6th and 7th grade martial families, they were nothing but jokes in front of such a true peak talent. He can definitely become a divine lord in the future. Not just a divine lord. He might even have a faint chance of becoming the greatest character of Carefree Island. Lin Ming ignored the discussions of these disciples. He said, There's also one more matter. If I could trouble senior apprentice brother, when you report about this matter, can you also include the name of a keepsake, River Bliss Jadeheart?" Keepsake? Well, all right, the blue-clothed youth's thoughts stirred. He guessed that Lin Ming must have some sort of unknown relation with the island master. He might be the descendant of someone the island master cared for, and because there was some problem in his family, He decided to come here to seek an audience with the island master himself. As he thought of this, his attitude towards Lin Ming shifted a great deal. This sort of person was related to the island master and was also a monstrous genius himself. He certainly didn't want to recklessly offend such a person. This junior apprentice brother, the message has already been relayed. Perhaps you would like to step into the grand hall and wait there? The blue-clothed youth said in a friendly manner. Lin Ming naturally understood why this youth's manner towards him changed. He laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother." Underneath the envious gaze of the other martial artists, Lin Ming arrived in a grand hall with a divine sea disciple to await the summons of the island master. The truth was that the River Bliss jade heart was a token that Mo Eversnow's aunt had left with her. This was so that her aunt could recognize her and any of her future descendants. But Mo Eversnow's body had been destroyed afterwards, and all of her personal possessions were naturally destroyed in the procès. With everything turned to ash, the River Bliss jade heart naturally wouldn't exist anymore. Even Carefree Island's island master didn't know about the River Bliss jade heart. The word River Bliss was the given name of Mo Eversnow's aunt, Mo River Bliss. He should be able to make the association. Lin Ming didn't worry. As long as the message was passed to the right people, the island master would meet with him. As they waited in the grand hall, Lin Ming could actually feel a trace of restless unease from Mo Eversnow's soul fluctuations. In Lin Ming's impression, Mo Eversnow was a decisive woman, and every step she took she did with absolute resolution. She was an extremely cold and detached person, as if nothing much mattered to her at all. This was the first time Lin Ming sensed such intertwining and contradicting emotions within her, those of anticipation, anxiety, unease, fear, hope, and all sorts of other emotions. "Miss Mo?" Lin Ming gently called out. Indeed, seeing one's loved ones after 50,000 years, and after so much had changed, would cause one to be filled with emotion. Moreover, Mo Eversnow didn't even know if her auntie was still alive. "I'm fine. I was just thinking back of some events that happened in the past when we parted ways. I also don't know where my little sister is." Mo Eversnow's eyes seemed to glaze over. In that great catastrophe, she had sent her little sister away, and had bid her to live well. Would her little sister have come here to look for their aunt and stay? In all likelihood, her little sister didn't even know that her soul form was saved from that disaster. As Mo Eversnow thought of this, she shook her head, darkly sighing. It was hard to describe with words the feeling of meeting her loved ones again after such a long time. Even if her heart was as cold as a field of snow, it would still melt at this time. "Apprentice nephew Lin?" After Lin Ming waited for an hour, a gray-clothed old man appeared in the grand hall. He already knew Lin Ming's name. "That is this junior." "Haha, the island master has summoned you. Please follow me." The gray-clothed old man sized up Lin Ming. He heard from the blue-clothed youth how great Lin Ming's talent was, and also that he had some unknown relationship with the island master. He naturally had a curious interest towards him. Yes. Lin Ming was ecstatic. He rose up and followed the gray-clothed old man. The two of them passed through a transmission array and arrived at the main island of Carefree Island. The total area of the main island was larger than the other 36 branch islands combined. Besides Carefree Palace, there were also a massive number of common mortals living on this island. These mortals were similar to Phoenix Cry Palace's mortal disciples. They began training since childhood, and their training conditions were also quite good. The most excellent amongst them would be chosen to enter Carefree Palace. The ash-clothed old man flew through the air with Lin Ming in tow. The old man looked back at Lin Ming and casually asked, "Apprentice nephew Lin, are you a descendant of someone close to Island Master Xiao?" Lin Ming responded, "This junior is a distant relative of Island Master Xiao. My family can be regarded as a collateral branch." This was the excuse he had come up with originally. He certainly couldn't bring up Mo Riverbliss, so he decided to pose as the island master's distant relative. Such an identity was reasonable while it also wouldn't bring too much attention to him. Haha, as they say, heroes come from the young. The island master's relative is astoundingly strong. The gray-clothed old man praised. Ah, we've arrived. The gray-clothed man pointed towards a massive floating palace in front of them. This palace was a deep blue crystal color, as if the entire structure had been carved from sapphire. Looking from afar, Lin Ming discovered that the entire palace was a magic tool, and it was also at the spirit artifact rank. It was similar to Phoenix Cry Palace's Saint Artifact Pavilion. With this sort of spirit artifact level palace in play, if an enemy attacked, those within would hold the complete advantage. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.